Chapter 1 Chapter 001 Rebirth to take revenge on the fiancée. Brother Meng, please, okay? When Xiao Meng woke up, he felt that his face was being held by a pair of warm hands. A soft voice came from his ear, very pleasant to the ear. His eyes opened, and close at hand was a beautiful and peerless high-level face, with a bright red mouth only 0.1 meters away. The woman was wearing a white t-shirt and a short black skirt, with long, slender legs wrapped in textured black silk. Her bright, big eyes were full of flattery. How familiar is this scene? Is this a dream, or a return of the light? Xiao Meng is a little dazed. Isn't he dead? The warm sunlight shining through the floor-to-ceiling windows is very uncomfortable. Looking around, he sees a spacious bedroom with bright, transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. And in front of him is this beautiful, bubbly beauty. Everything is so familiar, yet so strange. What's going on? How come this bitch has become so well-behaved? Could it be that I've been reborn? Xiao Meng covered his face with his hands and rubbed them together twice. Isham, it feels very real, I'm not dreaming. My hands, my body. It's exactly the same as it was 5 years ago. Ha, I'm alive again, ha ha ha. After a stunned silence of 3 seconds, Xiao Meng suddenly burst out laughing, his hoarse laughter carrying a heart-rending horror. 5 years, 5 whole years of struggling against the end. How much bitterness and tears. When Qingxian was scared by Xiao Meng's crazy laughter and sat on the ground. Honey, are you okay? Xiao Meng ignored her and immediately picked up the phone in front of him to check the time. The next second, his attention was attracted by a starry blue ring on his left finger. Starry blue ring. I didn't expect this thing to be reborn with me. Xiao Meng was overjoyed. This was a good thing, and he had risked his life for it. With a flicker of thought, his consciousness entered a huge dark red spacetime. It was a very vast space, so large that at least at first glance there was no end in sight. There were blood-red clouds in the sky, and there were still mountains and rivers, like a strange three-dimensional scroll painting. Within the entire spacetime, except for Xiao Meng's consciousness, which had freedom of movement, everything else seemed to have been frozen in time. The starry blue ring has almost infinite space. And the time in the space is completely still. Xiao Meng experimented with it after he obtained it. Fresh food placed inside never rots, and it stays the same shape when taken out. Even plants placed inside and taken out while still alive also remain alive. The only drawback is that it cannot hold living animals or people. If you place a live chicken or person inside, it will come out as a fresh corpse. Great, with this, there is no need to worry about the issue of supplies. My attention returns to my phone. 2033, July 8, 12:50 p.m. 5 years ago. July 8, so I have 7 days to prepare. 7 days later, on July 15th, at noon, disaster struck. The sun, which nourishes all living things, suddenly disappeared along with the thousands of stars in the sky. Without the sun's light and heat, the blue planet will enter the darkest moment in its history, with temperatures plummeting 80 to 90 degrees in just 3 days. Darkness and cold will envelop the entire planet. Extinction will begin on a large scale, and more than 90% of humanity will die in this catastrophe. This process will continue for a full 100 days, until the sun reappears after 100 days. However, even after the sun reappears, the planet will still be in the grip of winter, and only in a few places where the fire element gathers can crops be grown with difficulty. Therefore, lack of food and clothing will be the main theme of the future world. Of course, there is also good news. The physical fitness of all living creatures that have survived the 100-day disaster will be enhanced, and they may even evolve. Later research found that the strength of the evolutionary effect depends on the energy obtained by the survivors during the 100-day disaster. In short, the more they ate, the better, and the more energy they absorbed, the stronger the foundation and the higher the evolutionary strength they obtained. The 100-day disaster is actually a process of primitive accumulation of evolutionary energy. With 5 years of experience surviving the end of the world and the star blue ring in hand, the end of the world is no longer a worry. In the 5 years of the end of the world, Xiao Meng's understanding of human nature can be described as penetrating. For example, when Qingxian, the girlfriend sitting in front of him, looks charming and moving. Her beautiful high-level face and small cherry lips are the object of men's dreams to conquer. But no one would have thought that such a delicate and beautiful woman would have such a vicious side. Soon after the end of the world, Xiao Meng kindly accepted the family of Wen Qingxian, who were running out of food and ammunition. Who knew that it would become a wolf leading into the house? Within a few days, this insane family actually took advantage of him while he was asleep and started to eat his flesh. It was also Chow Meng's bad luck that this family discovered a strange phenomenon while eating Chow Meng's flesh. They discovered that Chow Meng's flesh was even better than the dragon's flesh in the sky. Eating it was very filling, and just a little would keep you full for 3 days. More importantly, eating his flesh could also obviously enhance your physique. Of course, Chow Meng also discovered his own uniqueness, which was that his vitality was particularly strong and he recovered particularly quickly. Until one day, when Xingshan's family carved a pale golden-colored rib of Chow Meng and made soup to drink. Chow Meng could not bear the severe pain and fainted, and when Xingshan's family thought that Chow Meng was dead. This gave Chow Meng the opportunity to escape, dragging his serious injuries with him. After that, the 100-day disaster ended and the era of evolution arrived. Although Chow Meng's strength had also improved, when Xingxian was even more formidable. With her ruthless and decisive methods, she managed to thrive, so much so that Chow Meng was unable to take his revenge. Not only was he unable to take his revenge, but he was also repeatedly hunted down and killed by this woman. He was mercilessly killed when he tried to steal the star blue ring. Chow Meng always had a suspicion that it was because he had been cut up and had 2 ribs removed that he was no match for Wen Xingxian, just as it was written in the novel that someone had stolen the supreme bone. Hubby, what's wrong? Wen Xingxuan's concerned voice pulled Chow Meng back to reality. Looking at Wen Xingxuan's pretty face close at hand, new and old hatreds welled up in his heart. Kill her! A voice screamed in his heart. Kill her, fill the starry blue ring with her sliced-up body, and no one will ever know. Calm down, stay calm, it's not the time to act recklessly. Chow Meng suppressed the hatred in his heart. The end of the world has not yet arrived, and order has not yet broken down. He still has a lot to prepare for, and he cannot let a bitch ruin everything. There will be plenty of opportunities for revenge after the disaster strikes. Besides, killing her like this would be too easy for her. I'm fine, are you okay? Chow Meng asked in a deep voice. When Xingxian lowered her posture on purpose, tilting her head back, her big, watery eyes full of sincerity and flattery, my mother told me today that she wants us to give her 1 million yuan today, so that she can pay my brother's bride price. My brother's girlfriend is pressuring her to hurry. This is her usual tactic. With her stunning beauty and those naturally watery big eyes full of affection, she has used it on Chow Meng countless times and never failed. She is convinced that this time will be no exception. No, I don't quite understand. Didn't your brother only ask for 500,000 yuan? Why do you want me to pay 1 million? Chow Meng sneered. Well, isn't there still my 500,000 yuan in bride money? When Xingxian looked at Chow Meng as if it were only natural. You are her brother-in-law, can you just stand by and watch your brother-in-law not get a wife? After saying this, she sweetly took Chow Meng's arm, deliberately snuggling up to his arm, and said like a dog to please him. Honey, please? How about you just call me Dad from now on? Chow Meng sneered. Didn't you just call me that? When Xingxian glared at Chow Meng, and her pretty, high-class face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Woni ma. Chow Meng thought to himself, and a million deep and friendly greetings to her mother popped into his mind. Did I say that? To be honest, this woman is quite high level, with a purpose, knows how to act, hides well, can be patient, and knows what she wants. She has been with me for 2 years, and has steadfastly refused to let me take the final step. Sometimes, men do listen to bitches, and they will fall for it. The more you can't have something, the more you value it. After all, there aren't many women in the world with such principles and a bottom line. However, until the time came to cut the flesh, Chow Meng realized that it was all a sham, and that she was just a high-level hunter who was good at disguising herself. Your younger brother's girlfriend is called Qin Yi, right? Chow Meng asked indifferently. Yes, why? When Xingshan was puzzled. Chow Meng directly picked up his phone, flipped through the phone book, and dialed. Hello, Qin Yi. Brother Meng, it's you, what's up? Qin Yi on the other end of the line was clearly a little surprised, wondering why her would-be brother-in-law was calling her. Chow Meng got straight to the point. I heard your family is asking for 500,000 yuan in bride price? Ah, that's not true, our family is asking for 300,000 yuan, not 500,000. Well, brother-in-law, what did you call for? Qin Yi's signature high-pitched voice came over the phone. Fuck. Chow Meng gave Wen Xingxian a cold look. A middleman making a profit? Very good. When Xingxian was ashamed and angry, her eyes red with anger and shame as she glared at Chow Meng. She didn't expect Chow Meng to be so direct and call her out to her face. It's only a few 100,000, and he's not even going to give her any face. Is he even a man? Chao Meng ignored Wen Qingxian and continued speaking to Qin Yi on the other end of the line. It's nothing, I'll give you 1 million. Ah, what did you say? The little beautiful girl with a milk voice on the other end of the phone sounded surprised. Chao Meng continued, there's only one condition, dump that loser Wen Bo and be with me. Ah, this, across the street, the beautiful girl with a milk voice, Qin Yi, was directly confused. Brother-in-law, this is too smooth. You. Wen Qingxian was even more shocked, and she pointed her slender fingers at Chao Meng, almost passing out. Come to my house tonight, and we'll discuss this in detail. Without giving Qin Yi time to react, Chao Meng decisively hung up the phone. Chapter 2, Chapter 002. Chao Meng, are you still a human being? Chao Meng. Wen Qingxian went crazy and pounced on him like a female leopard. You animal! You're not human, I'll fight you to the death. This is outrageous. Just because you have money, is that so great? You're still human, brother-in-law, for stealing your brother-in-law's girlfriend. As a qualified brother-in-law, Wen Qingxian, who treated her brother-in-law like a son, could not bear to see. Pie. A big slap landed heavily on Wen Qingxian's pretty face. Suddenly, the whole world was quiet. Wen Qingxian covered her face and looked at Chao Meng in disbelief. He actually hit me. Get out. Before Wen Qingxian could come back from her shocked state, Chao Meng grabbed her long hair and dragged her to the door like a dead dog, and threw her to the ground. Chao Meng, wait. Wen Qingxian was desperate. She didn't care about her brother anymore and rushed up, grabbing Chao Meng's arm. Hubby, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, okay? At the moment, she still thought that Chao Meng was angry because she had lied to him. She panicked. Without Chao Meng, she and her lazy family would have to scavenge the garbage for food, not to mention marrying her younger brother to that beautiful flower. Get out! He kicked Wen Qingxian to the ground with one kick and decisively closed the door. Damn it, what the hell? Chao Meng returned to the living room, took out a pen and paper, and prepared to make a detailed plan for survival in the apocalypse. Survival in the apocalypse: first, food; second, energy; and then, safety issues. Food is needless to say, the more of this stuff the better, and having food in hand is the root of all blessings. And energy, its importance is not at all less than food. The first few days of the 100-day disaster were still manageable, the power and heating systems could barely be maintained, and even if the equipment broke down in the extreme cold, someone would still take the risk to repair it. But things will be different in the middle and later stages of a disaster. The entire social order will collapse, and the world will be plunged into cold and darkness. Gas and electricity supplies will gradually be cut off, and that will be the real shock. Things like coal, diesel, gasoline, gas tanks, and generators must be prepared in sufficient quantities. A safe and comfortable shelter is also essential. The prerequisite for all of this is having money. If you don't have money, you'll have to take risks. Money, Chao Meng has. Otherwise, Wen Qingxian, a vain woman, would not have stuck to him so closely. Chao Meng originally had a factory at home, which was not profitable, but the land was large enough. Later, it was demolished due to the need for real estate development. Chao Meng was allotted more than 80 million yuan in demolition funds. In the past few years, with this initial capital, Chao Meng has followed the real estate speculation groups around the country to speculate in real estate with high leverage, and the more he speculates, the higher he goes, and he has made a lot of money. Half a year ago, on the eve of a sudden change in the real estate market, Chao Meng accidentally listed nearly 80% of the houses in his name for sale, collected cash, and prepared to find an opportunity to do something big. As a result, Chao Meng now has more than 500 million yuan in cash in his hands. 500 million yuan may sound like a lot now, but a month from now, this money won't even be enough to buy a loaf of bread. 500 million is still too little. I must spend 500 million to make it feel like 5 or 10 billion. First buy some, then rob some. Chao Meng thought and jotted down notes as he went along, and soon a rough plan was complete. With a good plan in place, Chao Meng went out the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Wen Qingxian kneeling in the doorway like a little dog, with a high-class face full of tears, looking aggrieved. Damn, playing this trick on me? If he hadn't seen how vicious this woman could be, Chao Meng would probably have been moved by her. Unfortunately, the more she did this, the more Chao Meng wanted to get rid of her. Get out of the way, don't get in my way. Honey, I'm sorry. Wen Qingxian would never let Chao Meng off so easily. She quickly pounced on him and hugged his thighs. Please, forgive me, okay? I really can't live without you. Get out. He kicked her away again, turned around and left. Chow Meng. When Qing Xian was now completely furious. She stood up like a madwoman, pointed at Chow Meng and yelled at him. Chow Meng, what the hell are you? You're just a rich second-generation playboy who's living off his family's wealth. You think you're a success because you made a few bucks speculating on the property market? Let me tell you, I have never taken you seriously. How dare you hit me? Just you wait, one day I will make you lose everything and die without a burial. Oh? Chow Meng turned his head and looked at this woman curiously. If another woman had said this, Chow Meng would have thought she was bluffing, but this woman was different. She was a very ambitious and purposeful person. Her extremely beautiful high-class face and slender figure were her capital. I'm afraid that her mentality is such that she won't hang herself on just one tree. In a previous life, I was also captivated by this woman's beauty, and coupled with her superb acting skills, I was blindly taken in and treated her as the love of my life. Now it seems that she has long since thought of an escape route. Even if the end times don't come, I'm afraid that I will only be a transition for this woman, a ladder for her promotion. In her previous life, during the latter part of the 100 Days of Tribulation, this woman married a powerful man, who allowed her family to safely survive the 100 Days of Tribulation. Soon after, the unlucky child and his family died inexplicably, and then when Qing Xian inherited everything he had. One word sums up this woman, and that is unbelievable. I'm waiting for you to destroy my family. Chow Meng left without looking back after saying this. Jianghai Logistics Company, in the western suburbs of Linhai City. Chow Meng had almost forgotten that he still had such a small, insignificant industry. This logistics company was originally run by his roommate from university, but because he had fallen seriously ill not long ago, he had sold the company to Chow Meng for 4 million. The company was not large, with a warehouse covering more than 500 square meters and a small office. Apart from Chow Meng as the boss, there was only a security guard and 2 salesmen left in the entire logistics company. Chow Meng had originally planned to close it down in a couple of days. Now it comes in handy. The boss is here. As soon as Chow Meng's BMW pulled up, a beautiful woman in a black OL suit, black high heels, and silver-framed glasses with a bun hairstyle quickly walked up and opened the door for Chow Meng. And you are? Chow Meng got out of the car and smiled at the pretty young girl, who was a little excited and apprehensive. Her face is delicate, with a big bear of a nose, and the only drawback is that she is slightly short. In the eyes of some men, this is the love of their hearts. The so-called most adorable height difference, spoiling them can show how tall and mighty a man is. Chow Meng had only seen the 3 employees of the logistics company once when he took over, a quick glance, and with the last 5 years of the world coming to an end, he had long since forgotten their names. Hello boss, I'm Lu Xiaoran. The young-looking giant was obviously a little nervous. Chapter 3, Chapter 003, The Big Shopping Spree Before the End of the World. The goddess kept her appointment. Chow Meng's eyes did not linger on the little beauty, and he glanced at the office. Where are the others? Master Huang is sick, and Sister Li has left. I didn't know your contact information, so I didn't have time to notify you. Lu Xiaoran explained while looking at Chow Meng uneasily. Mr. Chow, are you going to close the company? What's wrong? Chow Meng couldn't help but smile when he saw her nervous like a frightened quail. At just a glance, Chow Meng knew that this was a young rookie in the workplace who had just graduated recently, with light in her eyes and passion in her heart. Looking again at the corner of the office, there was a simple folding bed, neatly folded luggage, and a newly purchased stove. It seems that this young girl is saving money by eating and sleeping in this simple little company. Lu Xiaoran hurriedly said, Mr. Chow, the logistics sector has a very promising future. Moreover, I have secured several orders in the past few days. I guarantee that as long as the company continues to operate, it will definitely become bigger and stronger and achieve new heights. Become bigger and stronger and achieve new heights? Chow Meng smiled and placed the sorted list on the table. It's good to have confidence. Now, get to work. All supplies must be delivered within 5 days for purchases made in the company's name. Follow industry rules, pay after delivery as much as possible, and keep the deposit as low as possible. Coconut shreds, finally a task. The young girl jumped up excitedly. It is not easy for a fresh graduate to find a job that matches her degree, not to mention free accommodation. She was originally worried that Boss Chow would close the company. Now it seems that the boss is going to do something big. When she opened the order, she was dumbfounded. Slaughter 30,000 fresh cows. Slaughter 30,000 pigs. 10,000 sheep slaughtered. 100,000 free-range chickens slaughtered. 5,000 yaks slaughtered. 500 meat donkeys from Ancho slaughtered. 3,000 tons of venison. 10,000 tons of Wagyu beef. 10,000 tons of seafood. 500 tons of various vegetables and fruits, totaling 10,000 tons. 10,000 tons of wuchang rice. 10,000 tons of flour. 10,000 tons of cooking oil. 300 tons of various seasonings. 100 household diesel generators. 100 gasoline engines. Various transformers, etc. And incidentally, there are also 3 computers. Boss, are you opening a chain of fresh food supermarkets? Lu Xiaoran's eyes widened in curiosity as she looked at Xiao Meng. Even if you were to open 100 supermarkets at once, you wouldn't be able to purchase so many fresh ingredients in just 5 days. These things don't stay fresh for long. And ordering so many things at once, even if you only pay a deposit, it's going to cost a lot of money. Hundreds of millions, at least. What is the boss up to? And what are these 20 snowmobiles for? It basically never snows in Linhai. There's also the low-light night vision goggles, thermal imaging goggles, and the strobe flashlight with variable frequency. What's the point of getting all these things? And you bought more than 10 sets at once. Are you going to be a thief at night? And what's the point of buying so many fruit tree seedlings? Are you going to set up a plantation? Xiao Meng gave her a look. Don't ask so many questions and do more. Snowmobiles are a must-have for traveling in the snow. As for the low-light night vision goggles and thermal imaging binoculars, they are even more useful. In the 100 days of disaster and plagues, when the sun has disappeared, if you want to sneak up on someone in the dark, you need the thermal imaging binoculars. In a sense, these 2 things are even more important than supplies. With them, you can obtain more supplies and have stronger combat effectiveness in the end times. As for the fruit tree seedlings, these are things Xiao Meng has prepared for the monotonous world after the mass extinction of species. A good life starts with perfect planning. Understood, boss. Lu Xiaoran gave Xiao Meng a big smile. Boss, there are 2 issues. One is money. The second is that our warehouse cannot hold all this stuff, and even if it's for transit, we need a bigger place. If it's inconvenient to buy, we can temporarily rent one. There's a big warehouse next to it, over 30,000 square meters, just built. Xiao Meng thought for a moment and said, okay, you go and ask. Rent it for half a month. We can talk about the money later. A warehouse of 400 to 500 square meters is still too small. Even if it's just to hide it from prying eyes, we need a bigger place. Okay. Tan Yanju snapped his fingers and started bustling around. Xiao Meng didn't waste any time either. He picked up his phone and transferred 100 million yuan to the company account first, then sat down next to Tan Yanju at the computer and got busy himself. Contact the place of origin for delivery, sign the pre-sale contract, and pay the advance payment. As each order was signed, the money in the account flowed out like running water. Boss, there's not enough money, transfer money. Boss, there's not enough money again, transfer money. Although Xiao Meng ordered in the name of logistics trade, and most of the materials only required a 10% to 30% advance payment, the purchase volume was too large. In just a few hours, the 700 million yuan in his hands had almost been completely spent. Lu Xiaoran was indeed capable and willing to work hard. The whole afternoon was full of passion. While comparing prices, she also gave full play to her advantage as a pretty girl and contacted many classmates who did logistics procurement to help find sources of supply. She spent almost the whole afternoon tapping away at the keyboard and making phone calls. Finally, at 6:30 in the evening, the final order was finalized. Finally, it's done. Lu Xiaoran stretched vigorously, unconcerned about showing off her superb figure in Xiao Meng's eyes, and then said to Xiao Meng excitedly, "Boss, it's time to eat, I'll go buy groceries and cook." There were still some simple vegetables in the refrigerator, but now there was a big boss like Xiao Meng, so Lu Xiaoran felt that she should add a couple of hard dishes to the boss's order to get closer. "No need, I'll treat you." As soon as Xiao Meng had finished speaking, when Xingxuan's future sister-in-law, Qin called. "Hello, Brother Meng, this is Qin, where are you?" The tone of the beautiful woman with a baby voice at the other end of the phone was obviously trembling. "Huh, really?" A playful smile appeared on Xiao Meng's face. "This corner is dug, it's really not too simple. I thought this little beautiful woman with a baby voice would be a little reserved, but it seems. That's fine, it's a bargain when it comes knocking, so I might as well take advantage of it. It's also good to give that idiot Wenbo a big hat first. Boss, the beauty has an appointment? Lu Xiaoran's pretty face flashed with disappointment. The local tyrant boss's big meal was ruined. Chao Meng, well, don't cook, let's go together. Together? Is this appropriate? Lu Xiaoran froze for a moment, and suddenly remembered what her roommate, Sister Dirty, had told her. Some rich young men are very good at playing, embracing left and right during the day, and sandwiching them up and down at night. Could it be that the boss is also one of these people? At this thought, a strange look flashed across the young girl's face. What's so inappropriate about it? It's just a meal. What's going on in that little head of yours? Chao Meng reached up and stroked her hair. Don't say it, it feels pretty good. No wonder so many men like petite, delicate-looking, hot girls with baby faces. Having a girl like that around really shows off a man's prowess. No, I'm just afraid of disturbing your date with the pretty lady. The little girl was a little embarrassed by Chao Meng's head patting, and she lowered her head. What beautiful sister. I think it's better if you go. After saying that, he took the girl's hand and walked towards the car. It's better if I? Lu Xiaoran, sure enough, she's been targeted by the big bad wolf. After getting into the car, Lu Xiaoran sat in the passenger seat, almost curled up, and was so nervous. This was the first time she had been in such a nice car, and the key was that she wasn't sure if the local tyrant next to her had any bad intentions towards her. What if he has bad intentions towards me? Lu Xiaoran thought, secretly glanced at Chao Meng, and then lowered her head. If he dares to disrespect me, I will turn my face away and resign. Yes, resign. Although the young girl was new to the workplace, she didn't know everything. She knew better than anyone what kind of people the big bosses in those companies were. Those people wanted beautiful women as soon as they got rich, and they would never hesitate to take advantage of them. In her last job, she had fled just 3 days after starting because she had met a dirty old lecher. Boss Chao Meng seemed like a nice guy, and they had gotten along well together that afternoon without any out-of-line behavior. However, Lu Xiaoran still could not let her guard down, because she knew that some people could be very devious, especially rich people, whose hearts were full of guile. This little girl. Chao Meng saw everything in her eyes and secretly laughed to himself, without saying a word. Finally, in the midst of the young girl's pure and innocent but deeply unsettling emotions, they finally arrived at their destination. Lishui Restaurant, a restaurant specializing in high-end private cooking, was very famous among the high-end private restaurants in Linhai City. As soon as Chao Meng got off the car, he saw a tall girl waiting there, wearing tight jeans, with a slender waist, long legs, a peachy butt, 36D, and a pair of charming peach eyes. Qin Yi, the girlfriend of his cheap brother-in-law Wenbo. A very beautiful woman, with a charming milk voice, especially those eyes, charming and charming, with a sense of sexiness. Chapter 4, Chapter 004, Unexpected Encounter, a large melon-eating scene. As he looked at the graceful Qin Yi, Chao Meng couldn't help but curse his former self again for being a stupid idiot. What was the point of being so deeply in love with that woman when Qing Xian? The reason that idiot Wenbo was able to get such a beautiful girlfriend was because he was using his own stuff to con his daughter, right? Even the luxury car he drove around in was borrowed from him. So, in other words, this woman was originally his. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Oh yes, there's also the 150 square meter mansion that Wen Qingxuan's family is living in now, and the name on the property deed is still my name. With my support and help, the formerly penniless Wen family has become well-to-do. The standard for choosing a daughter-in-law has been raised, hey. In a while, I'll have someone throw your whole family out onto the street, so that you can experience the cold of the end times for yourself. That's disrespectful to the end times. Chao Meng thought to himself as he walked towards Qin Yi. When she saw Chao Meng approaching, Qin Yi lowered her head nervously, her face turning red like a big apple. Chao Meng's previous proposal had made her feel very uncomfortable. But no matter what, she had still come. Brother Meng, Qin Yi called out, her voice like a mosquito humming. Wow, Mr. Chao, your girlfriend is so pretty. Lu Xiaoran, who was following closely behind, exclaimed in surprise, and then said to Qin Yi. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Lu Xiaoran, Mr. Chao's little assistant. The word sister-in-law made Qin Yi blush even more, and she quickly waved her hands to say, No, I'm not a sister-in-law. No, I'm not Mr. Chao's girlfriend. Chao Meng let out a light laugh, slightly mocking. Qin Yi is very pretty, with a slim figure, big breasts, and a very sexy voice. But what's the point of being beautiful if you're a woman who sells yourself for money and dumps your boyfriend as soon as you get what you want? You can fool around with a woman like that, but it's silly to get serious. Not my sister-in-law? Lu Xiaoran was taken aback. Her eyes darted around, and she wondered if that meant she was the blind date. So, Mr. Chow had brought me here to be the third wheel. I've misunderstood Mr. Chow. I apologize silently. Let's go in and sit down and talk. Chow Meng said, and took Qin Yi's small, plump hand. Qin Yi was nervous when her hand was grabbed, and wanted to break free, but then she relaxed and followed Chow Meng into the restaurant. On the second floor of the restaurant, the three of them found a seat by the window. Qin Yi sat directly opposite Chow Meng, while Lu Xiaoran sat beside Qin Yi, as if she were the matchmaker's best friend. As soon as the three of them sat down, the pretty waitress brought the menu and poured tea for them. Xiao Lu, you order. Order whatever you want. Chow Meng passed the menu to Lu Xiaoran, and as for Qin Yi, Tong Yanju took the menu and opened it up, and instantly felt numb. The prices of these dishes were unbelievable. The cheapest ones started at 500 yuan, and most of them had 3 zeros, and some had 4. Is the happiness of the rich also unadorned? In that case, I'll let my sister-in-law order. I can order anything. Tong Yanju didn't want to show off her ignorance, so she handed the menu to Qin Yi, who was sitting next to her. Qin Yi took a look at the menu and instantly felt numb on one side. When Bo had taken her out to dinner twice before, and the meals were full of big fish and big meat, but they only cost 300 to 500 yuan. But now, when she looked at the menu in front of her, she said, "You order, Brother Meng." Then she stuffed the menu into Chow Meng's hands like she was getting rid of a plague. "Brother Meng, you have a really nice girlfriend." The beautiful waitress smiled and looked at Qin Yi. She and Chow Meng were considered acquaintances. Previously, Chow Meng often brought Wen Qinxian here to spend money. Wen Qinxian was not at all restrained. She had a firm grasp on the temperament of a wealthy young wife. She also tried to order the most expensive things, as if she thought that if she ordered something cheap, it would devalue her. Compared to that, this is better. At least she doesn't seem so overbearing. Chow Meng nodded noncommittally, 2 of the signature dishes, and you can pair the rest as you see fit. For drinks, 2 bottles of white wine. Okay, Brother Meng. The beautiful waitress responded, and went back to her work. The scene fell silent again. Qin Yi was feeling uncomfortable, and Lu Xiaoran, a young bird, was acting as a third wheel for the first time. She wanted to chat with Qin Yi, but Qin Yi was distracted. Chow Meng ignored them and pulled out his phone to check it. There are enough ingredients for survival, and there is still energy left, including gasoline, diesel, gas cylinders, and some snowfrost charcoal. I can also buy some fruit tree seedlings, especially those from the warm tropics. The 100 darkest days, mass extinction of species, the first to bear the brunt will be the plants in the warm tropics. I must get some, just in case I want to eat them in the future. There's also entertainment for the end of the world, movies, TV shows, music, and art films for the little days. Oh yeah, and a bunch of standalone game discs. The end of the world is hard to endure. Power and internet outages are common. In the cold night, if you don't find something to pass the time, you will get depressed. There are still 7 or 8 million left, which is not much. Next, let's get money through loans. Borrow what you can, and take out loans if you can. When Chow Meng was speculating in real estate before, he occasionally ran out of funds, so he had a good relationship with many formal lending institutions, and there were also a few trusted friends in the circle who often lent each other money. In addition to these, there were also those informal lenders that Chow Meng had previously been afraid to approach. This time, he decided to help them accumulate good karma and lend them whatever he could find. Chow Meng first contacted a few buddies who lent money to each other, and after some nonsense, he borrowed more than 50 million. Then, without stopping, he contacted several familiar bank account managers. Qin Yi quietly drank her tea, watching Chow Meng make phone calls one after the other, casually mentioning big projects worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan. Just then, the voice of the beautiful waitress came. "Oh, Mr. Wen, you're here." Qin Yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wen Qingshan and Wen Bo, dressed in high-end black silk evening dresses, and their parents, led by the beautiful waitress, strutting in. The waitress was also a capable person, leading the family into the semi-open table behind Chow Meng and his friends, so that the two parties did not directly face each other. There was a half-meter-high wooden wall between the two tables, and if you listened carefully, you could hear voices, but you couldn't see anyone. Sheeny became irritated, as if she were cheating on her boyfriend with someone else through a wall. What would you like to eat this time, Mr. One? The beautiful waitress deliberately raised her voice. I'll have a set of your restaurant's most famous spring and autumn banquet. Wenbo said in a loud voice with a publican's croak. The beautiful waitress exclaimed in surprise, spring and autumn banquet? That's 88,000 yuan for a set. Are you sure? You always order the 6,600 yuan business meal. Wenbo was furious at hearing this tone. Fuck, what fucking tone is that? You think my sister can't afford it? The waitress quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. One, I'll get it for you right away. By the way, what would you like to drink? Wenbo, 2 bottles of Lafite Rothschild from 1982, and 2 bottles of Flying Tiger. The waitress asked with some uncertainty. Wenbo was furious. Little girl, I find that you've been talking a lot of nonsense today. Do you want me to ask your boss to come and ask you? I'm sorry. After the little beauty left, Wenbo yelled in a hoarse voice, Sister, don't worry, with your beauty and temperament, you don't have to wait until tomorrow, that Xiao Meng will definitely come to our house like a dog licking his feet again. Just listen to me, this time just ignore him for a few days, this dog, how dare he show his teeth at you, he's gone too far. Wenbo got more and more excited as he spoke, slapping the table so hard it made a loud sound. It attracted the attention of the diners around them. This time, he must show enough sincerity. You can also ask him for the house we are living in, and the BMW I drove before. If he doesn't give it to you, tell him to get lost. Sister, you can find any man you want. To be his woman is to give him face. He's such an ungrateful dog. When Qin Xian had already been on her knees in front of Xiao Meng's door for 2 hours today, and she had been humiliated by having her hair pulled. She was already in a very bad mood, and then she was subjected to Wenbo's chatter, which made her mood even worse. Then she looked around and saw the diners standing up one after the other and casting contemptuous looks at her. She was a person who valued her face, and losing face in such a high-end setting, especially the looks from the diners, deeply stung her proud heart. Stop it. Just eat in silence. You're not afraid of being embarrassed either. After all, when Qin Xian is a pushover, and even though it was embarrassing, she just said something that didn't hurt. This way. Xiao Meng? Lu Xiaoran's big eyes slowly moved to Xiao Meng's face. A large melon-eating scene. Chapter 5, Chapter 005, Embarrassed in Circles, Reverse Strategy. It turns out that the person behind him is Boss Zhao's girlfriend. With a curious mind, Lu Xiaoran plucked up the courage to stand up and took a glance at the other person. Well, the woman is very attractive, with long, black silk legs and a high-class face. No wonder the boss likes her, but her personality is a little substandard. Hello everyone. As for her younger brother, with a big head and fat ears, he can be described in one word, thick around the middle, but not tall, and all waist except for the butt, a typical gas tank that has come to life. I don't know how their parents gave birth to them, their daughter is so beautiful, but their son is so ugly, I'm afraid he's not even human. What a strange family, how can there be such brazen people in the world? Lu Xiaoran felt a little sorry for the boss. Looking at the boss again, it seemed that he wasn't angry at all. Could it be that he was too stunned to be angry? Xin Yi's face had turned purple, and she was looking down, not knowing what to think. Fortunately, the dishes had been served by now, and the three of them ate in silence. Xiao Meng enjoyed this quiet moment, so he ate very slowly, taking his time with each bite, as if he were savoring something. This was the first time Lu Xiaoran had eaten in such an upscale restaurant, and she was afraid of looking stupid, so she followed suit and also took her time. Well, the rich certainly know how to eat. As for Qin Yi, she was so preoccupied that she hardly ate at all. At 8:30 p.m., the Wen family had a hearty meal. The 88,000 yuan banquet was quite a treat. The bill-paying part finally arrived. When Qin Xian held Xiao's black supplementary card between her long fingers and handed it to the beautiful waitress. The waitress swiped the card through the POS machine. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but your card has been frozen, the beautiful waitress said politely. What? When Qin Xian was stunned. Impossible. Try again. Drip. The waitress's apologetic smile hid a sneer. I'm sorry, would you like to try another card, madam? When Qin Xian finally came to her senses, and her resentful glare scared the waitress back 2 steps. What a brute, Xiao Meng. You've gone too far, even blocking the card. All you had to do was pay my brother's bride price of 2 yuan. Do you even consider yourself a man? As much as she hated him, the current issue still needed to be resolved. The bill was 88,000 yuan. She had managed to get some money out of Chow Meng, but apart from covering the family's expenses, all of it had been taken by Wen's mother, under the pretext of saving for her brother's wife. Wen Bo also reacted at this moment, and yelled at the top of his voice, "Sis, what's going on? Did that bastard Chow stop your card? He's giving him face." Wen's parents were also dumbfounded when they heard this. 88,000. Mom, why don't you just give him the money, and I'll let Chow Meng pay you back later? Wen Xingshan didn't argue with Wen Bo, but instead turned to her mother. In his subconscious, Chow Meng had just had a quarrel with her. It was just that this quarrel was a bit extreme. The worst that would happen was a few soft words and a couple of tender kisses in the next few days, and he would be afraid that he wouldn't behave and continue to kneel and lick? No way. Wen's mother sounded as if she had been stepped on, and her voice cracked. The waitress, a pretty young woman, was startled again. What did the mother and daughter talk about money for? Talking about money hurts feelings. No money. When Xingxuan was about to cry out in desperation. In public, in such a high-end restaurant, this is just a way to humiliate her. Mom, where's the money I gave you? Just take it out and give it to me first. Humph, no way. I've been saving all this money for your brother's dowry. Your brother doesn't even have a job. If he doesn't have some private funds, how will he live in the future? Wen's mother's old face, which was covered in thick powder, became hideous. Seriously, you should call Chow Meng and apologize. It's only 80,000 yuan, which is nothing for him to do a little something for. When Qingxian was speechless. She had originally planned to let Chow Meng stew for a day or two, to tease his appetite and teach him a lesson. By then, he would have already apologized and she would have gotten her money back. But she had decided to lower her head first. She dialed the number. The familiar ringtone sounded from the table next to them. For a moment, time stood still. Xin Yi. Since Chow Meng was facing away, when Xingxian saw her would-be sister-in-law, Xin Yi, first. Then Chow Meng. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot with rage. Then he looked at the young-looking beauty next to Qin Yi, who had a huge, menacing figure. Great, playing the field with two. Chow Meng, you really have some nerve. Chow Meng, what are you doing here? When Xingxian said angrily as she stormed up. Qin Yi, what are you doing with Chow Meng? When Bo was a little angry. How could his girlfriend be hanging out with his future brother-in-law? If she was seduced by Chow's money, then his wife would be gone. Chow Meng, Qin Yi, what are you doing? Wen's parents were also furious. Their future daughter-in-law was dating their future son-in-law, and she had brought along another pretty girl. This is just too much. What are you doing? Of course it's a date, why do you have a problem with that? Chow Meng took a sip of tea leisurely, and stood up with a smile. A date? Fuck. Little punk, you're looking for death. The Wen family members were furious, and the one who rushed forward was always the crazy fan of her younger brother, Wen Xingshan. Brother, that is her heart's taboo, move and you die. She saw her slender hand lift, and a big slap came towards Chow Meng's face. Pie. Unfortunately, Chow Meng was faster than her. A slap sent her reeling. Damn it, how dare you hit my sister, I'll get you. When Bo was a bit more bloodthirsty, and grabbed a chair and smashed it over Chow Meng's head. Chow Meng had 5 years of experience in the end of the world. Although his physical fitness was far inferior to his previous life, it was still very easy to beat Wen Bo. He just took a step forward, grabbed his arm, and then changed the trajectory of the chair, which slammed heavily onto Wen's father's back. The old guy was smashed to the ground by a stool and kept screaming. During this chaos, the restaurant security rushed over and separated Chow Meng from the Wen family. Chow Meng, you scum, you're not a human being. Xin Yi is my younger brother's girlfriend, how could you do it? I thought you were a devoted person, you animal. I'll fight you, let go of me. When Xingxian was being held by the waist by the beautiful waitress, and she was still like a crazy woman, clawing and scratching at Chow Meng. She was very angry now. It turned out that the phone calls Chow Meng made before were all real. This bastard really did it. He actually went and tried to steal his brother's wife. Brother-in-law and sister-in-law, shame on you. The Wen family is so angry they could spit blood. Xin Yi, you shameless bitch, have you forgotten how I treated you? Just you wait, I'll get you and your whole family sooner or later. When Bo was restrained by 2 security guards and began to scream like a child. Xinyi's face turned from green to red, tears falling patteringly, but she couldn't say a word. In no time, the surrounding diners had gathered to watch the show. They pointed at Wen Bo's family and Xiao Meng and whispered among themselves. This is a live broadcast. Many people had heard Wen Bo's shameless shouting just now. Now, good, instant karma. You useless parasite wanted someone to come back and lick your sister's ass? Well, now, someone is going straight for your girlfriend. Now you know how dangerous society is, right? Brother, well done. Well done. Bravo. A real man, a good son to his father and a good brother to the people. Many people blatantly gave Xiao Meng a thumbs up. Beauty, the bill please. Xiao Meng simply ignored the snarling when Qingshui and her family called over the waiter next to him and paid the bill before leaving. Chapter 6 Chapter 006 Let your whole family experience the evil of society. Xiao Meng, you animal. Xinyi, you bitch, you stop right there. The Wen family was so angry that they wanted to eat Xiao Meng's heart out, but unfortunately, the whole family was restrained by the restaurant security and could not move at all. Brother Wang, these people didn't pay for their meal, so take them to the security office and don't disturb the other guests. The beautiful waitress added in a timely manner. What, they came here to eat without paying? Haha, little fatty, you've got some nerve. Captain Wan walked up with a smile, patted Wen Bo's fat face, and looked at the leftovers on the table. Wow, 88,000 yuan for a spring and autumn banquet, kid, you're messing with the wrong people? You'll go to jail for years for this, do you understand? Wen Bo immediately cowered at this, and quickly pointed at Wen Qingxian and said, No, it's not like that. I didn't order this food, my sister did. You want money, go ask her. Everyone present was speechless. This is a peerless good brother. A good helper. Wen Xingxuan's pretty face turned even paler. Captain Wang waved his hand and told his men to let the family go, but they still surrounded them menacingly. Sorry, miss, our business is small and we don't default on payments. One of you should settle the bill and give me a quick answer. If you don't pay, you'll all be going to the police station, said Captain Wang unceremoniously. Mom, give me the card, Wen Xingxian shouted with a dark face, having lost face today. Card? What card? I don't have one. Wen's mother defended her purse like an old hen defending its food. You ordered the food, you invited the guests, you pay the bill. Wen Bo, old man, let's go. Want money? 88,000 yuan? You're a loser, you've even lost your man. If you spend 88,000 yuan again, what will your brother eat in the future? He'll have to eat the wind and the rain. Mom, you and Xingxuan's eyes bulged as she watched her parents and brother trot away, and for a moment, she wanted to cry but had no tears. Is this retribution? In the past, when there was Xiao Meng, when I was earning money, I was the little sweetheart, and the whole family doted on and supported me. Now it's fine, turning their faces away faster than turning the pages of a book. It's only 88,000 yuan, is my daughter not worth 88,000 yuan? I regret it, I should not have given all my money to my mother. Beauty, what should we do now? Give me a word, can we buy this item? Captain Wang asked with a dark face. Can we write an IOU? Wen Xingxian asked in a low voice. No. Then, wait a minute, Wen Xingxian said, took out her phone and started to shake people for help. Xinxian, I'm in a bit of a hurry, can you lend me 100,000? Don't worry, I'll pay you back tomorrow. After all, when Xingxian followed Xiao Meng, her social status had improved, and she had also met 2 wealthy plastic sisters. Although they couldn't be considered close friends, they could still lend money. After all, the fact that Xiao Meng and Wen Qingxian had broken up had not been widely publicized. Soon, the money arrived and the accounts were settled smoothly. Wen Xingxian let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Meng, you just wait and see, what happened today won't go so easily. Half an hour later, Wen Xingxian returned home with disheveled hair and a huff. As soon as she arrived at the door, she was dumbfounded. The wide hallway was full of messy luggage. The door was locked, and 2 burly men stood in front of it, holding iron bars and watching her parents and younger brother like they were thieves. Has she been evicted? What's wrong with you? Get out of my way. When Xingxian strode over the messy luggage and clothes, advancing menacingly, and pointed her finger at the nose of the 2 community security guards and questioned them. Sorry, madam, the owner reported that a thief has secretly occupied his house and asked our property management company to vacate the premises. Our Clearwater Bay community is a very private and upscale community, and I never thought that someone would forcibly occupy an owner's house. A female property manager in a black professional suit quickly rushed over and looked at Wen Qingshan impolitely. What, theft and forcibly occupying an owner's house? Wen Qingshan looked at the female manager in disbelief. I live in my own house, so how did I become a thief squatting in someone else's house? Miss, please get this straight, I am the owner. Is this how your company serves its owners? I want to complain about you. The property manager wore a professional smile on her face. I'm sorry, madam, the owner of this house is Mr. Chow, and you, it seems, are not in a position to complain about me. Chow Meng? Wen Qingshuan's tone weakened a little. Please get this straight, I'm Chow Meng's girlfriend, you've seen me come and go, and I know you too. Besides, he said he was going to give me this flat. I live in my own home, so why are you trying to get us out? Girlfriend? Ha? The female manager looked up and down at Wen Qingshan, noticing that she was quite good-looking, and feeling a little jealous, her tone became even more impolite. Miss, I'm sorry, but Mr. Chow told us that the person occupying this house is a thief, a burglar. Not his girlfriend. Besides, where in the world is there a law that says a girlfriend can see someone else's house? Have you heard of it? The female manager has encountered this kind of thing before. There are quite a few local tyrants' sons in this neighborhood. A few of these local tyrants are very immoral, and when they're tired of it, they just kick them out. What's the point of a woman like Wen Qingshan, even if she is pretty? To a local tyrant, she is just a cheap consumable, cheap and fun, and it is more cost-effective than a hooker. There is a very heartbreaking saying, the goddess you secretly adore is just a cheap toy in the eyes of the local tyrant. Being swept out of the door is considered good, and there was once an entertainment tycoon who sent the mistress to jail and made her sew on a sewing machine. You can't imagine how arrogant the rich are. Wen Qingshan was obviously classified by the female manager as a shameless mistress. What? Chow Meng called me a thief? Wen Qingshan could hardly believe her ears. Was this still the same man who did whatever she said? How shameless and vicious. Looking at Wen Qingshuan's distorted face from shame and indignation, the female property manager secretly gloated in her heart. Being a mistress, being indecent, and bringing your whole family to a rich man, phooey. You deserve to be dumped. It is now 9:15, in 1 hour, take your things and leave. If you don't leave by then, we will forcibly evict you. Miss, you are also a decent person, and you don't want us to do something indecent, do you? After she finished speaking, she walked over to the 2 security guards. The 3 of them looked at the family of 4 together, as if they were looking at thieves. Sister, what should we do? We have nowhere to live. Wen Bo looked at Wen Qingshan, who was at a loss for what to do. At this moment, he didn't care about his girlfriend, who was being dragged away by Chow Meng. Wen's mother also anxiously grabbed Wen Qingshan. Qingshan, how could this happen? You have to do something about it. Why don't you call Chow Meng again and talk things over? There must be some misunderstanding. Look at the mess this has caused. With their luxurious house gone, the family was completely at a loss. Without a house, where would they live? Chapter 7, Episode 007, A Scrap Against a Scrap, Not a Single Hair Will Be Given to You. When Qingshan took a deep breath, calmed down for a few seconds, and withstood the humiliation as she dialed Chow Meng's phone number. Chow Meng, you just wait, we'll settle this score slowly. As when Qingshan cursed, the phone rang. Chow Meng's voice was hoarse, as if he was a little tired, and there was a familiar sound of a baby's voice coming through, as if he was also tired. What's the matter? Hurry up and say it, I'm busy. Chow Meng, you. When Qingshan thought about it for a while, but then she held back the urge to question him and spoke in a low voice, Honey, I was wrong, okay? I'll listen to you from now on. Please forgive me. On the other end of the line, Brother Meng. A baby voice, very familiar. The picture suddenly filled her mind. When Qingshan was no fool, and she knew exactly what was going on as soon as she heard it. The tender emotions she had just adjusted to flew to the land of Java. Chow Meng, you scum, you're too much. You animal. Drip. The phone was hung up. When Qingshan was so angry that her eyes went straight, and she almost fainted on the spot. Sister, what's wrong? What did Chow Meng say? When Bo didn't hear the sound on the phone, and was still worried about his big mansion. What did he say? Ha! Looking at her idiot brother, Wen Qingxian felt so powerless. He is busy playing games with your fiancée, and you are still here. When will this brother of yours grow up? At that moment, Wen Qingxian had selectively forgotten that her parents and younger brother had just left her in a hurry. It's useless, the surname Chao is determined to sever ties with me. Wen Qingxian shook her head and turned to check the luggage that had been thrown in the hallway like trash. What? Severed ties? No way, I won't allow it. Wen's mother screamed like her lung had been punctured. The family had finally found such a high-quality and obedient long-term meal ticket, how could they just give up? How could they let someone take back such a comfortable and luxurious big house? Without Chao Meng, what would the family do? Would they have to go back to the urban village and continue living a miserable life of eating leftovers and picking up rotten vegetable leaves? What would their relatives and friends think of them? No way. Absolutely not. My daughter has followed him for 2 years, bearing his surname Chao. 2 years of wasted youth. He can just kick her out? Not on your life. Exactly. If it weren't for the burden of bearing his surname Chao, with my sister's looks, temperament and character, she could find any man she wants. Wen Bo clenched his teeth and punched the wall hard. In the past 2 years, we have done nothing but follow Chao. Isn't this a waste of our youth? Does he think he can just end it like this? He's dreaming. The female property manager led 2 burly security guards to stand by and watch the family with cold eyes, as if they were watching a bunch of idiots. Stop it. Wen Qingxian growled and frantically searched through the pile of luggage. After a while, she suddenly screamed. No, where are my bag, shoes, clothes, and cosmetics and perfume? Anxious. Wen Qingxian became even more anxious. In the walk-in closet were more than 20 limited edition bags of hers, as well as many pairs of high-end custom-made shoes that she had never worn, along with high-end dresses, a dozen sets of cosmetics and perfume. All of this she had spent 2 years of her youth acquiring. If she really broke up with Chao Meng, she could probably trade all of this for a small apartment. Manager, I haven't finished packing yet. Could you please open the door and let me go in and finish packing? Sorry, madam. The property manager said politely. When Mr. Chao entrusted us to forcibly vacate the room, he also sent over a list of his property. Among them is a list of purchases for the bags, cosmetics, clothes, and other things you mentioned. The list shows that the payer is my client, Mr. Chao, so there's really no need for you to be so stubborn. It's pointless. You, Wen Qingxian, pointed at the female manager and was so angry that she could not speak for a long time. Absolutely. Chao, you are really ruthless. What? Does Chao even have any shame left? Wen's mother, a shrew, started to jump up and down and curse. When Bo, her eldest son, chimed in, this bastard is not even a man. He can even ask for things back that he gave away. He can't even play with women properly, not even as good as me. Why are you hitting me, sister? Before she could finish her sentence, Wen Qingxian slapped her. Wen Qingxian was ashamed, angry, and speechless. What a stupid brother. What does it mean by can't even play with women? In your eyes, your sister is just someone's plaything? Chao is my plaything. The female manager and 2 security guards were also dumbfounded as they watched. Such an extraordinary family is really rare in the world. It looked like they were prepared to stay there forever. The female manager called a few more people and drove the family, including their luggage, out of the residential area. The luggage was thrown onto the street, and the family was told to go wherever they liked. On the street, people were going about their business. The family of 4 looked like monkeys in the park, being pointed at by passers-by. What a disgrace. Qingxian, I think you'd better call Chao Meng again. If that doesn't work, we'll go to his house and apologize to him. Wen's father lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and looked deeply into the murky sky. They say that when you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. Let's just bow our heads, it's no big deal. Wen's mother stopped shouting for a moment and agreed, Qingxian, your father's right, apologizing is no big deal. Not to mention that you're so pretty. Wen Qingxian shook her head. Chao Meng had flipped out so completely that there was no hope. In just half a minute, Wen Qingxian and her family became drowned to the skin. Watching her parents and younger brother, who were tidying up their scattered luggage that had been soaked in the water, and listening to their incessant cursing and complaints about their own incompetence and inability to get even one man, Wen Qingxian slowly clenched her fists. Chao Meng, you bastard, just you wait. On this side, after Chow Meng came out of the restaurant with the baby-voiced goddess Qini and the young-looking giant, Lu Xiaoran, he first dropped off Lu Xiaoran at the company before driving Qini home. The whole time, Qini sat quietly in the passenger seat, head down, not saying a word. Her long, beautiful legs, encased in tight jeans, looked very uncomfortable. Finally, when the car stopped in front of the door, Qini spoke. "So, that Meng brother, can you please do me a favor?" Qini's voice was very small, like a mosquito humming. "Chow Meng, get out of the car first and we'll talk." "Oh." Qini let out a little sound like a little white rabbit, obediently got out of the car, and then followed Chow Meng back home in a daze. On the sofa, Qini held the red wine Chow Meng handed her, and her head almost dropped to her crotch. "Is this remorse?" Chow Meng was slightly surprised by Qini's performance. Chapter 8, Chapter 008, The Correct Way to Open the Ring of the Gods, Physical Enhancement, The Incident of the Idiot Brother-in-Law Killing Someone. Menga, can you do me a favor?" Qini suddenly looked up at Chow Meng, her eyes full of pleading. "What is it?" Chow Meng looked down at her condescendingly. Qini bit her lip lightly. Can you lend me 300,000? I'll write you an IOU, I promise to pay you back within 3 years. Ha! Are you playing innocent with me now? 5 years into the end of the world, Chow Meng has forged a heart of stone. No matter how pitiful Qini is, he will not change his mind simply because she is that animal Wenbo's girlfriend. The scene of Wen Qingshan's family using a boning knife to bone their own ribs is still vivid in his mind, and the pain is deeply etched in his mind. What's more, if she really was that chaste, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to go over there today. Pretending to be pure at this moment? Could it be that she is another high-level hunter like Wen Qingxian? I made it very clear before, with me, I will give you $1 million. As for borrowing money? I'm sorry, I never borrow money from people. If you can't afford it, please leave. Upon hearing this, Qini slowly lowered her head, and after a while, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, give me the money first." "Very good." Chow Meng nodded, secretly mocking in his heart, after all this fuss, it's still about money. Without hesitation, he transferred 1 million yuan to the account number given by Qini. "Okay, the money has arrived, now let's have a good cooperation." Chow Meng lifted his wine glass and touched it to Qini's glass. Dong. Qini lifted her glass, drank it in one go, then half lay on the sofa, slowly closing her eyes. Looking at Qini's pretty face, Chow Meng smiled. At some point, it started pouring outside. Halfway through, Chow Meng impatiently answered a call from Wen Qingxian. A short while later, Qini rolled her eyes at him. Then Chow Meng felt a familiar warm current flow through his body, instantly invigorating him, and every cell in his body felt happy. Gene primordial energy, what's going on? A familiar feeling. Genetic primordial energy, this is the energy that Chow Meng obtained after the cosmic dark energy descended and rewarded all living things after the 100-day disaster in his previous life. Now, the 100-day disaster has not yet come, and he has unexpectedly cultivated genetic primordial energy, and it is still through this method. At this moment, Chow Meng's mind went blank, and some strange images and strange information flooded into his mind. The starry blue ring on his finger glowed with a spiritual light, in stark contrast to its previous plain appearance. For a moment, Chow Meng was stunned. This was a very profound guide to genetic primal energy called the Ninefold Demon Scripture of Tribulation. It was many times more exquisite than the 5 animal Daoing he had practiced in his previous life. In addition to the Ninefold Demon Scripture of Tribulation, there were also additional moves for 2 people to practice together. It was similar to the legendary method of dual cultivation. Chow Meng was completely captivated by this information. So this was the way to unlock the true mystery of the starry blue ring. I never would have guessed, huh? In his previous life, Chow Meng had been killed by Wen Qingshan shortly after receiving the starry blue ring. So Chow Meng only knew that the starry blue ring could stop time in an infinite space, and had no idea that it also contained a legacy of martial arts techniques. He never would have imagined that he would be able to uncover this secret so easily after being reborn. With this discovery, Chow Meng was even more confident about staving off the end of the world. There was a thunderstorm overnight. Chow Meng felt like a different person. His physical fitness had improved tremendously. Whether it was strength, endurance, perception, reaction, or speed, he could say that he had been reborn. Chow Meng was confident that with this body, coupled with the fighting techniques and experience he had gained from the 5 years of Doomsday, he could easily kill the vast majority of ancient martial arts masters in the present world. In the morning, when Qini woke up, it was already bright outside, and the warm sunshine shone through the light gauze into the bedroom. Xinyi felt warm and comfortable all over. When she looked around, she noticed that Xiao Meng had already gone. She lifted the quilt and saw red plum blossoms all over. Thinking about last night, a blush of shame appeared on Xinyi's face, followed by a deep sense of loss and self-deprecation. In his eyes, I'm probably just a woman who would sell everything for money. Forget it. Xinyi had just stood up when her feet suddenly felt weak and she almost fell to the ground. Yuck! Xinyi Hong blushed and cursed. I really don't know what kind of monster that guy has turned into. Didn't everyone say that men have a very powerful sage state? He doesn't seem to be a normal one. Quickly tidying up her clothes, she thought about it and rolled up the silk bedsheet with the red plum blossoms printed on it, carefully placing it in her bag. Finally, she glanced at the photo of someone on the bedside table one last time, and just as she was about to open the door and leave, the door opened by itself. Xiao Meng appeared in front of her wearing a black tracksuit. You're awake? Xiao Meng's face was wearing a warm smile, and the way he looked at her was not as cold as it had been yesterday. Breakfast is ready, come and eat. After saying that, he did not wait for her to respond and dragged Xinyi to the table. There were 2 bowls of noodles, each with a poached egg on top. It smelled delicious, and just the smell made her hungry. Xinyi took a bite, a little surprised. The taste was superb, even better than many famous noodle shops. With such good cooking skills, he must often make noodles for Wen Qingxian, right? A strange thought flashed through her mind. But Xinyi didn't say anything, just kept her head down and finished the whole bowl of noodles. She was very hungry and her appetite had been whetted. After the warm noodles had gone down, her mood had improved a lot. She wiped her mouth with a tissue. I'm leaving. The voice was very low. Xiao Meng, this side is more remote, I'll give you a ride wherever you want to go. Xinyi wanted to refuse, but the words that came to her lips became, let's go to Huaxi Hospital. The 2 walked out of the door, Xinyi in front and Xiao Meng half a step behind. Looking at Xinyi, who was walking in front of him, wearing pencil jeans and with a slender and full figure, Xiao Meng tried to speak a few times, but didn't know what to say. Xiao Meng didn't expect that Xinyi was actually a virgin. Moreover, in a sense, it was also she who helped him activate the inheritance function of the starry blue ring. However, when he thought that this woman was the idiot Wenbo's girlfriend, Xiao Meng felt quite uncomfortable. And very confused. The existence of Wenbo lowered her score in Xiao Meng's heart. Moreover, she also took 1,000,000 from him. In addition, she did not get no benefit last night, at least, her physical fitness has been greatly improved. In this way, they have nothing to lose from each other. The experience in the end times has given Xiao Meng a heart of steel. Leave the Virgin Mary and other things to others. Be careful, that man has a knife. The 2 walked downstairs and were about to open the car door when they heard someone shouting not far away. Xiao Meng looked back. Wenbo's hair was a mess, his eyes were red, and he was holding a bloody short knife in his hand. He charged at the 2 like a mad dog. Behind Wenbo, 2 security guards were carrying electric batons and giving chase. One of them had blood dripping from his arm, it looked like he had been stabbed. Scum, bitch, I'll kill you. Wenbo brandished the small knife and stabbed it at Xinyi's chest. Ah! Xinyi screamed in alarm. At that moment, Xiao Meng pulled Xinyi away with a strong pull, and at the same time, he kicked Wenbo in the chest, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away. Wenbo struggled to get up, but the 2 security guards had already caught up to him and without hesitation, they hit him with their electric batons. Chapter 9, Chapter 009, I'll send you to jail. Keeping a dog? You need to open up your mind. Squeak. Accompanied by an electric current, Wenbo convulsed all over, fell to the ground, foamed at the mouth, and the knife was kicked to the side. Then the 2 security guards stepped on his head and crushed him to the ground. Xiao Meng, you animal, you played with my woman, I'll get you. Wenbo was pressed to the ground, still screaming wildly. The 2 security guards also cast a strange look at the 2 of them. Was this an attempted murder of passion? Heh, your woman? Since when did my girlfriend become your woman? Xiao Meng walked up to Wenbo, crouched down, and looked at him with pity. Did you really think that you could fool a beautiful woman by pretending to be a local tyrant? And you killed me. You should think about how many years you'll be stuck sewing machines for. You're committing intentional homicide. You, Xiao Meng, you're shameless. Which eye of yours saw me kill someone? Wenbo was dumbfounded when he heard this. This guy is a single-celled animal with no brain. Yesterday, the family was cleaned up by Chow Meng in various ways and was finally kicked out of the big house. They were drenched in the rain for nearly an hour before they barely found a dim little hotel on the street. Crouching in the dimly lit hotel, Wenbo became more and more angry as he thought about how Chini had gone out to dinner with Chow Meng last night. As soon as it was light, he left his parents and sister behind and went to find Chow Meng with a pocket knife to seek justice. However, the security guard at the community wouldn't let him in, and he saw Chini and Chow Meng come out together. His blood rushed to his head, and he rushed at the security guard with the knife. Intentional homicide? Wenbo had never thought that things would get so serious. He had been spoiled by his parents and sister for many years, and was not a very rational person, prone to anger and impulsive actions. Originally, he just wanted to scare Chow Meng with the knife, so that Chow Meng would not bully his sister too much, and get some benefits in the process. However, as soon as he saw Qin Yi and Chow Meng walking out together, he completely lost control. He became hot-headed, stabbed the security guard in his way, and then rushed in, shouting that he wanted to kill Chow Meng. Great! There was a surveillance camera nearby, recording everything in sync, and there was no way they could explain themselves with 80 mouths. Before long, the police arrived. The two parties, Chow Meng and Qin Yi, were also invited to the police station to understand the situation. As for Wenbo, his motive for preparing to retaliate and kill someone was already obvious, and he had even stabbed the security guard. The facts and evidence were clear and unequivocal, and he was taken into custody at that time. As for how many years he would be sentenced to in the end, it no longer mattered, because the end was coming. It was almost midnight when the statement was taken. When Chow Meng and Qin Yi came out, they ran into Wen Qingxian and her parents. Chow Meng, wait. Wen Qingxian, in high heels, quickly walked up and blocked Chow Meng and Qin Yi's path. A beautiful, high-class face was filled with resentment. However, her tone was very soft, with a hint of pleading. Chow Meng, I was wrong, please spare my brother, okay? Wen's father and mother also surrounded them, pleading, yes, Chow Meng, we are all family. For the sake of the 2 years you and Qingxian have been friends, can you spare your brother this time? 2 years of friendship? Ha ha. Chow Meng sneered in his heart, people like you also know about friendship? Wen Qingxian, I think you've got it wrong. It's not that I won't let your brother go, it's that your brother tried to kill me. He's guilty of attempted murder, and he also injured the security guard. You shouldn't be here begging me. Chow Meng, I know that my brother was in the wrong this time. Wen Qingxian hung her head and spoke against her conscience. In fact, she didn't feel that Wenbo had done anything wrong. It was really Chow the thief who was being too aggressive. My brother is just young and impulsive, and he doesn't know any better. He didn't really kill anyone. If you are willing to forgive my brother, I will take care of the security guard's side. Please, Wen Qingxian said, and she reached out to grab Chow Meng's arm. Forgive? Are you kidding me? Chow Meng shook her hand off and sneered. He tried to kill me, and I'm supposed to forgive him? Who do you think is in the wrong here? After saying that, he took Qin Yi's hand and walked away. Wen Qingxian tried to go up to them, but was stopped by the family and friends of the injured security guard. After leaving the police station, Chow Meng looked at the silent Qin Yi. He could tell that she was not in a good mood. It was understandable. After being threatened with a knife by her ex-boyfriend and causing such a big scene, it was strange that she would be in a good mood. Chow Meng, it's noon, why don't we go have lunch first? Qin Yi shook her head and said indifferently, no, take me to the hospital first. Okay. The car started and headed straight for Huaxi Hospital. By the way, what are you doing at the hospital? Do you have a family member or friend who was sick? Chow Meng curiously asked. In fact, Chow Meng had only met Qin Yi twice before and didn't know much about her. In her previous life, it seemed that Qin Yi had not had time to get engaged to Wenbo before the end of the world came. My father is sick, I need to take him some food, Qin Yi simply replied and then stopped talking. Chow Meng didn't ask any more questions and took her straight to the hospital. When they got out of the car, Qin Yi turned her head and looked at Chow Meng, gritted her teeth and said, after a few days when my father gets better, I'll come to your house to find you. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. After saying this, she opened the car door, stepped on her high heels and quickly left. As he watched Qin Yi's back as she left, Chow Meng shook his head and said, well, that's fine. After finding a place to eat lunch, Chow Meng drove to the logistics company. As soon as he arrived at the company, his phone rang with a text message. Chow Meng looked at it and saw that it was a transfer message. The transfer was from Qin Yi, 678,000 yuan. What does this mean, and a discount? Xiao Meng was at a loss for words. Then, a text message from Qini came through. Xiao Meng, thank you, I will pay you back the remaining 322,000 yuan as soon as possible. Until then, our agreement is still valid. Ha! What the? Script? Playing tough with me? I was wrong about her. Is she using the money to save her family? Xiao Meng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The end was approaching, and the dark nature of people would gradually be revealed. Under the threat of survival, many good people would resort to any means necessary. There were not many people who could truly hold on to their conscience. The extreme circumstances of the end of the world would really turn good people into bad people. Human nature could not withstand the test. Whether Qini was good or bad, he didn't have time to test it. There were only 6 days left before the end of the world, and time was tight. Boss Chow, you're here? Today, Lu Xiaoran is still wearing her black OL suit, which is a bit tight, with a bun hairstyle, and full of energy. She runs over to open the door for Xiao Meng. By the way, boss, how was Qini last night? The delicate little face came up and asked very curiously. Xiao Meng, what happened? Keep pretending. Lu Xiaoran laughed and said, I'm asking you, after you dropped me off at the station last night, where did you go? What's the point of prying? Get to work. Xiao Meng lifted his hand and ran his fingers through Lu Xiaoran's pigtails. That feels good. Woof woof. At that moment, 3 small and 1 large yellow dogs burst out of the warehouse next door with the door wide open, bared their teeth and barked furiously at Xiao Meng. Big Yellow, stop it. Lu Xiaoran shouted at them. At Lu Xiaoran's shout, the 3 dogs obediently shut up. Very obedient. Why did I forget this? Xiao Meng suddenly slapped his forehead at this scene. Dogs. In the end times, the people closest to you are likely to betray you. But dogs won't. They are the most loyal companions and guardians. After the 100-day disaster, dogs, like humans, will also receive feedback from dark energy. In his previous life, Xiao Meng knew a big shot who was born with a dog, and he managed to make a name for himself with a dozen big dogs. Since he has been reborn, how can he let it go? Besides dogs, cats are also fine, and there are also some birds. Yes, the pattern must be opened. Chapter 10 Chapter 010 Doomsday Base. Lu Xiaoran saw Boss Chow standing there for a long time without saying a word, and thought he was angry. She hurriedly explained. Well, Boss Chow, these 3 dogs are stray dogs that I have adopted. I thought they could help me guard the warehouse at night, as I am a bit afraid to be alone. After thinking about it, she added with great reluctance. But don't worry, I'll pay for the dogs' food and make sure they're well behaved and don't get into trouble. Originally, she had been thinking about finding an opportunity to ask Xiao Meng to give the 3 dogs official status. After all, the dogs that guarded the construction site all received attendance fees and food subsidies, didn't they? Now, looking at Xiao Meng's face, she could only pay for it herself. Xiao Meng smiled helplessly. This lorry goddess is really a money chain. If you like her, keep her. I'll pay for her food. Lu Xiaoran was overjoyed. Shredded coconut, long live the boss. Rhubarb, quickly thank the boss. Woof woof. Awesome. Xiao Meng looked at Lu Xiaoran in some amazement. It was not simple to train a Chinese pastoral dog to be so understanding. Lu Xiaoran said excitedly, Boss, I didn't know that when I was back home, I also kept a dog. Xiao Meng waved his hand. Okay, no more nonsense, let's get to work, we have a lot of goods to order. In the office, Lu Xiaoran brewed a cup of tea for Xiao Meng and tilted her head as she watched him shop. Polar winter clothing? Boss, are you going on an Antarctic expedition? It's so expensive, 18,000 yuan for a set. Xiao Meng turned his head. What size clothes do you wear? Oh, the boss is going to give me a raise. The young girl's eyes became heart-shaped. Cut the crap and tell me. Lu Xiaoran, me, 36E. Xiao Meng. Are you showing off? Polar winter clothing, winter clothes, winter shoes. There's also a 100-ton silver frost charcoal barbecue stove, a transformer, and various small hardware items. Energy costs aren't that high. Next, food, meat, milk, purified water, and so on. I also ordered some emergency medicine, mainly antibiotics. Last night, Xiao Meng borrowed money from several friends, and it all arrived in his account. The only thing left was to sign a loan contract with the bank. After giving Lu Xiaoran a few instructions, Xiao Meng went to several major banks without stopping. By the end of the afternoon, there were more than 300 million yuan on his card. However, it was quickly spent. After the food and energy were taken care of, the next step was the safe base. Xiao Meng originally lived in a high-rise apartment building, but the population density was a little too high for him to make any bold modifications. Fortunately, Xiao Meng still had a villa that he hadn't sold, which he had originally reserved for marrying a wife in the future, and it was now just in time. There was one more thing: Xiao Meng didn't let Wen Qingxian know about the existence of this villa. Mainly because he was afraid that if this woman knew that he still had a large villa, she would get any unworthy thoughts in her head, and make him give it to her younger brother. This is something that this crazy brother helper could really do. Although Xiao Meng was once infatuated with Wen Qingxian, he was not really completely crazy, and he still had his own little secrets. The single-family villa was not far from where Xiao Meng currently lived, just a few minutes' walk away. The villa community was not too big or too small, with a total of just over 50 sets. Xiao Meng's villa had 3.5 floors above ground and 2 basement levels, with an indoor swimming pool. The 2 underground floors are almost indistinguishable from the upper 3 floors, with good ventilation. The only drawback is the lack of natural light. That night, Xiao Meng made an emergency renovation plan, contacted a familiar engineering team, purchased materials at a high price, and was ready to start the next day. Early the next morning, Xiao Meng first went to the villa to meet with the head of the engineering team and gave an advance payment of 50% of the project cost on the spot. He demanded that the project be completed within 5 days. Because the rebirth time node and the time window given to himself were too small, he could only carry out some emergency renovations first. Afterwards, he could buy some materials himself and slowly work on the project. Another point is that extremely low temperatures can also be regarded as the work of nature's hands, and if used well, they can still create an impregnable fortress. The first phase of the renovation focuses on ventilation and insulation. Then the doors and windows will be reinforced. Bulletproof glass and double-layer insulated glass will be used as linings, and a thick alloy security door will be installed. There is also a high-voltage electric fence. Cameras need to be installed around the villa. After giving some instructions, Xiao Meng drove directly to the bird and flower market. Xiao Meng bought 2 litters of dogs. 1 litter was of earth-colored Chinese field dogs, 1 large dog and 6 puppies. And 1 litter was of black German shepherds, 1 large dog and 7 small puppies. Both litters were mother and child. There were also 5 small tabby cats. 2 semi-adult parrots, 1 black and 1 white, the talking kind. In addition, he spent 50,000 yuan on 2 semi-adult harriers. Then he bought some veterinary medicine and feed. Oh yes, and 5 baby ducks and a pair of baby turtles. Xiao Meng, who had experienced the end of the world, knew that not all animals were suitable for keeping. Some animals were also ungrateful, they could not be trained. Among the birds, Xiao Meng knew that parrots were okay. A half-grown harrier is also fine, but it takes a bit of work to tame it. In addition, there are a few species that you can't buy, and of course the system doesn't allow you to buy them. Among domesticated animals, ducks are actually the most loyal. If you raise them from a young age, they will treat you like their parents and follow you everywhere. The most important thing is that they won't become useless trash in the future. As for aquatic animals, they generally have low intelligence, and only turtles can be kept. You can't get dolphins and stuff like that. In addition to pets, Xiao Meng also bought some plants and flowers. Some of these flowers and plants will be kept in the villa, while the rest are the inventory of Star Blue Ring. Xiao Meng specially found a small truck and drove these pets to the garden of the villa under construction, and kept them in the corner first. Xiao Meng has already made a plan for his happy life in the end. The 3rd floor of the villa will be turned into an indoor botanical garden, with flowers and plants, and then a few artificial small suns will be installed to provide light and heat for the plants to thrive. By then, while people outside are shivering in the same old snow and ice, he will be enjoying the fragrance of flowers in the warm botanical garden, and it's just so beautiful to think about. After doing all this, Xiao Meng went to visit his best friend Huang Wentao, who was sleeping in the upper bunk bed at university. This guy is a typical urban tech geek. After working as a programmer in a big company for a year, he decided to quit and started developing small programs on his own. While making money, he also plays games and has fun at home. Holy shit, Lao Huang, how long has it been since you last went out? After seeing his good friend again for the first time in 5 years, he was still as disheveled as ever, with long, unkempt hair, shorts and a vest, and flip-flops. The 2-bedroom apartment reeked of mold. Cigarette butts were scattered everywhere, the trash bags were full, and there were 3 or 4 used instant noodle containers on the computer desk, filled with cigarette butts and white paper balls. It looked like the maid had been hard at work, and the air was so filthy that it almost made Chow Meng want to vomit. This dog, he's getting more and more self-indulgent since leaving school. Haha, I've been busy leveling up lately, I don't feel like going out. Laughing to himself, Huang kicked the rubbish out of the way and pulled a chair over to the desk. Do you know I've missed you? Come see me. Screw you. Chow Meng punched Huang's skinny chest hard. For some reason, he just felt like crying. Come on, you're not going to cry, are you? Huang laughed. Don't be ridiculous. Chow Meng calmed down. In his previous life, Huang died of cold and hunger. He was a nerd who stored junk food like instant noodles, and could basically stay at home for a month or two without leaving. But he still didn't survive the cold. If you do this for me, I'll give you 1,000 free self-serving hot pots. Huang Wentao was thrilled to hear this. This is much better than instant noodles. Holy shit, 1,000 free hot pots? What's the big project? Hurry up and tell me. Simple. I want you to help me crawl the internet and find all the TV shows, movies, and, dongyang movies you can find, as well as all the standalone games. You can pay for downloads too. Chow Meng smiled and handed over a 10 TB hard drive. Pfft, that's it, and you're paying for downloads? Who do you think you're talking to? Huang Wentao is a technical expert, and it's not hard to design two grabbers. It's done, I'll copy it for you now. I've already downloaded what you want and saved it. Haha, I'm just afraid your disk isn't big enough. Chow Meng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. It's still you dog. Since Chow Meng was here so rarely, Huang Wentao let the computer copy the files while he went downstairs to a small restaurant, washed his face, shaved, tidied up his appearance, and changed into a set of clothes that he had worn a few times and that were still barely clean. During the meal, Chow Meng quietly placed an order with Huang Wentao for 1,000 sets of self-heating hot pots in various colors. It was hard to get this bastard to cook for himself. There were also 3 sets of cold weather clothing and quilts. In addition, Chow Meng also ordered 3 tons of diesel fuel in small barrels for this guy, as well as 2 high-end diesel generators, delivered to the door. As brothers for several years, Chow Meng didn't want this guy to collapse in the dark apocalypse, and this guy couldn't live without his computer. After thinking about it, he also directly called someone to come to his door and replace it with a high-end security door. What the hell are you doing, taking care of your old age? Huang Wentao asked, half drunk and confused. Chow Meng didn't explain, because it was hard to explain. After finishing the meal, Chow Meng took the copied Doomsday Entertainment Encyclopedia and left. He had done what he had to do, and hoped that the dog would be able to survive the extreme cold. Not many people can recall a warm feeling after enduring the human trials of the darkest of doom. Chow Meng hoped that this warmth would not disappear. Chapter 11 Chapter 011 Supplies arrive. Mad Dog Boxing Master and Weapons. On the third day, the goods that Chow Meng had ordered arrived one after the other. Chow Meng guarded the large warehouse that Lu Xiaoran had just rented. The goods were brought in batches, dumped, then released, and then the gates were closed and everything was directly stored in the Star Blue Ring. Then another batch was brought in. The whole process was completely under his control. Lu Xiaoran only set up a point at the intersection outside the warehouse to sign and check the orders to confirm, but she was not allowed to enter the warehouse. This little girl was also simple and didn't ask questions she shouldn't, just keeping her own affairs in order. In the meantime, when Qingshan's family seemed to have given up and did not bother Chow Meng again. Instead, Qini simply sent a text message. Chow Meng took the opportunity to ask for Qini's address. Then he simply ordered 2 tons of beef jerky, 1 ton of briquettes and some rice, flour, oil and other groceries anonymously and delivered them to her. After all, he was her first man. Most importantly, Chow still had a craving for her body. After passing the test and having enough strength to suppress her, it was not impossible to take her to the base. Time flew and it was the 6th day. That afternoon, driven by the urge to buy things, all the ordered goods arrived. Boss, is there anything else to do next? In the office, Lu Xiaoran stretched vigorously, tilting her head back and looking pitifully at Chow Meng. 6 days of high-intensity work, purchasing so many things, just placing orders, checking orders at the door, and other matters almost exhausted her. Fortunately, Chow Meng helped with the warehousing work, and she was not allowed to enter the large warehouse, otherwise she really would not have been able to keep up. Lu Xiaoran was a little impressed with herself, her fighting spirit was at full strength. Chow Meng laughed and said, for the time being, you'll stay at the company for the next few days, don't go anywhere, and be ready to follow orders at any time. The darkest hour will come at 12 noon the day after tomorrow. Chow Meng left 2 containers of food such as pork and beef, as well as a few gas tanks, several large barrels of diesel and a diesel generator in the small warehouse. These things were considered benefits for a small employee like Lu Xiaoran. Of course, this was also a lucky charm that Xiao Meng had left for his own happy life in the end. In the long night, in the cold of the end of the world, there is always something to do to pass the time besides eating and drinking. Most importantly, the development of the starry blue ring also needs the boss to rest assured and be always ready. Lu Xiaoran suddenly got up, straightened her shoulders, and saluted Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng raised his hand to knock her hand down and laughed. Okay, take a good rest for 2 days. Also, if you like to adopt cats and dogs, you can adopt a few more in the next 2 days, or keep them in the warehouse. When Lu Xiaoran heard this, she immediately perked up. Really? Are you going to open a rescue shelter for stray cats and dogs, or are you going to open a pet chain? What are you thinking about? Okay, take 2 days off and go. Xiao Meng raised his hand and rubbed her round head, messing up her hair, before leaving for the villa. The renovation of the villa had been completed. Because a lot of the final payment had been secured, and Xiao Meng, the owner of the construction team, was known to him and there was a long-standing cooperative relationship, there were no issues with the materials used or the quality of the work. After Xiao Meng was satisfied with the inspection, he simply signed the bill and paid the final payment. Then he moved all the animals kept in the garden corner, such as the dog, cat, ducklings, turtles, etc., as well as the potted plants, to the villa. The third floor was transformed by Xiao Meng into an indoor sunplant garden. The second floor is his own bedroom plus a leisure area. The first floor has become an activity area for the animals. After feeding the big yellow and the black family and the 5 kittens, Xiao Meng left. Next, he needs to prepare 2 handy weapons and pay a visit to some old acquaintances from his previous life. In his previous life, Xiao Meng escaped from Wen Xingxuan's family with serious injuries. If he hadn't been rescued by a kind person, he would have probably frozen to death in the snow. When Xiao Meng met Chen Haping, he was training in his martial arts school. Chen Haping, master of the Mad Dog Murderous Fist, a vigilante with extrajudicial justice. The person who saved him was his cousin, who lived in the same community as Xiao Meng and in the building opposite. Of course, Chen Haping was also Xiao Meng's rescuer. However, at this point in time, the two did not know each other. The name of the martial arts school was very down-to-earth, and it was simply called Mad Dog Martial Arts School. Unlike other fitness institutions, Mad Dog Martial Arts School did not recruit students from the outside, and Chen Haping just brought along 7 or 8 disciples to practice by himself. Because Chen Haping's Mad Dog Killing Fist is all about killing techniques, if you're not careful, something bad will happen. So if you want to be Chen Haping's disciple, you must have a good character and good martial arts skills. Kill, yaa, drink, roar. The sounds coming from the ring are as shrill as those of a mad dog, causing super noise pollution and making your brain buzz. Accompanied by screams, a lean middle-aged man about 1.7 meters tall sweated profusely, his moves ruthless, simple, direct, and swift, difficult to defend against. Looking closely, each blow was full of power, each extremely sinister, gouging eyes, locking throats, monkey-stealing peaches, devious and despicable, sending shivers down the spine. This mad dog boxing style, Xiao Meng also knew, having learned it from Chen Haping in his previous life. One word to describe this boxing style: practical. It is much better than those fancy moves on the market that look good but are useless. Xiao Meng watched for more than 10 minutes from the sidelines before Chen Haping stopped training in his sweat, grabbed the towel next to him and wiped it down roughly, before walking off the ring. "Little brother, you know Kung Fu too?" Chen Haping asked with a smile. Xiao Meng laughed and said, "No, but it looks very impressive. Practicing for fun is useless." Chen Haping shook his head and said, "Do you need something?" Xiao Meng said directly, "I heard from a friend that you have authentic Longquan swords and compound bows, and I want to buy a few." Chen Haping, apart from running a martial arts school and selling training equipment, also ran a grain, oil and aquatic produce business, and several of his disciples were also involved in various businesses. In the last life, after the Ice Age and the darkness descended and order collapsed, this naturally chivalrous older brother simply stepped forward and took several disciples with him to maintain order while also helping others. Within a short period of time, he had gathered a large following. Unfortunately, he ended up provoking the son of the deputy mayor of Linhai City, and almost lost his life in the end. His followers also scattered under the threat of the other party, and only a few people, such as Xiao Meng, did not abandon him. The group hid left and right in the end of the world. And the son of the deputy mayor ended up getting together with the poisonous woman Wen Xingxuan. This older brother is one of the few people Xiao Meng has met in the end of the world that he can trust. As the saying goes, one who gathers firewood for the crowd should not let them freeze to death in the snowstorm. Chen helped many people, but Chow Meng didn't know how many. Chow Meng only knew that he had saved his life, and that was enough. Since he had been reborn, Chow Meng could not let him suffer the same fate as before. Chen Heping was also quite puzzled. The way this young man looked at him was very soft, and it felt like a brother. It gave one an inexplicable sense of trust. Strange, I clearly don't know him. Also, I always feel that this kid is a master, and I don't think I can defeat him. Chen Heping was very puzzled. Chow Meng didn't stay with Chen Heping for long. He chose 2 powerful compound bows, 100 alloy arrows, and 2 Longquan swords before leaving. He went to Li Shui restaurant for a meal, and then went straight to the high-rise house next door, packing all his luggage and some things of sentimental value into the alternate space. Just as he was about to go downstairs and get in the car, he saw Wen Xingxuan's family, accompanied by a young man in a suit, walking out from the opposite building with radiant looks on their faces. What surprised Chow Meng was that Wen Bo, who should still be in the police station, was also there. Don't worry, uncle and aunt. I'll find someone to ruin that Chow brat you mentioned tomorrow. Mad, a mere upstart, dares to bully Qingxian, he's gone too far. The young man strutted proudly alongside Wen Qingxian, his tone overbearing. Wen Qingxian had a bashful look on her face, and there was a hint of expectation in her big eyes, as if she could already see Chow Meng being beaten up and unable to take care of himself. Chapter 12 Chapter 012 Revenge does not wait overnight, and the rich young man's family of 1,000,000 was taken over by the counterattack. Ah, Chow Meng. Wen Bo, who was following Wen Qingxian, was the first to discover Chow Meng sitting in the car, and he immediately became excited and agitated. He quickly rushed to Chow Meng's car and said with a smug grin, "Ha, you're screwed. I didn't think I'd get out so soon, did you? Ah, foo." A strong sputum was spat hard on the windshield. Aren't you very arrogant? You're going to make me spend a few years in prison. Chow Meng. Has someone backing him up? Wen's parents, Wen Bo's parents, no longer meek and obedient as before. They remembered the humiliation of being driven out into the rain by Chow Meng in the middle of the night, and the 2 wasted years of their daughter's youth. They immediately gathered around angrily. "Jiang Xiao, this kid is Chow Meng, it was him who bullied and cheated Xingxuan's feelings and slandered your younger brother Wen Bo for murder." Wen's mother pointed at Chow Meng in the car and said to Jiang Tao. Wen Bo also roared with red eyes, "Brother-in-law, this is the grandson, you help me get rid of him." "Oh, you're Chow Meng?" Jiang Tao tilted his head and looked down on Chow Meng. "I heard that you're very capable, and you dare to cheat even my woman? What do you want?" Chow Meng looked up at him with pity in his eyes. Jiang Tao, the young master of the Jianhai group, was also the lackey of the deputy city lord's son. The Jianhai group had dirty family finances and was itself the white glove of the deputy city lord. With that young master's protection, it was simply not difficult for Jiang Tao to get Wen Bo out. After all, it was only an attempted murder, and for a big shot, there was too much room for maneuver. This person was also the first person to support Wen Qingxian after she left him in his previous life, but this support later inexplicably died, and then, after Wen Qingxian followed that young master for 3 years, that young master and his father also died one after the other. How about it? Jiang Tao sneered, "Simple, just pay Qingxian 30 million in compensation, and this matter will be over." Chow Meng laughed, "What if I don't take it?" "Don't take it?" Jiang Tao snorted, and straightened up, picking a fist-sized pebble out of the flower bed next to him. "Don't worry, you'll take it sooner or later. I promise." After saying that, the pebble in his hand slammed hard onto the windshield of the car. Bang! The windshield was smashed into a spider web by the sharp pebble. After doing all this, Jiang Tao rubbed the mud on his hands on his suit twice, and then said lightly, "You like to call the police, don't you? Now you can do it. Qingxian, let's go." After saying that, he said lightly to Wen Qingxian. Wen Xingxuan's high-class face broke into a smile and she rushed towards Chow Meng's car, spitting a mouthful of saliva at it. Then, she took the initiative to hold Jiang Tao's arm and walk towards the outside of the community. Wen Bo let out a breath of air and his excited face turned red. "Ha, Suanzi, aren't you good? Come on, come down and hit your father, huh?" "Bah, nouveau riche, trash, nothing." Wen's mother also spat out a mouthful of spittle and followed her incompetent old man's pace with her daughter. "Ha!" Chow Meng sat in the car, lit a cigarette, and watched the group of people gradually walk away. He started the car slowly. Then he turned on the high beam lights. With one foot on the accelerator, the engine roared, and the car crashed into the family. Holy cow! Ah! Yikes. Jiang Tao and Wen Qingxian never imagined that Xiao Meng would be so aggressive, and they were instantly terrified. Fortunately, the two sides were not very close, and there was still room for reaction. They quickly jumped and dove to the sides of the road. Hum. The car sped off like an arrow, scraping past the clothes of the people on the ground. In an instant, Wen Qingxuan's family and Jiang Tao all fell to the ground. They didn't get hit, but they were scared out of their wits. It took a long time for Jiang Tao to get up. With the help of Wen Qingxian, his pants were soaked with urine from the shock. You wait for me. He had lost face. The famous Jiang Shao had actually been scared to urinate by a nouveau riche. Xiao Meng let out a breath of anger, and his mood eased considerably. He began to consider this Jiang Shao and the power behind him. In another life, it was inevitable that he would run into his enemy from the previous life. Jianhai Group was a local tyrant in Linhai City, and it almost monopolized the grain and oil trading market and fresh food market in Linhai City. If I remember correctly, the Jianhai Group also has a large logistics warehouse in the western suburbs, where mountains of rice, flour, oil, and frozen meat are stored. One of the reasons why the deputy mayor of the previous life was able to dominate the masses and control half of Linhai City was that he received support from the Jiang family in terms of massive supplies, which allowed him to recruit soldiers and horses with ease. Now that they are on opposing sides, the logistics warehouse is a problem. It's not going to be easy. If there are no conditions, we can't do it. If there are conditions, we have to do it. If there are no conditions, we have to create them. With the starry blue ring in hand, he just needs to find an opportunity to infiltrate the Jianhai Group's storage base. He immediately turned the car around and drove towards the western suburbs. After a short while, he arrived at the Jianhai Group's logistics and storage base. He directly stored the car in the starry blue ring, and then took advantage of the night and bypassed the cameras along the road to arrive outside the storage base gate. It so happened that two trucks were waiting at the gate to register and inspect the goods. Xiao Meng took out a towel from the star blue ring, wrapped it around his face to pretend to be a masked man, took out a pair of gloves and put them on, and then quietly slipped past, hanging under the car. After the battle with Qin Yi, Xiao Meng, who had been genetically modified, was now in much better physical condition than before. Hanging under the car was like playing house for him. A few minutes later, the car slowly drove into the storage base. Perhaps because it was late, the car entered the storage base and did not hurry to unload the goods. The driver went straight to rest. After waiting for a while, and making sure that there was no one around, Xiao Meng climbed out from under the car and then carefully walked to the back storage area. Oh! This sight really surprised Xiao Meng. There were containers of rice, flour, cooking oil and soybeans, which looked like small mountains. The quantity is probably hundreds of thousands or even millions of tons, and a large part of it is soybeans, which should be used to supply the oil mill owned by Jianhai Group. This is much more than the rice, flour, and oil that I have hoarded myself. Although the quality is slightly inferior, who cares about these things at the end of the world? It is no wonder that Jianhai Group, which is said to control half of Linhai City's food and drink, is remarkable. Looking around the roof of the warehouse, I found a few cameras. Turn off the lights. Xiao Meng found the main power switch at the entrance and pulled it off decisively. Then, Jiang Tao, you son of a bitch, smashed my car window, so I'll rob you of hundreds of thousands of tons of supplies as compensation, and you won't be happy. Collect, I'll collect. The star blue ring spirit light on his fingertips kept flashing, and one mountain after another in front of him disappeared. In 1 minute, all the goods were swept away. It's great, robbing other people's stockpiles is much more enjoyable than stockpiling on your own. It's true that the bold die young, while the timid starve to death. Then, Xiao Meng quickly left the storage area and ran back to the bottom of the van. As soon as he hid there, he saw two guys in security uniforms come out of the surveillance room, cursing, and walk towards the warehouse. Then, the lights came on. Ah! This is quick, Captain, something big has happened, come quickly. The screams could be heard from afar, the security guards' terrified shouts. It's so scary. And so spooky. Within a few minutes of the lights being turned off, the mountain of goods had disappeared into thin air. This is fucking hell. The two security guards were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. Chapter 13 Chapter 013 Alpine Mineral Water Goodbye Qin Yi. Hearing the shouts, the security team leader rushed in with 3 subordinates. Ah! Xiao Meng took advantage of the chaos to emerge from under the car. He found some rocks, but because his hands were unaccustomed to it and he didn't have enough control over his strength, it took him 3 tries to blow up the probe. Then, Chow Meng ran over in a gust of wind, climbed up the high wall along the electric pole in the corner, and disappeared into the vast night. Arriving at a remote intersection, Chow Meng released a new car from the starry blue ring, and then, without hurrying home, drove directly out of the city. He still had something important to do. In the car, Chow Meng carefully reviewed the process and found that there should be no mistakes. With modern high technology, as long as you check with all your heart and are willing to spend time, you can always find clues. But even if you find clues, what can you do? There is no evidence. But that's hundreds of thousands of tons of goods, and it's all gone in the blink of an eye. How could one person have done it? With something this big, there's no way the suspicion could fall on someone as far removed as Chow Meng. The biggest suspect in a case like this can only be someone from within, someone who stole from the company. Who would believe that Chow Meng could have emptied such a large warehouse single-handedly? The most important thing is that the end is coming, and there's no time to investigate. The disappearance of hundreds of thousands of goods from the Jianghai Group's warehouse not only alarmed the senior management of the Jianghai Group, but also several big shots in Linhai. As Chow Meng had guessed, the investigations by all parties immediately focused on the Jianghai Group itself. However, the surveillance video showed that the goods had only been there for 2 or 3 minutes before they disappeared. So, it was spooky. Fake surveillance video? Fake date? Is this still a high-tech, high-IQ crime? The more questions there are, the more suspicious they become. The more they investigate, the more sinister it gets. Further investigation has also revealed a lot of dirty business within the group. Qingyuan Mountain Reservoir, more than 200 miles northwest of Linhai City. This is a typical high mountain reservoir, with an area of more than 10 square kilometers. There are large forests within tens of miles around, and there are no sources of pollution. Moreover, it is the largest water intake base of a well-known mineral water company, and the water quality is excellent. Chow Meng rushed here overnight to prepare for his own water for the end of the world. When the end of the world comes, everything will be frozen, and the tap water system will be the first to be scrapped. Chow Meng doesn't want to hack through the ice and get water in the snow. Taking advantage of the darkness of night, Chow Meng carefully avoids the patrols and follows the forest down to the waterline. Starry blue ring, suck. The starry blue ring sucks like a long whale, absorbing crazily. A huge water vortex appears in front of him. So fast. Chow Meng deliberately used his consciousness to carve out a separate space in the star blue ring to store water resources. Soon, the water level in the reservoir began to drop. Half an hour later, after the water level had dropped by almost 50 centimeters, the night shift staff of the mineral water company responsible for guarding the water extraction base finally noticed something was wrong and began inspecting the reservoir dam with a flashlight. Unfortunately, Chow Meng was not on the dam side. Seeing the lights flashing on the dam, Chow Meng decisively retreated. Yes, there are almost 10 million cubic meters of high-quality mountain spring water. Now, with food, energy, the grain and oil depot of the Jianghai Group, and water, there is enough supplies to last a lifetime. When Chow Meng returned to the villa, it was already past 5 a.m. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the garden dog, Da Wang, and the German shepherd, Laoe, each with their own puppies, occupying the south and north of the living room, facing each other and snarling. Look at the scars on the German shepherd's face. Well, these two families must have had a fight. The injuries aren't serious, so it was probably a close fight, with both sides testing each other's strength before finally striking a peace. The furniture and sofa are all intact. Very good, very idyllic. If it had been Era, I'm afraid the house would have been demolished. Chow Meng's gaze fell on the cat's nest in the corner. 5 poor little Li Hua cats were shivering inside their special nest, looking pitifully at the cat owner. These are fatherless children. Well, poor cat owner. Chow Meng sighed. He carried the poor little Li Hua cats and their nest into his bedroom, and gave them some cat food and water. The kittens didn't come out when they saw the food, but just looked at Chow Meng with scared eyes, wanting to get close but afraid, pitiful. Take it slowly. Then he took a quick shower in the bathroom, wrapped himself in a towel, and just as he opened the bathroom door, he saw the kittens scurry back to their nest. Chow Meng shook his head, threw himself onto the soft bed and fell asleep in no time. Early the next morning, Chow Meng woke up and suddenly felt something furry on his body. He looked up and saw 5 little things lying on top of him in a row, their small eyes narrowed and their pretty cat faces full of enjoyment. He. This was the first time Chow Meng had been a cat or dog owner, so naturally he had no experience. Seeing the appearance of the little things made him melt. No wonder people say that having a pet is very soothing. Chow Meng was a little reluctant to disturb them, and gently stroked their soft fur. The kittens sensed something was wrong and subconsciously stiffened their bodies. When they saw the owner's large hand, they obediently lay back down. Meow. Okay, does it think I'm its mother? After petting the cats for 3 minutes, Chow Meng slowly got up, added some new food for a few kittens, and took care of the garbage and other things. Then it took half an hour to feed the 2 families of rhubarb and black, the 5 sisters of yellow ducklings and 2 brothers of turtles, as well as the 2 sisters of little harriers and the 2 black and white parrots. After cleaning up the garbage, he drove out of the door. 9 a.m., 1 day and 3 hours left until the end of the world. Chow Meng slowly drove his car down the busy city street. As he watched the endless stream of cars, the bustling street stalls and the endless stream of passers-by, he felt 100 different emotions. This was his last day. In 1 day, all the prosperity in front of him would disappear, and when the sun came up again, everything would be different. Hey! Suddenly, Chow Meng was attracted by a familiar figure on the street. Chini. He saw Chini wearing tight jeans and a white shirt, standing behind a metal cart selling buns. A long line had formed in front of the cart, with office workers waiting to buy breakfast. The business looked very good. Chow Meng parked the car in a parking space and then watched Chini from a short distance away, smiling as she enthusiastically and quickly sold bag after bag of buns. It wasn't long before a cart full of buns was sold out, and Chow Meng walked over. You're here, haven't had breakfast yet, right? Chini looked at Chow Meng with a wandering gaze, then picked up a bag of buns and handed it over. Chow Meng smiled and took it. There's more? I saw you earlier, I saved it especially for you. Chini's pretty little head bowed slightly, her voice very soft. Chapter 14, Chapter 014, The end is near. Well, thanks, I don't need to pay you, right? Chow Meng half-jokingly took out a small steamed bun and took a bite. Don't say it, Chini's steamed buns really do taste good. No need. Chini looked up, slightly embarrassed as she looked Chow Meng in the eye. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet, but my father's surgery was a success and he's already gone home to recuperate. Your father had surgery? Chow Meng suddenly understood, so she wanted money to treat her old father. Yes, a kidney transplant, and the other party wants 300,000 yuan. Chini said lightly, her pretty face blushing again as her big, curious eyes stared at Chow Meng's face. By the way, have you ever sent anything to my home? Chini asked, as if possessed. Chow Meng was taken aback and pretended to be stupid. No. Oh. Chini was taken aback. It's only natural to think that even if he really wanted to give her something, he couldn't have sent her anything like beef jerky, briquettes, rice, flour, oil, and so on, and not just once, but so many times. This doesn't make sense. People give women gifts like bags, necklaces, rings, clothes, gems, flowers, etc. Some are creative, like a hammer, a brick maul, a whip, a washboard, a keyboard, etc. But no one has ever given these things. It must be a mistake on the part of the sender. It's just that so. Many things were sent, but the sender's address and name were not even left, so she can't return them. This is really a troublesome matter. After getting a negative answer from Chow Meng, Chini's heart was still very disappointed. Chini's feelings for Chow Meng were very complicated. In order to save her father's life, she had to get more than 300,000 yuan from Chow Meng, and she paid a price for it. After a night, for some reason, this donkey was like a brand in her heart, and it would not go away. She was a little worried and afraid that Chow Meng would look down on her because of this. After paying the medical expenses for the operation, Chini returned the remaining money to Chow Meng without a single penny missing, and even said that she wanted to pay him back in full. In front of Chow Meng, she wanted to have her own backbone and dignity, and did not want him to simply treat her as a plaything. When the end of the world comes, and you discover the preciousness of these supplies, won't you think it's a gift from God? Chow Meng laughed to himself, I can be considered the hand of God too. Where is your home? I'll take you there. It's in the cotton spinning community, not far. If you're busy, you can go ahead, I can manage on my own. Chini said in a soft voice. I'm not busy, I'll help you. I'm free, it's good to go over there and have a look. The two of them pushed the cart side by side, walking slowly. Chini was secretly delighted, and there was a hint of tremor in her signature milk voice when she spoke. Chow Meng, so, do you usually make buns? No way. Chini gave Chow Meng a glare. What buns? I just graduated from medical school and am preparing for the hospital entrance exam. Usually I help my mother make and sell buns, because she isn't in the best of health. Chow Meng laughed. Oh, so you're Dr. Qin, my respects. Well. Under Chow Meng's gaze, Qin Yi felt like she couldn't even speak. This guy was really bad and stubborn. Qin Yi's family lived in the Mianfan residential community, which was the dormitory of the old work unit. Demolition signs had been painted in bright red, and many of the surrounding houses had been torn down. Along the way, there were very few people left, and the ground was pitted and uneven. Qin Yi's family lived in a small, separate courtyard, in an old 4-story building, and all their neighbors had moved out. According to the plan, the building would be demolished in half a month at most, but Qin Yi's family had been too busy treating her father's illness, running to the hospital every day, and had not had time to rent a new place to move to. Woof woof. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw 2 big, mangy dogs rushing over, barking at Chow Meng. Oh no, another dog owner. I'm at odds with the dogs, Chow Meng thought. Quiet, stay there. Qin Yi shouted, and the 2 big mangy dogs slumped, obediently running to their kennels and lying down. As if worried that Chow Meng was scared, she added reassuringly, don't worry, they just bark a lot, they won't bite anyone who comes with their owner. Seeing her nervous about herself, Chow Meng felt a chord in his heart being touched. It's okay, it's good to have dogs, I have a bunch of dogs myself. A bunch of dogs? Qin Yi looked at Chow Meng in surprise. Xiao Yi is back? A woman in her 40s or 50s, dressed clean and decent, walked out of the kitchen with a basin of dishes, her face wearing a kind smile. When she saw Qin Yi and Chow Meng pushing the cart in together, she was momentarily stunned, and then her smile grew even wider. Mom, this is my friend, Chow Meng. Qin Yi didn't know how to introduce Chow Meng, and although she wanted to say boyfriend, she held back. Hello, Auntie. You must be Chow Meng. Qin's mother was even happier to hear this, and said enthusiastically, come inside, I'll go cook. Little E, really, if you knew Chow Meng was coming, you should have told me earlier, so I could get ready early. Auntie, you're too polite. Chow Meng looked at Qin Yi in surprise and wondered what the woman had told her mother about him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they went inside to meet Qin's father. Qin's father had just undergone surgery and should have stayed in the hospital for a while longer, but for some reason he had come out. Chow Meng didn't ask any questions. Qin's parents were very welcoming of Chow Meng's arrival, but they didn't seem to be fawning over him. It was clear that although the family was in a difficult situation, they still had some class, and were much better than Wen Qingshui's family, who were idle and good for nothing. After dinner, Chow Meng took his leave and drove to the flower and bird market. This time, Chow Meng bought 4 more small pugs, as well as some flowers, trees, and plants suitable for the greenhouse's load, and hired a car to deliver them back to the villa as usual. All day long, Jiang Tao, who had said he was going to find someone to clean up after himself, did nothing, and everything was safe. The next day, Chow Meng got up very early, fed the cats, dogs, and small pets, and then left the house. The morning sun shone warmly and comfortably on the earth. The birds chirped in the trees, and not far away, a young lady in a black silk business suit was hurrying to work at the central CBD. Everything was still so peaceful and harmonious. 11:30. Chow Meng returned home and went to the balcony of the villa. Looking at the big sun in the sky, he vaguely felt some expectation. Around noon, the sun suddenly disappeared in the sky, darkness descended, and the street lamps had not yet been turned on. Darkness enveloped the area. In the distance on the main road, the constant stream of cars made a piercing screeching sound as they braked, and there were collisions. Everything came so suddenly. The street became a mess. The sound of screams was unceasing. Then, Chow Meng felt the cold. After a short while, the street lamps lit up, and the shops and CBDs also lit up with bright lights. Everything seemed temporary. Perhaps it was just an eclipse. However, soon, the internet went crazy. Because everyone discovered that not only was it not just Linhai, not just Longhua, but the entire world's sun had disappeared. Even on the other side of the dark blue star, there was no longer a clear starry sky or a big moon to be seen. The temperature began to drop rapidly. Snowflakes drifted in the sky, first in the form of broken rice, and soon turned into heavy snowflakes that covered the sky and concealed the lights in the distance. Chapter 15 Chapter 015 The Darkest Ice Age of Indulgence. Looking at the snowflakes falling in front of him, Chow Meng took a deep breath, walked downstairs, closed the doors and windows, sealed the curtains, then went out again and checked around the house once, making sure that no light was showing before returning to his room. In the darkest ice age, the biggest taboo was letting people see light in the house. Now that the public power supply is still functioning normally, it is natural that having lights on is not conspicuous. But if you turn on the lights when the power supply is unstable, you are inviting thieves. After closing the doors and windows, Chow Meng immediately cut off the incoming water valve. In less than an hour, the water pipes would be frozen and even burst. In the following days, the villa's washing water would have to rely on the large water tank on the third floor. All Chow Meng needed to do was to release some water from the star blue ring into the large water tank at regular intervals to fill it up. The large water tank then connected to the shower system on the second floor and below. After that, he lit the fireplace, turned on the central air conditioning and automatic temperature control system, and kept the temperature of the villa at a livable temperature of 22 degrees. The temperature outside was rapidly dropping. In just half an hour, the temperature, which had been over 20 degrees, dropped below the freezing point. There was an immediate stir on the internet. People all over the world were dumbfounded and going crazy. The entire world was cooling down simultaneously, and the sun disappeared at the same time. This was the rhythm of the end of the world. However, what they didn't know was that this was just the beginning, and there would be a continued cooling process over the next 2 days. By then, the temperature on the water blue planet would drop to -85 degrees Celsius, regardless of the North or South Pole. At that time, the water supply, heating, piped gas, and power systems would fail one after the other. At -85 degrees Celsius, the cold is deadly, not just in the south or the tropics, but also in high-latitude cold regions. You have to remember that it is still summer in the northern hemisphere. Friends in the north are not prepared for the winter, and the heating company probably hasn't even done a proper maintenance check. There's also the issue of coal storage and transportation. Fortunately, after the villa was urgently renovated, the insulation and heat preservation effects are perfect. As long as there is a continuous supply of heat, it should be fine. Drip, drip, drip. As soon as the fireplace was lit, the phone rang. It was a video message from Qin Yi. Chow Meng answered decisively. Chow Meng, do you know? It's all over the internet now. They say the whole world can't see the sun anymore. On the screen, Qin Yi was wearing the snowsuit Chow Meng had given her. Her pretty, beautiful face was full of fear and worry, and her trademark high-pitched voice was shaking. You can hear that she's scared. I don't know how long it will last. Is it cold where you are? Do you have food? If not, hurry to the supermarket before it's too late. My mom just went and grabbed a cart full of food. It turns out that the Long people, who have experienced thousands of years of wind, rain and snow, have a sense of crisis ingrained in their bones. The first thing that comes to mind when an issue arises is food. Whether or not the sun will come out in the future, they just grab it and store it at home for now. It's probably already chaos outside. Although on the TV news, the host is still exhorting everyone to remain calm, saying that the crisis is only temporary and the authorities will definitely find a way to ensure everyone's food and clothing. Of course, that's what the authorities did at first. The Dragon Kingdom immediately formulated an emergency plan and took action. But the apocalyptic disaster was just too strong and beyond human control. I'm fine here, I still have a lot of food and I'm warm. Chow Meng reassured Qin Yi and chatted with her for a while. He found that Qin Yi was relatively optimistic and believed that the sun would soon come out. He had just finished chatting with Qin Yi. Then Xiaomaizi's phone call from Xiaoran came in. Boss, what should we do? The sun is gone. Xiaoli's tone was tinged with a hint of crying. It's fine. The sun will come out sooner or later. Chow Meng comforted the little girl with a smile and then gave her a serious briefing. Xiaolu, I'm going to give you a task. Move the family to the warehouse and guard it with your dog. There is still some food, fuel, and a generator in the warehouse, so you can use them for now. Remember, no one can know that there are supplies in the warehouse. If I don't make it, go to the warehouse and find me. Oh, I know, boss, I'll report to you at any time, but you have to hurry over. I'll cook for you, my cooking is delicious, I'm a little scared. Chow Meng laughed and said, if you're scared, just go online. I've downloaded some movies and standalone games onto the computer, you can play them too. Then Chow Meng called Huang Wentao's grandson again. No one answered. Well, this guy must have got things all wrong, he must still be sleeping. He's got style, I wonder how his skinny body will react when he wakes up from the cold. He's done everything he can, now it's up to fate. After hanging up the phone, he fed the dogs, cats, birds, turtles, and yellow ducks. Chow Meng took out an electric pot and placed it in the dining room on the first floor. The side dishes were ready, and the hot pot was ready to go with some wine. Oh yeah, and a pot of fragrant rice. While watching the live news broadcast on TV, he watched scenes of heavy snowfall from all over the world, as well as scenes of power workers, firefighters, and others braving the wind and snow to repair facilities. All across the ocean and over in Eagle Sauce, the $0 purchase action has already begun in full swing. The sound of gunfire can be heard everywhere, and flames are rising in all directions. Hey! The end of the world, it's really fucking magical. 5 little silver-layered lilac cats are quietly lying on the carpet next to Chow Meng. They are joined by 5 little yellow ducks. These 10 clingy little creatures consider themselves parents, and the two species get along surprisingly harmoniously. It is also strange. It is said that cats are arrogant and aloof from humans, but these 5 little pair cats are completely different. They are extremely clingy. It is the 2 families of Dahu and Laohe and the 4 little pugs that are close to Chow Meng but not clingy. In particular, the 4 little pugs have been split between Dahu and Laohe. In just one night, the 4 puppies were divided into pairs, each recognizing Huang and He as their mother and beginning to nurse. Chow Meng suspected that Huang and He were doing this on purpose, forming a gang and engaging in house fights and confrontations. After 2 hours of feasting, Chow Meng put down his chopsticks, patted his belly contentedly, and said, it really feels good to be full. His appetite had grown, and his food intake had at least quadrupled. Chow Meng gave a delighted smile as he looked at the rice pot, which was already empty. This was a good thing. Ever since practicing with Qin Yi, Chow Meng had felt that his food intake had increased significantly. Now, with the disaster approaching, his food intake seemed to have increased even more. The more he ate, the better. During the 100-day disaster period, the energy of the universe was in chaos, and the food intake of all living creatures had actually increased significantly. However, due to the scarcity of resources, many people try to save as much as possible and dare not eat to their heart's content, thus inadvertently missing the precious process of accumulating basic energy. Now, Chow Meng's most important task is to eat. He can eat as much as he wants, the more the better. The more energy he accumulates, the stronger the feedback after the 100-day disaster. After eating and resting for a while, Chow Meng began to try to practice the primordial energy guidance method. In his previous life, the so-called genetic primal energy guidance techniques, also known as genetic primal energy cultivation methods, were developed with inspiration from ancient martial arts. In theory, during the 100 darkest days, humans are still unable to actively sense cosmic energy, so they cannot cultivate anything. As expected, Chow Meng tried the Wu Qin Shi Daoing technique and Tai Chi Daoing technique, which were popular in the late stage of the previous lives and times, but they were not very effective. Chapter 16, Chapter 016, Doomsday Enhancement. Are you serious with this Daoing technique? The girl in the T-framed picture is asking for help. After trying the widely spread Wu Qin Shi Daoing technique from his previous life and finding that it had almost no effect, Chow Meng then tried the Super Daoing technique Zhou Zhong Jia Modian that came with the inheritance of the Star Blue Ring. Chow Meng was seen in the living room in a very strange pose, following the memory of the inheritance and beginning to control his body muscles and breathing. Time passed little by little, and just as Chow Meng was about to give up, he suddenly felt his foot muscles and forehead skin begin to twitch simultaneously, very faintly. Chow Meng subconsciously guided the muscles, and the 2 muscles started to wriggle from top to bottom and bottom to top, converging towards the middle of his body. He felt it so weak. It was a very weak energy that stimulated the original energy of the genes, and if you don't pay attention to it, you can hardly feel it. Chow Meng was overjoyed. Although the effect was many times weaker than in his previous life. This was during the 100-day disaster. The cosmic energy feedback has not yet arrived, and everyone is just an ordinary person. Even the ancient martial arts masters have not yet sensed the cosmic energy. But he has already started. What is called one step forward, every step forward. If he is stronger now, he will be 100 times stronger in the future. Continue. Finally, the 2 muscle whirlpools converged at the intersection of the legs. Electric shock. Guan Er suddenly became furious. Damn it! Is this damn Daoing technique for real? Chow Meng was suddenly speechless. The electrotherapy continued for about 10 seconds before stopping, but Guan Yu's single eye was still wide open. Fortunately, Chow Meng soon found the trick. It turned out that this ghostly animal guiding technique could control 2 or more muscle whirlpools with one's mind, and the stronger the strengthening effect at the final intersection point, the more controllable it was. But who wouldn't want their own Guan Yu to be invincible? So intentionally or unintentionally, Chow Meng still handed over the intersection point to the second brother. After practicing for about half an hour, I was hot and sweaty, and my physical strength and reflexes had improved somewhat. I felt a little hungry, and I was really mentally tired. This thing seems to also promote digestion. So let's continue eating. I brought out the electric grill, placed the sliced fresh venison on it, and paired it with a special additive-free sauce. Rule number 1 of the post-apocalyptic food show: eat as much as you can. Rule 2: maintain nutritional authenticity, resolutely eliminate junk food, and use technology to your advantage. In my previous life, I had no choice but to survive because I was starving. Now that I have sufficient resources and favorable conditions, I must not let myself down, and I must not destroy my foundation with junk food. Soon, the rhubarb, which had caught the scent, and Lauhe, with their pups, ran down the stairs in a hurry. They gathered around the barbecue table and looked at the shovel-shitting officer with longing eyes. Not only had Chow Meng's own appetite improved, but the dogs and cats were also getting hungry again after eating. Let them eat, and see if they can eat their way to becoming the king of beasts. Outside, in the freezing cold, people were still braving the wind and snow to buy supplies. Prices in supermarkets and clothing stores had soared. The price of off-season winter clothes, which had been beaten to pieces, had quadrupled in just half a day, and they were still in short supply. Across the street from the Shulin community, when Xingxian, wearing an old, torn cotton-padded jacket, came out of the small supermarket in the community with her hair down and shivering, clutching 2 ham sausages in her hand. Unfortunately, she was a bit late, and everything in the supermarket had been snapped up. She had snatched the 2 ham sausages from a woman's pocket when she wasn't looking. She wanted to cry but had no tears. When Xingshan's family had just been kicked out of the house by Chow Meng. They took almost nothing with them except a few old clothes belonging to Wen's parents and 2 sets of low-quality cotton bedding. Although when Xingshan had successfully hooked up with Jiang Tao's son 2 days ago, not only had she gotten her brother out, but the family had also moved into Jiang Tao's unused house. Unfortunately, Wen's parents are idle and good for nothing. Apart from playing mahjong and pai gao, they never do anything like cooking. They eat out all the time and order takeaways when they can't go out. There was no rice at all in the house. As a result, when the end of the world came, the heavy snow blocked the roads, the restaurants closed one after the other, and takeaways disappeared. There was nothing to eat, and as for clothes, Jiang Tao, in order to please Wen Xingxian, took her to buy several sets of high-end clothes, but those were summer clothes, and in the current temperature, it was almost as if she wasn't wearing anything. Wen Xingxian of course thought of Jiang Tao first. But now the Jiang family is in chaos too. The young master of the Jiang family lives far away and is also a pampered master. The Jiang family has lost its storage base, which has caused a lot of trouble, and it has also been hit by natural disasters, so it is also in chaos and cannot take care of her for the time being. She was hungry and cold. When Xingxian returned to the luxurious mansion that Jiang Tao had given her, shivering. As soon as she entered the door, Wen's mother couldn't wait to come up to her. When she saw the 2 small ham sausages in Wen Xingxuan's hands, her face immediately turned black. There are only 2 ham sausages, what happened? I was too late, they were all sold out. Wen Xingxian said with a defeated look on her face. What else can I expect from you? You can't even buy something, really. Wen's mother scolded, and without any hesitation she grabbed the 2 sausages, handed one to her son Wen Bo behind her, and then impatiently tore open one herself and opened her mouth wide to eat. Gulping, Wen Xingxian swallowed hard. She hadn't eaten anything in the morning, and she was so cold and hungry. We're back. Hurry up and take off the quilt you're wearing and give it back to me, I'm so cold. After Wen's mother finished eating, she started to peel off Wen Xingxuan's cotton-padded jacket. Mom, I'm cold too. Aren't you wearing one? Wen Xingxian said with a poor face, her teeth chattering. Although the family had turned on the air conditioner and even turned up the gas stove to the maximum, it was still cold. Wen's father, mother and son were all wearing thick clothes and outer cotton-padded jackets. Baby Wen Bo even wrapped himself in the only 2 quilts in the house. What are you cold for? You're so young, and your mother is 48, getting old. You're fighting me for clothes? Besides, these clothes are mine. You wear your own. Wen Xingxian wanted to cry, but had no tears. She didn't get her own share of food, and now she had to fight for clothes too. If that doesn't work, just ask him where his house is. We can just move in with them. They're rich, so their house will be warm. Wen's mother naturally assumed the role of mother-in-law. She called, but no one answered. Wen Xingxian shivered and wrapped a sofa cushion around herself before walking over to the blazing gas stove. The warmth of the flames could still give her some warmth. Can't get through? Wen's mother suddenly became agitated and her voice rose an octave. What should we do? Why don't you ask Xiao Meng, Wen Xingxian? Doesn't he live in the same community? He's already collected all your clothes, including several expensive down jackets and snow boots. By the way, I'm sure he has food at home too, right? After all, you've been dating for 2 years, he won't refuse to help you out, will he? Ask Xiao Meng for help? Wen Xingxian hesitated. Xiao Meng's fridge was always full, and it seemed that the guy had rice, flour, oil, clothes, and high-end bedding at home. But since both sides had their faces torn, would he help himself? In fact, Wen Xingxian herself was also very aggrieved and puzzled. She couldn't figure out why Xiao Meng suddenly turned his face so completely if she couldn't even move him. It made her doubt herself a bit. Could it be that her framing skills weren't high enough? I just asked him for a few dollars to help my younger brother get married. If he doesn't want to give it to me, just say so. Why did he have to turn his face away? After all is said and done, he's still a scumbag. He's been poached by that little bitch Qin. Goo. My stomach is whining pitifully. I'm so hungry. Never mind. Wen Xingxian thought for a moment and then directly placed a video call to Xiao Meng. Chapter 17 Chapter 017 Eating and Drinking Broadcast. The goddess in the T-frame cried out of hunger. Xiao Meng, the person I like is you. Don't you want to see me in a miserable state? I'll let you see. I don't believe it won't move you, you lickspill. Act pitiful. It's best to suddenly wake up. It turns out that in the world there is only the best of you. Be innocent, sincere eyes, and melt this useless lickspittle. When Xingxian looked at the camera, her expression was perfect. Even she herself began to pity herself. Very good. Even Oscar didn't do it as well. The video was connected. Looking at the other side of the video, Xiao was wearing a cool vest, sweat was beading on his forehead, his mouth was chewing on a piece of roasted golden venison, and in front of him was a glass of crimson red wine. When Xingxian felt like the whole thing was bad. Pfft, it's overcooked, not tender, disgusting. In the video, Xiao Meng disdainfully threw half of the venison aside. The camera panned to a group of dogs, cats, and a few yellow ducks, all lying on the ground with their eyes wide open. The piece of venison was gobbled up in one bite by a big yellow dog, oil splattering everywhere. Beautiful. The big yellow dog narrowed its human-like eyes and wagged its tail pleasingly. Shit. The moment the roast was eaten by the dog, Wen Xingxian wanted to follow the signal and grab the food from the dog's mouth. It was so cold, and she was here, suffering from hunger and cold, shivering. This bastard was wearing a vest and sweating. Roasting venison and drinking wine. The background music was "Today is a good day, everything you want can come true." The stereo was turned up loud, it was very joyful and bountiful. That's not all, what's even more outrageous is that he fed the dog with the meat. He even fed the dogs and the birds. Am I worse off than a dog? Hey, what's going on? Is beautiful when trying to screw me over again? Xiao Meng took a sip of wine, smacked his lips twice, and said, "Geez. No, not at all. I just suddenly wanted to see you." When Xingxian said, and tears naturally rolled down her face. Xiao Meng laughed, "Ha, see me? See if I've frozen to death, right?" When Xingxian wiped away a tear, "No, it's not that. I was worried about you, and I'm relieved to see that you're okay." Boss Qiao paused. The goddess of tea has to start her performance. Oh, thanks a lot, bye. No, wait. When Xingxian hurriedly called out, then swallowed with some embarrassment, pretending to be very hungry. Xiao Meng, can you help me? Our family has no food and no warm clothes. Plus 2 big tears. I was really selfish before, but I've thought about it carefully and realized that you're the only one who's ever really been good to me. Oh, really? Am I really that good? I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me. Xiao Meng put the phone down in front of him and continued eating. How could he not share his joy with her on such a comfortable day? I know you're still mad at me. But I also know that you really do care about me. Do you remember when we first met? Back then, you were a consummate mistress. And so he began reminiscing about the good old days. Xiao Meng didn't say a word, just let her with red eyes and deep-felt tears, holding back her saliva, watch herself and the dogs and cats devouring food, while also analyzing her inner self, expressing deep feelings and repentance. Although they are crocodile tears. But it looks really cool. When Xingxuan's beautiful, high-class face is streaming with tears, Xiao Meng, I know you're a good man, you like me, and I love you deeply. You can't let a little thing like this come between us, can you? It's not easy to meet someone who genuinely likes you in this life, it takes a lot of fate, really, tears choking. I really was wrong, I really can't lose you. Do you know how much pain I felt when you left me? It was like my heart had been ripped out of my body. Your expression of remorse really broke my heart. Gudu Chow Meng took a sip of wine and said perfunctorily. Really? Really? When Qingxian wiped away a tear. Chow Meng stretched, okay, I believe you. Goodbye. No, wait. When Qingxian was so angry that she almost lost her composure. I've sold so many tears and acted for so long, and you're just going to say goodbye to me? Chow Meng, anything else? Chow Meng, I'm cold and hungry right now. Do you have any food or clothes there? How about I come over to your place? You can do whatever you want. I'll do whatever you say. Don't you like it when people call you Baba? In the past, people didn't let you touch me because they wanted to save the most beautiful moment for our wedding night. Oh. Is this desperation, revealing your last asset? When Qingxian is a woman of means and can endure. She understands the heart of a man, what you can't get is what you cherish the most. So during the 2 years of dating, this woman has always flaunted her purity, uniqueness, and conservatism, even though she herself also really wanted to, and in the end she insisted on not letting Boss Chow take the final step. The more she did this, the more Chow Meng cherished her. She is a master at dealing with men. Now she's even willing to reveal her trump card just to get rid of the stammer? Unfortunately, now Chow Meng no longer cares. He just wants to get rid of her. Really? What about your Jiang Shao? Don't you want him anymore? Chow Meng's face became serious, and he said with a serious expression, actually, I think Jiang Shao is more suitable for you. The young master of Jianhai Group has a waistline thicker than my leg hair. You're really being mistreated with me. When Qingxian hurriedly said, no, Chow Meng, you've misunderstood, you're the best. Besides, Jiang Tao and I don't have anything, we were actually trying to upset you. But I can guarantee that there's nothing between us, I actually don't like him at all, I only like you. Really? Chow Meng was serious, even stopping eating meat. Really, when have I ever lied to you? When Qingxian was ecstatic at the sight of Chow Meng's expression, thinking that he had fallen for the bait. Chow Meng said in a delighted voice, okay, I just recorded a screen capture of our video and will send it to Mr. Jiang right now. Ha, I can't believe this son of a bitch is trying to steal my girlfriend. What? This is a bolt from the blue. This guy is unbelievable. He even recorded the screen. If this is sent, Jiang Shao will definitely be furious. Even if he is eventually appeased by his own silver tongue, it will still be a thorn in his heart. No, Chow Meng, don't send it. When Qingxian was hungry and cold, but her mind was not confused. Chow Meng's side was just a temporary measure. First, get food and clothing. Then Jiang Tao is the ladder for her to achieve class transcendence. One is a long-term meal ticket, the other is a temporary solution. How can the two be compared? Chow Meng, please, don't do anything rash. Jiang Shao is not someone to mess with. We can't afford to mess with him. Chow Meng Fengdan Yunqing, it's okay, I can handle it. Don't be afraid, little darling. Chow Meng, you stupid bird, I tricked you, and you took it seriously. When Qingxian was forced to do something, so she recorded a screen capture of herself and then yelled at Chow Meng. What? You lied to me. Chow Meng was stunned, and then said with a sudden realization, no, Qingxian, I know you are worried about me and afraid that I am not Jiang Shao's match, so you said that. I understand you. But please believe me, I am not afraid of him. I will send it right now. I want Jiang to know how awesome I am. Beep. The phone hung up. My mother when Qingxian almost vomited blood. What is meant by stumbling over a stone and hitting one's own foot? This is it. A good performance of a deep love for a sword. And Chow Meng, do you really believe what I say when I say I'm going to trick you? And you even went so far as to show it off to Jiang Shao. What should I do? If he really sent the video to Jiang Shao. No, he doesn't have Jiang Shao's contact information. When Qingxian let out a long breath when she thought about this. No, this bastard is treating me like a fool. Chapter 18, Chapter 018, there's a power outage. When Qingxian was robbed and her plan failed, and she was so angry that she spit blood. When Xingxuan's face turned green with anger. The noble Queen Wen was actually tricked by that bastard, shame on him. Good, very good, Chow, you asked for this. When Qingxian glanced at her family members, who were trembling with fear. Anger rose in her heart and evil thoughts came to her mind. Dad, Wen Bo, grab the crowbar and fire axe, let's go to Chao Meng's house. What? Wen's father is a lazy and cowardly person, and he was shocked when he heard this. Qingxian, are you going to kill someone? That's not allowed. Kill anyone. When Qingxian sneered, I noticed from the video just now that Chao Meng is not in the house in this community. I remember that there is still rice, flour, oil, and many high-end down jackets in his house. Let's go and take them. Wen's father said with a sigh, this, robbing things, is not good, is it? Wen Bo was wise now. What's not good about it? We're just taking some rice, flour, oil, and other groceries. Besides, we have brother-in-law Jiang Tao looking after us. He has so much power, how could he not be able to handle this kind of trivial matter? It's not like we're actually killing someone. Besides, we can't starve to death, can we? Wen's mother said happily, yes, yes. Our Wen Bo is smart. Old man, hurry up, go knock on the door and let the Chao bastard know who's in charge. 15 minutes later. When Qing Shuwei and the others broke into Chao Meng's high-rise apartment. The process of breaking in was a bit difficult, but overall it went smoothly. The property management company was nowhere to be seen, and the neighbors across the street just peeked in and then shut the door and hid in fear. However, once they entered the apartment, the family was dumbfounded. The house was like an ice cellar, empty and lifeless. There was no food, no clothes, and everything that could be moved, including tables, chairs, benches, and beds, had disappeared. It was a mess. Chao Meng, you bastard, you're not even human. It's not like you left anything for me. Wen Bo was so cold and hungry that he couldn't help but curse loudly. Very good, Chao, you're ruthless. Pu and Qingxian was so angry that a mouthful of blood spurted out directly. This is too much. When has Wen Qingxian ever been bullied and teased like this? Heh, this bitch is really someone who dares to think and act, and she even robbed me. Through the network surveillance installed in the house, Chao Meng also saw Wen Qingxian breaking down the door with her father and younger brother, spitting blood. If it weren't for the fact that it was only the first day of the end of the world and order was still in place, Chao Meng would have gone over there to kill them a long time ago. Naturally, Chao Meng moved the things in the house. It wasn't to prevent Wen Qingxian, but purely because the space in the star blue ring was really too big, and things could be thrown and loaded at will. As for the video recording? Chao Meng simply said it casually to tease Wen Qingxian. He didn't have the time to go to Jiang Tao and complain about anything. These two geniuses, no matter how long it took, he would get rid of them sooner or later, so as to save the world from their scourge. For a meal, Chao Meng took his time and ate for 2 hours. After tidying the table and just preparing to take a nice hot bath, the phone rang. It was Lao Huang calling. Hello, Lao Chao, what the hell is going on in this world? When I woke up, the sun had disappeared, and I'm freezing to death. As soon as the call connected, he went on and on. How's it going over there? Do you have anything to eat? Do you have an electric heater? If not, come over here, the two of us can get through this together. Please, you bought so many self-heating pots, let's eat them together. If we can survive this doomsday, we'll get through it together. If we can't, we'll die together. It's better than suffering while we're alive. Hey, say something. Are you okay? Where are you? I'll come over and see you now. Chao Meng listened quietly, without saying a word for a long time. Human nature is to fear death, and no one is an exception. However, in the face of despair, everyone's choice is different, with selfishness and fear of death being the majority. Lao Huang was able to say these things, so it was not in vain that he had found a way to prepare so many supplies for him. Chao Meng took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, I'm fine, and I still have food. I've recently been doing business and logistics, and I just happen to have a bunch of food and clothing in my hands. The self-heating pot you have is leftover goods that I can't sell. So I won't die for the time being. Live well and believe in the light. After confirming that Chao Meng was fine, Lao Huang suddenly smiled. I knew you wouldn't do that. You're just giving me your unsold goods for free. You're a real ball of sunshine. I'm glad you made that mistake. Ha ha. Okay, I'm going to go play my game now. Bye. The phone hung up. This guy is really carefree. He just lives life as it comes. He's so carefree that he's still thinking about his game at a time like this. I'm impressed. He returned to the bedroom with his 5 kittens and 5 ducks, and was just about to take a nice hot bath when the light suddenly went out. Oh well. It was too cold, and everyone was using a lot of electricity. The power load was too high, and some power facilities couldn't withstand the low temperatures and started to break down. Over the next few days, there would be intermittent power outages on the public power grid, and after 7 days, there would be no more power at all. Chow Meng is not in the least bit anxious. He takes out the miner's lamp he has prepared for a long time, shines it into the living room, first cuts off the home power grid's connection to the outside world, and then connects the diesel generator he has also prepared long ago. Start. Light once again descends. He takes a comfortable bath, then wraps himself in a soft silk blanket and falls asleep peacefully. The 5 kittens climb up unceremoniously, curl up next to Chow Meng, and fall asleep with their eyes closed. The 5 little yellow ducks stumbled up the ladder Chow Meng had prepared especially for them, and covered Chow Meng, adding a layer of duck down quilt to him. Inside the villa, the fire was blazing, warm and comfortable. Outside, the snowstorm had stopped, but the temperature drop continued. On the water blue planet, time was now just a record symbol, having lost its function of marking day and night. In the snowstorm, the hungry and cold people are experiencing the first blow of the apocalypse. The worst of them all is of course the Wen family. This family, Wen's father, Wen's mother, and Wen Bo, are typical lazy leeches. They are the kind of people who would rather starve to death than plant a field, and would rather die of thirst than dig a well. They have to rely on selling their daughter. In an ordinary family, there will be some rice, flour, oil, and grain stored at home, more or less. This family is good, they have nothing. At 9 o'clock the next day, Chow Meng got up. After watching the news, he saw that the sun still hadn't come out. Not only that, but even the radio telescope used for astronomical observations couldn't find a single star. The water blue star seemed like a child abandoned by the universe. The outdoor temperature had already reached minus 60 degrees Celsius. On the first day, many people froze to death, and the hospitals were full. Panic began to spread. Order was barely being maintained. The authorities had already mobilized to stabilize soaring prices by urgently transporting rice, flour, oil, frozen meat, and fuel from granaries across the country to the market. Some places had even begun rationing. In a last-ditch effort, Chow Meng watched the news while helping his cat, Shewu, groom his fur, his heart unruffled. Chapter 19 Chapter 019 Qini, I'll let you in on a secret, when Qingshan, find the right time to rob. The official emergency measures of the Great Dragon Country can be said to have no issues. If it were just a short period of extreme bad weather, Chow Meng believes that the Dragon Country could get through it. Unfortunately, this natural disaster is too terrifying and can no longer be stopped by human power. If we wait 2 more days, the power and transportation systems will be completely paralyzed, and we'll have to rely on ourselves. Just as she finished washing up, there was a video from Lu Xiaoran. Hey boss, wow, your home is so luxurious, it's like a palace, isn't it great? Still in your pajamas. Lu Xiaoran was wearing a thick down jacket and staying inside a shipping container, with a bed and computer moved in. There was also a small red electric stove next to her, and 3 small dogs, 1 big and 2 small, were leaning against her side, also looking very warm. The little girl is still very smart. The small space is suitable for keeping warm, and she is not stupidly staying in the open warehouse. Boss, how are things over there? Do you still have enough to eat? Fortunately, you left food in the warehouse. Do you need some diesel oil? I'll send some over to you. No, I don't need it for now. I still have food at home. Just take good care of the warehouse for me. I'll go to the warehouse to get it myself if I need it. Chow Meng naturally would not tell her that he had an endless supply of food. He would wait a few days to test her character, and if she passed the test, he would like to experiment with her together to find out how to open the starry blue ring. The apocalypse had just begun, and everyone still felt in their hearts that the sun would come out sooner or later, and the apocalypse would pass sooner or later. Therefore, there had not been any major changes in behavior yet. Lu Xiaoran was currently in a situation where she had food in her hands and was not worried. But if the end of the world continues, with less and less food and less hope, she can't guarantee that she'll still be able to deliver food to herself. I hope she doesn't let me down. Don't worry, boss, I'll report to you every morning and evening from now on. The girl was obviously a little scared, and her boss, Chow Meng, had become her sole source of support. She talked to him for a long time before reluctantly hanging up. This time, Qini was obviously not calm. Chow Meng, how is the situation over there? Is it cold? Do you have food? Has the water supply been cut off? I'm fine here. I still have some food and it's not too cold. Chow Meng laughed. How is it over there? Are your family members okay? I'm fine here. Sheeny said, taking a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of major decision, solemnly said. Chow Meng, why don't you come and stay at my place for a few days, and wait until the sun comes out before going back? Go to your house? Chow Meng didn't expect Sheeny to invite herself to her house. Yes, come to my house. I guess you didn't prepare much food there. Sheeny said, her voice getting lower, as if she were a thief. Chow Meng, let me tell you something, it's very strange. Just the other day, I suddenly received a batch of supplies here, anonymously. At the time, I thought you had sent them. Oh, what were those supplies? Chow Meng asked, holding back a smile. Lots of beef jerky, a lot of rice, flour, oil, and half a cart of briquettes. You tell me, isn't this weird? Sheeny's signature milk voice trembled with excitement. So much stuff, it's like it just dropped into our house out of the sky, and then the sun disappeared. How is this possible? Chow Meng was shocked. Yes, how is this possible? It's like it was all arranged, but it's the truth. Sheeny took a deep breath and said shyly. Only my parents, my family, and I know about this, and I've only told you. Listen to me, put on some warm clothes, come to my house now, I'll be waiting for you with a nice meal. Hearing Sheeny's words, Chow Meng froze. His heart felt a little warm. Taking a deep breath, he said solemnly. Sheeny, listen to me, I still have food and gas here, I can last a few more days, so I won't come over just yet. Remember, your family has a lot of food. Never tell anyone about this, not even your relatives or friends, because this disaster may not end anytime soon. You must be careful and never let your guard down. Yes, I know. After chatting with Sheeny, it was already 11 o'clock, and my stomach was growling. Chow Meng simply took out the large oven from the star sapphire ring, along with a large fat lamb, brushed with sauce, lunch, roast whole lamb. For the sake of a balanced diet, Chow Meng also made a pot of triple-flavored soup. At 12:30, lunch was served. The golden lamb was roasted until it was crispy and smelled delicious. What left Chow Meng speechless was that one whole roasted lamb was not enough. The two families of Dawanglahai, the 4 small pugs, the kitten, and even the 2 young harriers turned into big eaters, and the food simply could not keep up with demand. As a last resort, Chow Meng used a large iron pot to stew 2 large fat geese, which was just enough to appease the hungry corpses looking at him pitifully. It's strange, are these little guys growing a bit too fast? It's only been a day, but they feel like they've grown so much. Chow Meng stood in front of the special iron frame where the young hawks were tied, and gently stroked their slightly fluffy feathers with his large hand. The 2 little ones stared at the fierce hawk's eyes and were obviously convinced by the 2-legged mythical beast in front of them. They wanted to teach him a lesson with their sharp beaks, but were afraid that the 2-legged beast would not give them any good food at night, so they just used their eyes to show their defiance. After teasing the young hawks for a while, he began his qigong practice for the day. Yesterday's qigong session had stimulated the second brother Guan too much. It had caused Chow Meng's adrenaline to remain at a high level all day. Today, Chow Meng plans to give Guan Urge a day off and focus on stimulating the core and limbs. Last night, after Wen Xingshan's family returned from Chow Meng's place empty-handed, Wen's mother couldn't help feeling hungry and cold, so she knocked on the door next door and borrowed 2 caddies of rice from the young woman next door who was taking care of her child. The other person saw her in pity and gave her a piece of bacon and a vegetable. The family managed to get by with a meal. In addition, when Xingshuan called Jiang Tao nearly 100 times and sent him countless messages, but all of them went unanswered. It was now lunchtime again, and the cold made people's appetites grow. The family's stomachs started rumbling again. Unable to wait for Jiang Tao's support, Wen's mother naturally knocked on the door of the young woman next door again. Unfortunately, there was no response after a long time. Wen Bobo had never been hungry before, but after enduring it for a few minutes, he decided that he couldn't take it anymore. Plus, today the internet said that the sun had not come out anywhere in the world, and the family was also anxious. What if the sun never came out? Wouldn't they starve to death? They couldn't just wait to die. Immediately, when Bo and Wen Fu picked up their crowbar, fire axe and sledgehammer and headed for the door of the young woman's house. They couldn't afford to provoke the other people. But bullying a housewife with children was more than enough. Damn it, they're so cheeky. It's just a loan of 2 caddies of rice, and I'm not going to refuse to pay it back. Dad, let's smash. With John's protection, a loan of 2 caddies of rice was no big deal. With the experience of breaking into Chow's house yesterday, this time it was a piece of cake. Chapter 20, Chapter 020, robbing a woman and child, beating a child, and kicking a woman in the face. With a combined effort, Wenbo and his son managed to break open the security door without much difficulty. Security doors of this era were designed to prevent burglars from entering, not to prevent people from leaving. Under normal circumstances, no burglar would make such a loud commotion and use such violent methods to break in. The young woman next door was taking a nap with her child when she saw this family rush in like a pack of wolves, and she was instantly terrified. There was so much rice in the northeast, as well as flour, noodles, and oil. Wenbo was overjoyed and started to move the goods directly. The young woman panicked and quickly dropped her child. She put up her hands to stop him. "Wait, I can lend you the rice, you can't just take it." Wenbo was furious, as if he had suffered some great humiliation. "Lend it? Did you die when my mother knocked on the door just now? Get lost. I want all this food. Pie." A slap landed hard on the young woman's face, knocking her glasses off and knocking her to the ground. "Wow, that's a bad silver frame. Don't bully my mom." The little child was scared and started crying, but still bravely picked up the small clothes hanger on the table and went to beat the bully. "Fuck you." Wenbo is a big shot, how can he stand the provocation of a 3-year-old child, and kick the child back into his mother's arms with one kick? Xiao Lu, the young woman, hurriedly protected the child. "Okay." When Xingxian quickly stopped Wenbo, "We are here to shop, not to rob, so don't do anything stupid." After looking at the child and finding that he was not hurt, he took out a large stack of red bills from his bag, a total of 5,000 to 6,000, and stuffed it into the woman's hands. "We'll consider the things we bought, and this is enough." After saying that, he ignored the woman's reaction and rushed over to help his family carry the things out. They even took the 2 chickens in the refrigerator, the hanging bacon and sausages, and everything else. Seeing that the Wens were prepared to take everything, the young woman became anxious. She didn't care about being scared anymore, and rushed up to stop them. "Beauty, please, leave us some food. We only want half the rice and noodles. We can do without the money. Please." "Half? You must be dreaming. I don't even have enough to eat. If I leave you half, I'll starve to death." Wenbo pushed the woman away with one hand, carried a bag of rice and a bucket of oil with the other, and strutted out proudly. The family was fast, and in no time at all they had looted the young woman next door of all her food and spices. As soon as Xingxian had left, the young woman picked up her silver-rimmed glasses, grabbed her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, big brother, I've been robbed by the family next door, they've taken all the food, and Xiaolu even got kicked by the man." When Xingxian and her family had their first robbery and reaped a rich harvest. As a result, this lazy family of good eaters also became the first family of robbers in the neighborhood. A record-breaking achievement. When Dejunchi also sold the first step of the blackening of the nose. When she returned home, Wen's mother immediately started cooking by boiling rice. When Boer was a fat boy who could not stand being hungry, so he simply grabbed a piece of sausage and started eating it as directly as a hamster. Boom! Before he could tear off the first bite of the preserved pork, the door was busted open with a hammer. The intruder was a middle-aged man of about 1.7 meters, wearing a black down jacket, and he looked fierce. Behind him were 2 burly men, each carrying an iron rod. Behind the 3 of them was the young woman with the silver-rimmed glasses from next door, holding a little boy in her arms. The family was dumbfounded by this display of force. Wen's father was so scared that he sat down on the floor. Chen Happing Wenbo held the sausage in his hands, and with difficulty, he managed to spit out a few words. "Fear." Chen Happing's name, this cowardly scoundrel had heard of it before, he was a ruthless person, not someone he could mess with. "Baozhue, did he beat you, did he beat Lulu?" Chen Happing's eyes were red. "Damn it, this bunch of animals, even beating up a 3-year-old kid. Even beating up my nephew." Chen Baozhue touched the frame of his glasses and pointed at Wenbo angrily, "It's him." "Stop." Wenbo shrank into the corner in fear. "I'll tell you, my brother-in-law is Jiang Tao, from the Jianghai group." Bang! Chen Happing was not afraid of Jiang Tao, and kicked Wenbo in the mouth. Beat the hell out of me. Beat the women too. Damn it, beat my sister, beat my nephew, I can't even bring myself to lift a finger." Ping pong. Screams of agony. After the beating, Chen Happing and his disciples smashed all the windows and doors, furniture and other things in the house to pieces. Then they took all the supplies the Wen family had seized, not even sparing the rice in the pot. After all this, Chen Heping took out his mobile phone and recorded a video of the Wen family, who were all disheveled and bruised, while shouting loudly. "Look carefully, this is the family. My sister was kind enough to help them, but they didn't know how to be grateful. Instead, they broke into our home and robbed my sister of her food. They beat up my sister and my 3-year-old nephew. They are worse than animals. Today, I will set an example by beating up this gang of robbers. Whoever dares to do this in this community in the future will suffer the same fate." After recording, he directly sent it to the group of community owners. Chen Heping left, and the house was in a mess, with the luxurious French windows in the living room and the glass in the rooms all smashed. The cold wind, mixed with slag and ice, passed through the hall, scraping against the face like a small knife, and it was so cold. When Qingshan and her family were lying on the cold floor, disheveled and bruised, shivering. This was the first doomsday robbery, which ended miserably. When Qingshuan's high-class face was beaten into a pig's head with panda eyes. Fortunately, it was really cold and she was frozen. So, it didn't hurt. Oh. I'm crying. This was the first time she had cried. Before, she had been subjected to all kinds of retaliation by Chao Meng, but she hadn't cried. She was the ruthless overlord, hard-hearted enough. But now, the combination of hunger, cold, and the reality of the situation had made her cry and collapse. When she and her parents and brothers successfully robbed Chen Baoyue, Wen Qingxian felt a rush of satisfaction. For some reason, she just liked bullying people, looking down on them like a queen while they begged like dogs. For a moment, she even wished the disaster would never end. But now, the reality has hit her like a punch in the face. It turns out that without a man, she and her family of losers really can't do anything. "Jian Tao, where are you? Chao Meng, you bastard, why are you doing this to me?" Inside the warm villa. After an hour of guided meditation training, it is no surprise that Chao Meng is hungry again, his stomach rumbling. This digestion is too fast. If it weren't for the sufficient food, who would dare to practice this nonsense? Chao Meng swung his fists a few times, feeling full of strength, and his physical fitness has improved a lot. Chapter 21, Chapter 021, Simply roast a whole beef when Jia Zhang occupied Chao Meng's house by force. What should I eat today? How about simply roasting a whole fatty beef in the silver frost charcoal stove? Yes, let's do it. But now that I've got a bigger appetite, I've got a bunch of gluttonous people like Huang Laohui to feed, and it takes a lot of effort to cook for everyone. Why not cook more than I can eat at once? Anyway, time stands still in the starry blue ring, so if I cook something now and put it in, it'll still be hot and delicious even after 10,000 years. Chao Meng took out 5 large, pot-shaped charcoal grills from the starry blue ring again. This thing is like a roast duck, with an empty center. Just hang the prepared ingredients inside, light the charcoal fire, and you're done. Next, the heads of the 5 half-sized, fat steaks were cut off, and the grain was scratched out with a knife. The prepared seasonings were rubbed in, oil was brushed on, and they were hung into the oven. After finishing the small fat steaks, Chao Meng lit the large stove and the oversized wok, built up a roaring charcoal fire, and started cooking a large wok of braised potatoes and beef. Once the pot is on the stove, Huang Laohui and his family, attracted by the smell, come down from the small zoo in the living room on the second floor, their tongues hanging out. My father has accidentally opened a doomsday zoo. Chao Meng sighed helplessly. The parent of the family is a bit tired. While waiting for the roast beef and the big pot of beef and potatoes to be ready, Chao Meng took out some snacks and brushed his phone while eating. This unadorned life is a bit boring. It's mainly because Guan Yu is a bit restless. It's better to be in deep water in dire straits, at least you won't be thinking about lust when you're full and warm. Am I in Versailles? Hey, why are the owners of the neighborhood next door so restless? As soon as I turned on my phone, I noticed that there were suddenly 70 to 80 unread messages in the owners group of the neighborhood next door. Is this a video posted by Brother Chen? I clicked to watch it, and when Qingshan's family was being beaten up. This bitch actually went robbing, and robbed Baoyue and beat Xiaolu? Chao Meng's face suddenly turned dark. Chen Baoyue was the one who saved Chao Meng in his previous life. In his previous life, Chao Meng dragged himself out seriously injured, and he died just after he escaped downstairs. If it wasn't for Chen Baoyue's rescue, he might have frozen to death. Later, Chen Baoyue introduced herself to Chen Heping, and it was also Chen Baoyue who helped treat his injuries. Chao Meng never considered himself a good person. After returning from the apocalypse, he only believed in one thing: repaying kindness with kindness, and revenge with revenge. This family is truly animals. Repaying kindness with hatred is indeed their nature. Chen Baoyue gave them food, and then they robbed them. Fortunately, Chen Baoyue still had Chen Heping as a backer, otherwise they would be in trouble. But it seems that it was also because of me that Sister Baoyue met this bitch early. Is this fate? It was precisely because she had swept Wen Qingshan's family out of the house, allowing her to get close to Jiang Tao early, that she accidentally ended up living in the house across from Chen Baoyue. Because she had taken over the storage of supplies for Jiang Hai Group, Jiang Tao could not take care of them for a while, so they could not hold out and took desperate measures. Chen Heping's video still had a sensational effect. For a while, the entire group of property owners was in uproar, and many people directly started to curse Wen Qingshuan's ancestors for 18 generations, saying all kinds of nasty things. Chen Heping is a celebrity with great appeal in the group of property owners, and he is also very enthusiastic. He often represents the owners to seek justice from the property management and the developer, and has done a lot for the owners of the community. Ding dong. Jiang Tao, 17th floor, Chen Heping, you can go to hell with your mother's bullshit. You barged into my home and hit my girlfriend, and you dare to falsely accuse me? Just you wait. And to all those who are spewing bullshit, I'm giving you all a chance. Bring food and deliver it to my girlfriend on the 17th floor of Building 6. Apologize. Everyone who just cursed my girlfriend is included. Those of you who don't want to deliver it can just wait. I'll bring someone to visit you all later. Quiet. There was a hush in the owners group. This was the intimidating power of Jiang Hai Group's Jiang Tao. The owners of the community all knew Jiang Tao and his father Jiang Long. The property management company in the community was a subsidiary of Jiang Hai Group, and the security guards were all his men. Many owners had been bullied by this property management company. Oh, young Master Jiang, so your girlfriend lives in our community. Don't worry, young Master Jiang, if anyone dares to bully your girlfriend, I, Wang Xin, will be the first to let him go. I told you, Chen Heping, you're shameless. You hit women and steal from them and you're still so righteous. Don't you think about it, John's girlfriend is just a little girl, how dare she steal from your sister, Jindig Wanzu? Yes, sister-in-law is weak and gentle. Soon, a few of Jiang Tao's henchmen appeared. At this time, Chen Heping also spoke, Jiang Tao, don't you dare act like a tough guy with me. Others are afraid of you, but I'm not. I have the surveillance footage of that bitch robbing and assaulting people. I'll show it to you now. Ding Chen Heping was banned from speaking by the administrator Zhang Tiandi. This move left Chao Meng speechless. Shameless. If you can't argue your way out of it, just unplug the network cable. Ding administrator Zhang Tiandi invited Qingxian Baby to join the group chat. Jiang Tao, everyone, this is my girlfriend, and starting today she is the property manager of the community. Then, Jiang Tao had when Qingxian indirectly showed off the boss's love in the group chat. Qingxian baby, I still have some things to deal with and I can't come over for now. But don't worry, someone will send you food later. From now on, you call the shots in Shulin community. If anyone bothers you, just summon the security team to your door. When Qingxian sent a big kiss in response. Jiang Tao, someone broke into my house and smashed the glass. It's cold, and I'm going to move to the 16th floor of Building 7. Have someone deliver my things to the 16th floor of Building 7. I can't find my winter clothes. Jiang Tao, no problem. Those people I just named, see, 16th floor, Building 7, don't keep me waiting. A few more people to move the furniture when Qingxian directly assumed the posture of a young mistress in the group. Several owners' lackeys and members of the security team responded one after the other. The rest of the owners were silent. Jiang Hai Group is not something they can afford to mess with. As he read the messages on his phone, Chao Meng's forehead veins pulsed furiously. This bitch, this Wanama, really never forgets to take revenge on me. 16 floors of Building 7, that's the house he used to live in. This bitch didn't get a single hair yesterday, and today she simply moved in by force. Living in my house? Very well, soon I'll let you know that my house is not so easy to live in. At this moment, the roast whole cow and the braised beef with potatoes were ready. Chao Meng first put the 4 golden whole cows into the star blue ring, and threw the remaining one directly into the large tray. He cut a piece of the hot beef and started eating, which attracted the drooling of Daihuan Lahei and a group of puppies. Chapter 22, Chapter 022, Wen Chaizhang retaliates by showing off his food, the beggar and the Dragon King compete for treasures, and the 8 dishes in one soup are no longer fragrant. This is the old Chao Meng residence. When Qingxian walked in with a swagger, wrapped in a thick quilt. Since the door of the house had been broken into yesterday, there was no obstacle at all. Soon, a group of neighborhood security guards braved the wind and snow to carry the usable furniture from Jiang Tao's house inside, even the bed frame. The little security guards called her sister-in-law over and over, and their groveling attitude made Wen Qingshan feel even better. Before the furniture was even put in place, the food delivery people arrived. They were all people who had previously scolded Wen Qingshan in the owners' group. Some brought bundles of noodles, others brought half a bag of rice, chicken, duck, fish, rice, noodles, oil, and vegetables. In no time at all, the living room was full of apologies from the owners. The young master of the Jiang family is terrifying. Look, this is the way the rich and powerful do things, this is their ability and energy. Wen's mother nibbled on a hard, frozen sausage and sat on the sofa wrapped in a quilt like a Buddha. Compared to Jiang Shao, that Xiaomeng is nothing but a piece of Qingxian. What are you standing there for? Go and cook dinner. Wen Bo also agreed, yes, people compare people to death, goods compare goods to throw. If I had my way, I'd say my sister was blind to waste her time on that scum of a nouveau riche. If she had followed Mr. Jiang, we wouldn't be in this mess. Wen Qingxian was frozen with cold, but her heart was burning. She agreed with her family that she had made a mistake. How could Chao Meng compare to Jiang Tao? Could he make the owners of the entire community defer to him with just a word? He just had a few lousy dollars. Rich? Oomph, Chao, you think it was a waste of time for me to spend the past 2 years with you? Just wait and see, this house is only the interest, I'm going to make you go bankrupt, I'm going to make you beg for mercy like a dog in front of me. Jiang Tao is going to clean you up, a nouveau riche, it's going to be so easy. The thought of being thrown out twice and repeatedly humiliated made Wen Qingshuan's anger rise uncontrollably. Right, you just want to show me how awesome you are and how miserable it is to be without me, don't you? I'll show you. How to cook rice and stew meat. The temperature in the house has increased a lot thanks to the coal briquettes delivered by the lackeys, and there's also the down jacket the landlord sent as an apology. Wen Qingxian finally feels a little warmth. She also cooked some delicious dishes. Wen Bo was impatient to start eating, even though he had already eaten 3 big sausages. Wen Qingxian waved her chopsticks to stop him. Sister, why? Don't worry, I want to show Chao Meng. And I want to show those owners who look down on others. After saying that, she picked up her phone and took a few photos of the sumptuous food on the table and the little red coal stove by the table, and sent them to the owners group. The bacon is so fragrant, and the chicken soup tastes pure. Thank you, friends and neighbors. Wen Bo couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha, sister, you're really mean. In this cold weather, posting this will make those owners spit blood with anger. This is all their stock. Ha ha. I want them to spit blood. Wen Bo's mother sneered, the owners in this community all have eyes higher than the sky. They usually look down on us, but now they know how awesome I am, haha. Wen Qingshuan's mouth curled up into a smug smile, and then she hung up the video directly for Chao Meng. Over here. Chao Meng had already seen the look of smug satisfaction on the faces of this family. There was a surveillance camera installed in the chandelier in the room. As soon as the video started, Chao Meng saw 8 dishes and a soup, steaming with heat. Then there was a smug, superior face. Chao Meng, guess where I am? Wen Qingxian said, while she took a big chicken leg and took a delicious bite. Chao Meng said with a smile, at your grandfather's house? Ha, Chao thief, we are in your house, you idiot, my grandfather's grave grass is 3 meters high. Wen Bo's smug and laughing interrupted. Wen Qingxian. This brother, what's in your head is a rice field. Chao Meng, I'm in your house now, how about that? I'm better off without you, and I'm more fulfilled. Wen Qingxian said, pointing the camera at the luxurious feast on the table, at the small clay stove, and at the mountains of rice, flour, oil, meat, and vegetables in the living room. It was like a contest between a beggar and a dragon king. Chao Meng silently mourned for the unfortunate owners who had been bullied by Jiang. But on the surface, he cooperated with Wen Qingshuan's performance. Gee, why is there so much food? Where did you get it from? Of course it was sent by Mr. Jiang. Wen Qingxian turned back to the camera proudly, aiming at his high-class face. He was proud and honored. Idiot, accept the dimensional blow from Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang just said a few words, and the whole neighborhood came to send me food. Chao Meng gave a thumbs up, wow, that's amazing. What about you, do you have any food over there? Wen Qingxian asked with a smile. Chao Meng, no, I'm so hungry. When Xingxian took a big bite out of a chicken leg, the sun still hasn't come out, it's freezing cold, what are we going to do without any food? I'm so worried about you. It's fine, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Chao Meng was being stubborn. Want some? When Xingxian took a half-eaten chicken leg in her chopsticks and showed it off, if you want some, come and beg me. As long as you kneel in front of me and give me 3 loud kowtows, and lick my shoes clean, I'll give you a piece of chicken to eat. How's that? Not good enough, it's a little worse than mine. Chao Meng said, and then slowly pointed the camera at the golden roast whole cow and the huge pot of braised beef and potatoes. You roasted a whole cow? When Xingxian thought she was pretty extravagant, but she had no idea that Chao Meng was even more outrageous than her. That was a whole cow. He even cooked it all in one go. So I'm the clown? When Xingxian was so angry that she turned green. What a disgrace. She had originally wanted to show off a bit, to ridicule this bastard, to show him how good she was off him, how domineering and awesome her new boyfriend was, and then make him beg for her. When Xingxian even had a plan, if Chao Meng really had no food and came begging for help, she would stomp on his head, throw him a couple of chicken bones to gnaw on, and then post a video of him gnawing on the bones like a dog to the owners group. Just thinking about it made her feel good. Damn it! Bang! The video hung up. Looking at the 8 dishes and 1 soup in front of her, when Xingxian suddenly felt unenthusiastic. That bastard, he's doing so well. No, I can't stand to see him living such a comfortable life. In the end, she was still hungry, so when Xingxian crazily polished off 3 bowls of rice, belched, put down her chopsticks, and looked at her younger brother Wenbo with cold eyes. Sister, what do you want? Wenbo was a coward at heart, and when he was suddenly stared at by his sister with those eyes, he was instantly shocked. When Xingxian, do you want to take revenge, little brother? Avenge? Looking for Chen Heping? Wenbo put down the big bowl and casually said, we'll need to call the security team. Idiot. When Xingxian was speechless. Did this brother's brain have Ollie filling it? Chen Heping naturally has to be dealt with. Just for daring to hit me, this person absolutely cannot live. Linhai City does not allow such a cocky existence. Apart from Chen Heping, the person when Xingxian most wants to deal with is Chao Meng. It's Chao Meng. When Xingxian said in a deep voice, have you forgotten about him and Qini? Your fiancée was snatched by him. Chapter 23, clean up the T-frame, break your father's legs, and empty your house of supplies. Right. When Bo suddenly remembered when he heard it, the hatred of stealing a wife, how could I forget? Careless. Damn it, he stole my girlfriend, I'll get him. Right now, we don't know where Chao Meng has gone into hiding. When Xingxuan said gently, but you should know where Qini lives, right? Yes. When Bo nodded repeatedly. Her family lives in the Mianfang residential community, I've been there before. Are you asking me to go and get that bitch? Yes. It's that bitch Qini. The hatred in Wen Xingxuan's heart could no longer be concealed when she thought about Qini. It was clearly her future sister-in-law, but she had chosen to get together with the man she considered a gold-digging son of a bitch. How can I be happy if I don't kill her? No matter how much I dislike Chao Meng, he is still my man. If I don't give you, you can't take it. What's more, you are my future sister-in-law. How can I bear it? Qini's family, her mother is sick, and her father is also a consumptive, so it's not a big deal. You go to her house tonight. She's not pretending to be high and mighty, is she? All that fiddling and making excuses. Does she think our family is beneath her? You'll marry her today. Remember to record a video while you're doing it, and make it good. I want Chao Meng to see what happens when you betray me. When Xingxuan's beautiful, high-class face twisted as she said this. Jealousy and hatred can make a person unrecognizable. Yes. Wen's mother also nodded vigorously. That little bitch Qini was originally our daughter-in-law, Wenbo, so just go over there and marry her and make her your wife. If anything happens, your brother-in-law will protect you, so we have nothing to fear. When Xingxian thought for a moment and added, I remember that Qini's family sells buns, right? Her family must have a lot of flour. If the sun doesn't come out in the future, food will be the top priority. After we've killed the people, we'll loot the grain. We can't let this bitch eat meat while our family goes hungry. Yes, sister, you're right, let's do it. When Bo got excited at the thought of the pretty and charming Qini, especially her signature milk voice. Dad, Mom, and Sister, let's get our stuff and go to Chinese house right now. I'll get her tonight in front of her parents. This little bitch, when she was with me, she pretended to be purer than mineral water, looked reluctant, and looked at me like I was shit. I thought she was a fairy from heaven, but I didn't expect her to roll in the sheets with Chow Meng. Damn, is this bitch after Chow Meng's big, thieving lychee? Mine's not bad either. Okay, stop it. Wen Qingxian almost lost her temper with this idiot. I won't go to Qingyi's house, you and Mom and Dad will be enough. Remember, take better videos. When Bushwan sneered, sis, don't worry, your brother's photography skills are absolutely great, artist level. With Jiang Tao as her backing, Wen Qingxian is getting more and more reckless. Or maybe that's just her true nature. Over here, Wen Qingxuan's family's conspiracy naturally did not escape Chow Meng's surveillance. Bitch, I'm giving you face, right? Stealing my house and trying to bully my woman. You're looking for death. Chow Meng quickly put on his cold-weather polar suit, goggles, polar boots, scarf, and wrapped himself up tightly. Then he grabbed the 3-kilowatt dazzling variable-frequency miner's lamp he had prepared long ago and a large iron rod and went out the door. Under the apocalypse, the sun and moon have no light, and it is naturally pitch black outside. Therefore, lighting equipment such as flashlights and miner's lamps is also essential. The dazzling 3,000-watt variable-frequency miner's lamp in Chow Meng's hand is most effective when encountering the enemy in the dark night. Usually, it is only set to the strongest variable frequency dazzling mode with 100 watts, which is like a flashbang and can temporarily blind and disable people. This is indeed a must-have for close combat sneak attacks. Outside, it is pitch black. In order to save electricity, the street lamps outside have been turned off, and only the lights in the residents' homes are still on. On this side of the villa district, only 7 or 8 houses have lights on, and the rest are pitch black. This is normal, as the occupancy rate of villa districts is not high. Many people buy villas as an investment and rarely live in them. The deep snow up to his knees made walking extremely difficult. However, Chow Meng's physical strength was now stronger than that of a professional athlete, and this amount of snow could not stop him. After more than 10 minutes, Chow Meng lay in ambush by the side of the road that was a must for Shulin and Mianfan communities. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, he saw 3 people coming from afar, carrying a weak flashlight and cursing as they walked. When Bo complained as he walked, "It's so cold, Mom, let's just go back." It's not too late to go back and get that bitch when the snow melts. He was such a coward, he was panting heavily after just a short walk and didn't want to go on. Wen's mother gritted her teeth against the cold wind. "No, your sister is right, we must avenge this. Son, bear with it, when we get to the Cheens, don't you want to take revenge?" Dazzling lights came on. Then, a large iron rod swung over. Ka ka. Ah, help, murder. Ah, don't kill me, help, ah. The 3 family members did not see the person coming, and each received a heavy blow to the knee. Chow Meng also used his full strength, and the iron rod smashed down on Wenbo, his father, and his mother's knees, shattering their menisci. After a few blows, he lifted up his snow boots and stepped hard on Wenbo's vital points. The sound of a broken egg. Woo-ah. Then he passed out from the pain. Wen's mother was so worried that she crawled over to him. "Wenbo, son. Spare my life, Grandpa, spare my life." Wen's father was so scared by the tall man standing in the snow that he kept calling him Grandpa, and even forgot the pain for a while. Because Chow Meng was wrapped up like a dumpling, bloated and very swollen, and the glare was blinding, the family didn't recognize him at all. Chow Meng silently watched the Wen family for a while, then dragged his walking stick in a circle and left in style. It wasn't that Chow Meng was merciful, but that he wanted this family to feel despair and pain, and he couldn't let them die so easily. After walking in a circle, Chow Meng arrived at the gate of Shulin community from a different road. From a distance, he saw Wen Qingxian wrapped in a big cotton-padded jacket, hurrying with several community security guards to the scene of the incident. Chow Meng, with his face covered by goggles and a scarf, strode into the community and then headed straight for his apartment on the 16th floor. When he arrived at the door, he noticed that the lock had been changed. Chow Meng searched carefully, but there were no surveillance cameras in the hallway. He took out a large hammer from his star sapphire ring and smashed the door twice, breaking it open. As soon as he entered the apartment, he saw a large amount of food piled up in the living room. In this situation, Chow Meng naturally did not hold back, and in a flash he took everything away, not even sparing the furniture when Qingshan had just moved from Jiangtao. What sofa bed, mattress, and warm clothes and quilts, all swept away. "Bitch, don't you like to show off the 8 dishes and 1 soup? I'll let you show off enough. Chapter 24, Chapter 024. When Qingshan spit blood in anger, and her brain filled in the blanks. Xiao Meng looted all of Wen Qingshan's supplies and furniture. As soon as he left the community gate, he saw Wen Qingshan in the distance, leading 7 or 8 security guards, struggling to carry her parents and younger brother on a stretcher. She was holding a phone in her hand, as if she were complaining to Jiang Tao. Wen's father, mother, and Wen Bo screamed the whole way, like they were being slaughtered. Sister, my leg seems to be broken, and it hurts everywhere. Take me to the hospital quickly. Wen Bo shouted with a tearful voice. I've asked Jiang Tao. There's no way to get into the hospital, and the power is out. It's useless to go there. Just wait a little longer. Jiang Tao said he'll find a way. What's going on? Wen Qingxian was dumbfounded the moment she pushed open the door. The things in the house, the food, the furniture, the clothes and quilts, all had disappeared without a trace. The large house was empty. Who in the world had the nerve to steal from Wen Qingxian? Several security guards carrying stretchers, all from Jiang Hai Group, were also dumbfounded. The home of Jiang's teenage girlfriend had been ransacked twice. Chen Happing? Wen Qingxian immediately thought of Chen Happing. He is the only person in the entire Shulin community with the energy and guts to do this. Old Wang, go check the surveillance cameras right away. It definitely wasn't just one person who could have emptied the house in such a short time. Yes, sister-in-law, I'll go right away. As soon as the security guard left, Wen Qingxian picked up the phone and told Jiang Tao about the ransacked house. What? Your house was robbed too? When Jiang Daishao heard this, he immediately exploded. Fine, Chen Happing, I didn't come to you, but you came to me first? Qingxian, just wait, I'll get you justice now. Xiao Meng snuck home, and as soon as he took off his thick polar cold weather suit, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that Chen Happing and Jiang Tao were arguing in the group again. Damn, didn't I just set Chen up? Xiao Meng was speechless. Young Master Jiang was really good at making connections, and he was blaming Chen Happing for everything. Fortunately, Chen Happing was not a man of empty reputation, and naturally would not let others easily pin the blame on him. Chen Happing, Jiang Tao, listen to me, I never hide anything. I didn't do this, I was drinking and playing cards with my friends in Building 3, the community surveillance can testify to this. If you don't believe me, you can come and find me anytime, and I'll fight to the end. Jiang Tao, don't worry, I'll investigate. If I find out it was you, I won't let you off the hook. In the owners group, it became the home court of the 2 big shots, and no one else dared to interrupt. Half an hour later, Jiang Tao finally arrived at Shulin community in an off-road vehicle with chains on the tires, accompanied by several burly men and an orthopedic surgeon. Dr. Wang, how is he? Wen Qingxian nervously asked, looking at the doctor who had just finished the initial examination of her brother and parents. Dr. Wang shook his head, the meniscus and the connected leg bone have been smashed, with a complete crush fracture. It has been frozen at low temperatures for such a long time that the muscle tissue has died, and the situation is very serious. We have to go to the hospital. Doctor, what about here? Wen Bo asked, pointing to his vital area. Well, the situation is not optimistic. The doctor paused and shook his head. This little fat boy will most likely be an eunuch, and a disabled one at that. Have you seen who it really is? Jiang Tao's face was gloomy and terrifying. It wasn't that he cared much about Wen's parents and Wen Bo, in fact, he didn't care at all about how badly they were hurt, as long as it wasn't Wen Qingshan. What he cared about was that someone had dared to mess with the tiger's head. He clearly knew that Wen Qingshan was his woman, but he still did such a terrible thing to her family. Jiang Xiao, we have checked, and it should not be Chen Happing. Today, he stayed at home playing cards with a few disciples and friends. Moreover, Chen Happing is not the type to play dirty, he always comes out in the open. Security team leader Wang Chang said. Carefully. Who is it? In the past 2 days, there has been chaos at Jianghai Group. Hundreds of thousands of tons of grain and oil stockpiles were seized, and not even a trace was left behind. Now, there has been another supernatural incident on Wen Qingshuan's side. A family was beaten and disabled not far from home, and then their home was emptied and even their furniture and belongings were seized. Jiang Tao, do you think it could be Xiao Meng? My parents, my brother and I were just about to go and get our hands on that bitch Chini when we were beaten up as soon as we left the house. And when we got back, our home had been ransacked. Wen Qingxian said, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to her. No, this was intentional. Someone knew we were going out. There's surveillance. Find it, Jiang Tao shouted, and his subordinate Zhao Karami immediately got to work. If there was surveillance, then Chao Meng's suspicion must be the greatest. Because only he knew that the Wen family would leave, and only he could have timed it so precisely. However, Chao Meng had already anticipated their anticipation, and during the looting, he had removed the cloud surveillance camera from the hanging lamp. This thing, once used, is useless. If he is discovered, the suspect will be himself. When facing an enemy, you must first maintain a sense of mystery. Let them die without knowing how they died. The henchman searched for a while, but found nothing. Nothing? Jiang Tao shook his head in confusion. Xingxian, do you know where this Chao lives? No. When Xingxian shook her head. However, this scumbag had an affair with Qin Yi. Well, I know that. Jiang Tao rubbed his temples. This matter should not be done by Chao Meng. Even if he has the heart, he doesn't have the ability to empty this house in the blink of an eye. It must be that my enemies are targeting you, and your every move should be under the surveillance of these people. Jiang Hai Group has a dirty past. Although they have been whitewashed over the years, they have done a lot of unscrupulous things behind the scenes, especially the evil young master. Moreover, the Jiang Group is not united. For example, it is very likely that the warehouse theft was committed by one of their own. What? When Xingxuan's face suddenly changed. So, her family's misfortune was all because of young Master Jiang. If it wasn't Chao Meng or Chen Heping, then could it be that bitch? Jiang Tao suddenly thought of a possibility. Jiang Tao's suspect was no one else but his own stepmother. As the saying goes, get rich and die young. Jiang Tao's father, Jiang Long, was also a player. He was very promiscuous when he was young, and later he even found a young and beautiful beauty to be Jiang Tao's stepmother. Jiang Tao himself was a playboy and didn't know anything about management. His father was old and didn't have much energy to manage things, so most of the business of the Jiang Hai Group was handed over to Jiang Tao's stepmother. This woman was very capable and managed the company in an orderly manner, and she was also very good to Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao was always wary of this beautiful stepmother. In this incident of warehouse theft, Jiang Tao's first suspicion was his stepmother. You bitch, if I don't screw you, you'll screw me first. Good, very good. Chapter 25 Chapter 025 Disaster deepens, water, electricity, and gas cut off. Chao Meng had no idea that his beating had not ultimately made Chen Heping take the blame, but had instead trapped Jiang Tao's stepmother. He had never imagined that Wen Xingshan's bitch would turn black so quickly and viciously. If there had not been surveillance there, Qin Yi would have been in trouble today. He had changed in this life, and the flutter of a butterfly's wings had changed the life trajectories of many people. For example, when Xingxian, after being dealt with by herself, colluded with Jiang Tao ahead of schedule. Jiang Dashao's energy gave Wen Xingxian the confidence to stir up trouble, allowing her to sprint full speed on the path to becoming the ruthless overlord. No, I have to warn Qin Yi. Chao Meng thought for a moment and directly sent a video to Qin Yi. Hey, Chao Meng. Upon receiving Chao Meng's video, Qin Yi looked very excited, her tone a little shaky. Chao Meng, are you okay? Qin Yi is wearing a snow-white down jacket, and the background seems to be in a cave made of large granite blocks. Fortunately, where are you? Chao Meng asked curiously. In an air raid shelter. Qin Yi showed off for the camera and let it take a lap around the cave. It's a very large air raid shelter, with an area of hundreds of square meters. Several side passages are blocked tightly with old doors and windows. The briquette stove is burning red, and it looks like there are small casseroles stewing on the fire. Two mangy dogs are lying lazily next to the small stove. Air raid shelter. Chao Meng is taken aback. In fact, in extremely cold conditions, the most thermally insulated and safest place is underground. Even if there is no coal stove, hiding in an underground cave wrapped in a quilt can actually keep you warm. Chao Meng also wanted to take up an air raid shelter that no one knew about as a shelter, but after thinking about the poor comfort, he gave up. Qin Yi laughed and said, yes, our cotton spinning community is an old unit. We dug an air raid shelter during the war preparations. This air raid shelter is next to the side of our courtyard, and my father knows the location. Today is really cold, and my parents are not in good health, so we moved in temporarily. Chao Meng was overjoyed. With the air raid shelter, Qin Yi would not be in trouble for the time being. That's great. Listen to me, quickly move all the food and fuel in the house to the air raid shelter, and live in the air raid shelter from now on. Chini immediately realized something when she saw Chow Meng's serious expression. Chow Meng, has something happened? Chow Meng didn't hide anything and said directly, it's Wen Xingxuan's family. She knows where your house is and came to trouble you today. Fortunately, I beat her up on the way here. Wen Xingxian. Chini also realized the severity of the issue. Fine, I'll do as you say, I'll bring everything over right now. After a pause, she whispered mysteriously to Chow Meng. By the way, Chow Meng, I'll tell you another secret. I feel like my strength has increased a lot. Ever since that day, I can easily carry 250 jean bags of rice after we did that. No way. Chow Meng was also taken aback. He thought he had benefited from it that night, but he never expected. Chini is so delicate and weak, with big breasts but a tiny waist, thin arms and hands, and she can easily carry 250 kilograms bags of rice? This is a bit of a boost. Could it be that this starry blue ring is also a dual cultivation ring? Or, just like other people, trade instant noodles for a beautiful woman? After confirming that there are no issues on Chini's side, Chow Meng felt relieved. The two chatted for a while before Chini reluctantly hung up the phone. Soon, it was time to enjoy the food. De Huang and Lao He had already gathered a group of puppies around the table. The puppies were well behaved and never touched the things on the table. They would only eat from the food bowl given to them by their owners. The 5 little pair cats stood in front, lifting their front paws and staring with big eyes, pretending to be cute. The 6 small field dogs, the 7 small German shepherds, and the 4 small mastiffs have not yet been weaned, but in the past 2 days they have started to learn to eat meat. They get both milk and meat, and they don't give Chow Meng any savings at all. I will serve you every day. First, I cut up a small half of charcoal grilled veal for the animals, and then I started eating my own. After dinner, I half lay on the sofa, turn on the TV to watch the news, but who knows that as soon as I turn it on, it's Animal World. Woof woof. Meow meow. The cats and dogs started barking at the TV. What, you want to watch it too? Chow Meng looked at Xiao Wu, who had his paw on the remote control and was flirting with him, a little speechless. Well, these guys are going to become spirits. Look, I'm brushing the snow off the prints. Now the prints are all the same, with snowstorms and what happens after the sun disappears. Some people started to popularize the Doomsday Survival Code. Some people started to form groups, claiming that they want to stay warm together when the doomsday comes. There is also a host PK, just to see who can stay in the snow for a long time with no clothes. Of course, most people are still complaining about the government, selling misery, swearing, asking for help, and so on. Chow Meng even saw a nerdy guy lying on a pile of food, asking for a girlfriend to keep him company for the night, offering 5 packs of instant noodles. Halfway through, he received a sign-in safety video from his young-looking girlfriend Lu Xiaoran, then spent a while on his phone again, before sinking into a deep sleep on the sofa. The snowstorm continued. The sun never came out. On the morning of the 3rd day, the gas supply was cut off. For people suffering from hunger and cold, this was like a blow from above. Without gas, lighting a fire to cook and keep warm became a luxury. The number of people suffering from frostbite and dying from exposure gradually increased. Then, the hospitals also began to shut down. The situation was getting worse and worse. In the following days, Chow Meng stayed in the villa, feeding the cats and dogs, watering the flowers and grass, spending an hour a day practicing qigong, and training with a sword for half an hour in the evening. Then he would eat, play, watch a little movie, brush his teeth, go online, and pay attention to the progress of the end of the world. At this time in his previous life, he was already staying at home, shivering under the covers, and eating only once a day. Unlike now, where he not only overeats every day, but also raises a bunch of little animals, it's just too good. In the blink of an eye, it's already the 7th day of the end of the world. There is no sign of the sun coming up at all, and the global temperature has stabilized at minus 85 degrees Celsius. More and more people can't stand it anymore. Last night there was another heavy snowfall, and now the chicken blood outside has piled up to more than a meter waist high. The heavy snow that doesn't melt will make it more difficult for people to go out and find food. Linhai is considered lucky, as the snow has reached 3 to 4 meters high in many cities. Fortunately, Chow Meng is familiar with the end of the world and knows that this is the heaviest snowfall for a long time, and even if there is more snow in the future, it will become smaller and smaller. The reason is very simple. Now that the sun has disappeared, the whole world is frozen, even the Pacific Ocean is completely frozen. The extremely cold temperatures have caused the moisture in the atmospheric circulation to be unable to be replenished, so naturally there will be no snow. In addition, the electricity in the coastal city completely collapsed. The power outage became the straw that broke the camel's back. People who had reached the limit of their endurance began to take action, shoveling away the snow and starting to loot supplies. Supermarkets, farmers' markets, wholesale markets, grain and oil shops, gas stations, pharmacies, and even gas stations and oil depots were all looted. The city defense army and the people of the patrol battalion did try to stop them, but there were simply not enough people to do so. People have a herd mentality. Once someone set a bad precedent, more desperate people who were suffocating with anger immediately followed suit, for fear of being too slow to grab what they could. People not only broke into shops on the street, but many even took advantage of the chaos to commit crimes, breaking into homes and robbing them openly. That night, no one knows how many people lost the life-saving supplies they had carefully hoarded, and how many people lost their lives in the fighting. The madness of humanity was completely unleashed under the guidance and encouragement of those who cared. Chow Meng knew very well that the ones who took the lead in looting in Xiqing district this time were ambitious people like Zhang Tao who had strength and background. Water, gas, and electricity were cut off. It was pitch black outside, and the vast majority of people's homes were also dark. Life was without light. In the vast darkness, hungry and cold, many people remembered the little match girl selling girls. Fortunately, the wireless network was still maintained, comforting the desperate people. And the good thing is that the official forces of the Great Dragon Country have been maintaining basic network communications, except in remote mountainous areas and leaving the last bit of light for this end of the world. Chapter 26 Chapter 0260 Yuan purchased the desperate plan of the female T-frame. In the morning, Chow Meng woke up with a start, and shook off the duck-down quilt on his body with a rollover. The little yellow ducks let out an unhappy protest. In just 7 days, the 5 little ducks, who had no worries about food or clothing, had grown 2 sizes, and even their soft yellow feathers had begun to reflect light. Meow the clingy cat Xiaowu came up and gave Chow Meng a lovey-dovey pat on the face. This little thing is supposed to be the most intelligent and clingiest of all the cats and dogs, and it has almost become a fixed pendant on Boss Chow's body. Get up and turn on your phone. Many chat group messages have arrived at 99+. Chow Meng first opened the group for owners of the Shulin neighborhood next door. What to do? It's the 7th day already, the sun hasn't come out, and the news says that even the Pacific Ocean is frozen. Does the government have a solution? No water, no electricity, no gas. How can we live like this? I'm afraid to get out of bed. Yes, the power is out. We only dare to turn on one of the 4 mobile phones in our house, and I only dare to turn it on for 10 minutes, for fear of running out of power. Brother Wang, you went out foraging for food with my husband yesterday. How come you haven't heard from him since you've returned? What's happened to him? Everyone, don't panic. We have to trust the authorities. We have to believe that the disaster will soon be over. Chow Meng let out a small sigh. What's the point of hoping for anything? At this time, the authorities can't possibly take care of too many people. In fact, the torch program of various countries on the Water Blue Star has already been quietly implemented. The so-called torch program is to collect most of the resources that can be mastered to provide a small number of people with the opportunity to survive in the long term, with the noble name of continuing the inheritance of human civilization. The torch program actually covers a very wide range, including scientific researchers, highly skilled talents, engineers, highly qualified doctors, various experts, and so on, plus a large number of lucky people. Of course, the vast majority of ordinary people, including Chow Meng, are not qualified to become the torchbearers of human civilization. It is hard to say what is wrong with this strategy. After all, from an official point of view, it is better to preserve the torch than to die together, just in case there is a chance in the future? But who is willing to be a forgotten person? This is the real moment of doomsday. Now, the doomsday has truly begun. Urbanites who have lost the stable supply of water, electricity, energy and food will not last long, and more people will die. Shulin Community, Chow Meng's old house. This was the second time Zhang Tao had appeared here. That night, after dealing with the mess of Wen Qingshan's family, and having the security team forcibly obtain a batch of supplies from some unlucky homeowners for Wen Qingshan's family, he left. Of course, although he had not been in the community these past few days, with Wen Qingshan, the Phoenix chick, there, he had done a lot of things for him. For example, in the 0 yuan purchase last night, Wen Qingshan, the property manager, was one of the planners. Last night, this woman personally led Jiang Tao's henchman security team and some newly recruited capable outsiders to loot the place. There were about 40 or 50 people, all of them fierce and menacing, and they really stole the show. Even Queenie Wen, the sister-in-law, personally got involved and used a cleaver to cut the arm of an unlucky guy who had gotten into a fight. The way she swung that cleaver was so impressive that Queenie Wen was so excited that she couldn't sleep that night. She is now certain that the bloodthirsty gene is flowing in her blood. Now Chao Meng's large 4-bedroom, 2-living-room house has 2 rooms full of supplies that the security team has scavenged. Even the houses of the 2 neighbors next door have been rented by this woman in an extremely domineering manner for 200 yuan. The 2 neighbors were forced by her, in the name of property manager, to give the unlucky guy downstairs. The 2 large houses, each 160 square meters, have now also become the storage base of her Wen Queen. Now, Wen Qingshan increasingly hoped that the end would never come. "Brother Tao, how is everything going at home?" As soon as Jiang Tao walked in, Wen Qingshan greeted him with a smile, gently taking his arm. "Forget it, that bitch, she's got a bag of shit for brains. It's this time of year, and she's still acting timidly." Jiang Tao sat down on the sofa, scolding a little. "But this time, the old man is backing me up, and a few veterans from the group are also on my side. This time, it's settled." "That's not it." When Qingshan sneered, "That woman is known as the business empress, and her business tactics are naturally useful in normal times, but now this is the end of the world, and what matters most is the fist, food, and energy. Her methods won't work anymore. Only by grabbing as many supplies as possible can we live well in this dark and hopeless end of the world." "That's right, that's the way it is." Jiang Tao took something out of his waist and said proudly. "Qinghua is white and big, but not as bold as you. With this thing, we can do whatever we want in the future." "A gun? Where did you get it?" When Qingshuan's eyes lit up. "With this thing, one's courage can be even more bold, and one doesn't need to be so timid when doing things, one can be decisive. After all, one is going to be a queen. What's the big deal? With the power of our Jianghai group, getting some guns and ammunition is a piece of cake. My father's guards even have long guns." Jiang Tao was even more pleased to see her surprised expression. When Qingshan excitedly clenched her fists, "Great, with guns comes food, and with food comes everything. Our next plan can begin." At that moment, Wen Bo, who was lying in the back room, suddenly grunted. Upon hearing her baby brother grunt, when Qingshuan's good mood vanished in an instant, "Jiang Tao, what about my parents and my brother?" Jiang Tao hurriedly said, "Qingshan baby, don't worry, I came here today to take them to our Jiang family's own hospital for treatment." When did the Jiang family have their own hospital? When Qingshan looked at Jiang Tao in surprise. As the future young wife of the Jianghai group, who would take over the reins of power in the future, she had investigated the assets of the Jianghai group to the hilt, and it seemed that the Jianghai group had never set foot in the medical industry. It was just set up. They hired some doctors from Shihua Hospital, moved some equipment, and put it in the villa at our family's Yunding Manor. Jiang Tao looked at Wen Qingshan with no small amount of pride. At Wen Qingshuan's urging, Jiang Tao handed over a few small karaokes and carried Wen Bo, who was paralyzed in bed, and Wen's parents away. However, Wen Qingshan and Jiang Tao did not go with them. Wen Qingshan looked at Jiang Tao seriously. "Brother Tao, as you said, there shouldn't be much supplies left in our house, right?" Jiang Tao thought for a moment and said, "It's not that supplies are in short supply. Although the group warehouse was looted, there are still some in other places. Some were looted last night as well, so there is definitely enough to supply our lives. If we want to talk about more, there definitely isn't much, and it can't support many people." When Qingshan sneered, "If there isn't enough, then find a way. The more food supplies, the better." Jiang Tao was speechless. "Ways? Where are there any more ways? Every place in the city with any stock has already been cleaned out once. Those shops and wholesale markets are cleaner than a dog's lick now. If the shops, markets and warehouses are gone, don't the residents still have some?" When Qingshuan's face wore a vicious smile. "Doesn't the property company under the Jianghai group manage a lot of buildings? Watch closely, I'll show you." Chapter 27, Chapter 027, A Malicious Lie. When Xingxian picked up her phone and directly at all the members in the Shulin Community Owners Group. Queen 1, dear owners, the latest news is that, according to the latest official announcement, the Academy of Sciences has concluded from its latest research that the disappearance of the sun was caused by a black substance in the Earth's crust that was ejected with a volcanic eruption in the Pacific Ocean, temporarily blocking the sunlight and causing a large-scale global cooling. Now, this dark matter has begun to dissipate gradually, and the middle of the Pacific Ocean has returned to light, and the area of light is still expanding. According to expert estimates, the sun will reappear in 2 days, and global temperatures will rise again. In the villa, Chao Meng had just finished a post-workout snack and was lying in the warm bathtub, enjoying it while brushing his phone. Fosco. Talent. This woman is truly a talent. What unknown black matter, what Academy of Sciences experts. Lies to deceive the heavens, just come out of your mouth. Sure enough, as soon as Wen Qingxuan's message was sent, the group immediately went into uproar. Hope. There is light. Finally, it's going to be over. Roar. Ah. The pent-up atmosphere was released at this moment, and dozens of buildings in the entire Shulin community let out roars one after the other. Damn it, this bitch is going to do something evil again. As he watched the group's messages flashing non-stop, Chao Meng silently mourned for these people in his heart. After this poisonous woman unleashed her true nature, the damage was endless. I wonder how many people are going to be unlucky again. Sure enough, after Wen Qingxian temporarily blocked all messages in the group, she continued, official notice, the management and distribution of daily necessities is temporarily entrusted to the property management companies of each residential community. The official requirement is that no one must starve to death or freeze to death. Then she opened the group to allow everyone to speak again. Good, that's great. I knew it, the authorities definitely won't abandon us. Haha, I'm saved, I'm finally saved. The news of joy rolled crazily. Hey, Manager Wen, since the authorities have said so, then hurry up and distribute supplies to everyone, my family has been out of food for a day. My family, 501, Building 3, we're out of fuel. I want meat, 1702, Building 5. Manager Wen, our Nini has a high fever, do you have any warm clothes, quilts, or something? In an instant, Wen Qingxian, the temporary property manager, became a savior. The image of the previous domineering, strong, and selfish female manager suddenly grew tall. What do you want, Qingxian? You're not seriously thinking of giving supplies to these people, are you? There are so many households, tens of buildings, 1,000 or 2,000 households, 5 or 6,000 people. Zhang Tao, the young master of Zhangde, looked at Wen Qingxian with a face full of confusion. This operation had confused him. Could it be that Wen Qingxian wants to do some charity work? No, that's absolutely out of the question. Zhanghai Group can't afford to waste time. What's the rush? Wen Qingxian laughed lightly, silenced everyone, and continued, everyone, please calm down. According to official projections, the ice disaster will be completely lifted in 5 days at the shortest, or 7 days at the longest. However, many households are already running out of food, and our property company does not have any supplies on hand. Therefore, in order to complete the task assigned by the higher-ups, and to allow every homeowner to live with dignity, the higher-ups have entrusted our property management company to collect food, fuel, and supplies from every homeowner's home, and then distribute them to each household according to need. Dear brothers and sisters, we are family. In these difficult times, we should help each other and support each other. Believe in us, the disaster is terrible, but as long as everyone thinks in the same way and works together, the disaster will not defeat us. I solemnly remind you that this is an official order. Violators will be forcibly executed by the security personnel of my property management company. Then, the speech was once again released. Zhang Tao, who was standing nearby, was already in awe. Awesome, Qingxian, this move of yours is simply. Ha, I will have our people go door to door to collect supplies. Ha, wife, you are truly my heavenly female military advisor, simply awesome. When Qingxian said in a low voice, okay, don't be in such a hurry to admire me. Tell the people from the property management companies in the other communities under your command to do what I did. Let's get a batch of supplies first. There are so many households, and a little bit adds up to a lot. This is a bit much, isn't it? There are so many people, and if there are no supplies, I'm afraid many people will die. What if there's a commotion? Although young Master Jiang is bold, he still feels a bit uneasy about this. What are you afraid of? When Qingxian glanced at Zhang Tao and suddenly felt a little contempt for this coward. Who said that the bold die of starvation? At this time of day, you're still being a woman's man, no wonder you can't beat your little mother. Besides, these people are going to die sooner or later, so rather than wasting food, it's better to contribute it and let other people live better. Jiang Tao had a bad temper in his bones, and after hearing what Wen Qingxian said, he gave up. Okay, let's do it. I'll get the other communities to mobilize now. You're right. Some of the trash population are just a waste of food if they live on. Inside the villa, Chao Meng shook his head in disbelief. The butterfly wings of his rebirth had flapped too vigorously. He had released the devil. In his previous life, Wen Xingxuan's family was still struggling to withstand the cold, but in this life, because of him, Wen Xingxuan's nature as a poisonous woman had erupted prematurely. As a result, the owners of Shulin community are the ones who will suffer. These people have finally managed to gather some supplies, only to have them stolen in an instant. However, Chao Meng has no mercy for these neighbors. Some people are indeed a waste of food if they are still alive. In the previous life, when he was suffering, he had no food or water, and apart from Chun Heping and his siblings, no one helped him. What's more, in the end, they even became Wen Qingshan's accomplices and lackeys. But I can't let this poisonous woman get supplies so easily. If I let her live a good life, wouldn't it be like I was born again for nothing? Chao Meng thought to himself. At the moment, among the owners, those whose supplies were about to run out were naturally overjoyed, and Wen Qingxian, who had blown a rainbow fart one after the other, had almost become a savior. What's more, some excited residents sang "Unity is strength." And then more and more people joined in. Very quickly, the impassioned melody resounded through the Shulin community. The group also started live streaming the powerful melody of the chorus sung by thousands of owners. One song finished, another began, all full of hope and inspiring marches. Holy shit! In front of the screen, Chao Meng froze. This bitch really lacks a big heart. A pack of lies has set the mood to this point. This big lie is unbelievable. When these people find out they've been lied to later, I wonder if they won't die of blood loss on the spot. It gives people infinite hope, and then you cruelly snuff it out with your own hands. This woman is really bad to the core, so bad that she's festering with maggots. The vast majority of people never imagined that Wen Qingxian would be so bold as to blurt out such a whopper to 4,000 or 5,000 people in the entire community. For those families with plenty of supplies, this method of distribution obviously wasn't to their liking. People are selfish. As the saying goes, he who has food in his hands is not worried in his heart. But the mood had been set, and Wen Qingxian now had the official imperial sword in her hands. She also had the fierce security team and some lackeys in her hands, and she definitely couldn't provoke them head-on. She could only quietly hide some supplies. Wen Qingxian held her mobile phone and giggled. Giggling, these fools are so excited, it makes me feel a bit bad about tricking them. That being said, she decisively issued her own order. If no one objects, I'll have someone come collect it, so I hope everyone cooperates. Once the supplies have been collected, we will distribute them immediately. The time and place of distribution will be announced later. Chapter 28 Chapter 028 Hand-tearing Wen Qingxian T mounting, even Jesus couldn't stop it. After the message was sent, Wen Qingxian took a deep breath, stretched vigorously, and glanced at Jiang Tao. What do you think? Is my plan okay? Punish her. Punish her. Jiang Tao was full of praise. That was amazing, and so mean. But I like it. At that moment, Chao Meng's message appeared on the screen. Don't believe this evil woman, she's deceiving you. My friend works at the Academy of Sciences, and everyone there has been selected for the Torch Plan. What is the Torch Plan? It's to spread the flame of human civilization. The meaning is clear, the sun will not rise again, and those of us who remain need to work hard to survive, and we can't rely on anyone else. What bullshit official orders and commissions, they don't even exist. This evil woman has known the news for a long time. She is trying to use her power to collect everyone's supplies for her and the animals of the Jianghai group to enjoy. Everyone must not be fooled, and keep the things in your home safe. Also, if I'm not wrong, the communities managed by the property companies under the Jianghai group must be operating in the same way. Everyone must spread the word and not let these scumbags get away with it. Most importantly, property owners must unite and at this time, must not bow to this evil force. Otherwise, everyone will surely die without a burial. Chao Meng sent a few messages. The response in the group was silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Fake? How could it be? How dare when? Impossible. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. Because in the long night, they so desperately needed a ray of hope. So, instinctively, they didn't believe it. After all, when Xingxian had spoken with conviction. In such a depressing situation, they need a little light, and when Xingxuan's words gave them hope. However, Chao Meng's words were well-founded. He even revealed the torch project, which was secretly underway, in order to increase credibility. He also asked everyone to first find relatives and friends to verify the information. So, after a half-minute of silence, the group finally exploded. What? It's fake. I told you, when did Queen Wen become a good person? It turns out it's fake. It's evil, so evil, taking our supplies, this is to let us die. Damn it. Everyone, I asked my cousin, my cousin's community is Jianghai property, the same as ours, but my cousin's community doesn't have this saying, so I'm sure this is a conspiracy between Wen Xingxuan and the Jianghai group. I also asked, my uncle's side doesn't have this saying, their community is much more advanced than ours, and even they haven't received the notice. This is fucking unbelievable. No way. I've never heard of the torch plan. I'm a graduate of a prestigious university. Even if they were selecting the torch of human civilization, I should be one of them. What torch plan? Could it be that we've been abandoned? Everything's a mess. When Xingxian watched the constantly flashing message, and her beautiful, high-class face was enraged and distorted. Chao Meng, you dog-fucking bastard. This bastard. Why does he have to go out of his way to be a pain in the ass? Why? What a perfect plan. Just a few words from him and it's ruined. There's so much food and fuel in the homes of so many owners. It's enough to last her a while. And not only did this bastard ruin Shulin community, he also let everyone know. Won't that cause trouble in other communities? What torch plan? I don't even know about it, how do you? When Xingxian trembled all over. This bastard, to deal with me, he even dared to tell such a big lie. What torch plan? You're here making science fiction movies and filming Wandering Water Blue Stars. You're looking for death, you're looking for death. When Xingxian is Wen Xingxian after all, and she quickly calmed down. Although there had been a deviation in the plan, it could still be remedied. Beep. All are prohibited from speaking. Queen Wen, everyone, I can personally guarantee that this is indeed an official order. As for the torch project, it doesn't exist at all. It's just someone spreading rumors maliciously to cause chaos. Everyone must believe in the authorities. Our motto is, we will not abandon anyone. Everyone must not believe or spread rumors. In addition, the official information department will soon intervene in the investigation of this matter. I hope everyone will remain calm and not be led by the bad guys. If anyone talks nonsense again and disrupts the morale of the troops, don't blame me for being ruthless. There is no way I will admit defeat. Even Jesus can't stop what I, Queen Wen, have decided. Queen Wen's intimidating presence had already been established, and when she spoke, the group fell silent. This Chao person is really hateful, if I find him, I will definitely get him. As Queen Wen turned pale with anger, Jiang Tao immediately transformed into a big talking dog. When Xingxian took a deep breath, it's fine, I will handle this. The most important thing for you now is to mobilize manpower, act simultaneously, and collect as many supplies as possible. This situation won't last long. By the way, after you receive the supplies, you should send someone to deliver some food to a few families that are really struggling. Ah, really? Jiang Tao froze. Had the beautiful woman been so confused by anger? When Xingxian patted her head. I'm tired. It's fine that my younger brother is a big idiot. Why is this new rich kid not very smart? Do you know what a show is? Do I have to teach you that too? Just send them supplies and ask them to post a video to the group chat, and everyone will believe it. Jiang Tao suddenly had a lightbulb moment. Right. Ha, it's just like fishing. My Xingxian is amazing. He said this while giving a thumbs up. Xingxian, you are truly my right-hand woman. I need Xingxian more than I need 100,000 soldiers. After saying this, he went off with a group of little karamis, armed with all kinds of tools and equipment. Chao Meng, you just wait, after I finish this job, I'll deal with you. When Xingxian was just about to hang up when another message appeared in the group. Chen Happing, it's you again. Chen Haping, everyone, what Brother Chow Meng said is true, there really is a plan to pass on the torch. Don't believe the property management company, and don't believe this woman either, she has no official authorization whatsoever. Chen Haping's words still had a lot of influence in the owners group. Everyone knew that Chen Haping had a wide range of contacts and knew a lot of things, and that he was righteous and wouldn't blabber nonsense. Although no one responded due to the bullying of Wen Qingxian and Zhang Hai group, many people had made up their own minds. Asshole! Wen Qingxian angrily cursed. If I let these two shit-stirrers speak, I don't know what kind of trouble they'll cause. Just permanently mute them. Wen Qingxian originally wanted to completely kick Chow Meng and Chen Haping out of the group chat, but then she thought better of it. You Chow Meng like to mess with your grandma, don't you? Your grandma will show you what I'm capable of. Watch how I'll rule the end of the world. And the luxurious personal package I have prepared for you will be here soon. Chapter 29, Episode 029, Tea is taking off. Chow Meng, I want you to be my dog. No comments? Bitch, you can't afford to play. Chow Meng put down his phone and started rubbing his body. After less than a minute, the message rang. It was Chen Haping adding him as a friend. Chow Meng added him back. Chen Haping, little brother, do you have a grudge against Wen Qingshan and Zhang Tao? Well, it's quite a big grudge. Chow Meng did not hide anything and said directly. Chen Haping, then you have to be careful, Zhang Tao and his son are very ruthless and capable of anything. I have also set up a mutual aid group, you should come too, so that we can all protect each other from bullying. After saying this, he pulled Chow Meng into a private group. Chow Meng looked at it and saw that there were almost 50 to 60 people in it, many of whom he had known in a previous life. Brother Chen is really quick. Chow Meng praised. This guy has chivalry in his bones. Unfortunately, not everyone is like him. When danger strikes or interests conflict, it is these people who will betray him. What's more, the Jianghai group has planted spies in this group. Everyone, the Jianghai group has already started demanding supplies from us. I will now lead the men to a building and set a rule for them. Anyone who is willing to come should bring whatever handy tools they have with them. If they come, they are brothers. If they don't come, they will be automatically kicked out of the group. If they suffer in the future, don't come to me for help. Brother Chen, I will be there soon. Me too. Do. In the group, Chen Baoyue directly took a photo and sent it to the mutual aid group. Chen Haping was seen leading 6 strong men, each holding a compound bow, carrying long sticks, backpacks full of arrows, and flashlights. They looked quite determined, like the heroes in the ancient Chinese poem, The Wind is Bleak on the Riverie, who are about to go on a journey that they will never return from. Setting rules for Wen Qingxian? Chen Haping is just as usual, working with all his energy. If he rushes over there now, he obviously won't make it in time. If time permits, Chow Meng would like to sneak up and shoot 2 cold arrows. As for blatantly jumping out, it's not the right time yet, as there are some unreliable people around Chen Haping. Chow Meng doesn't want to get involved with Chen Haping right now. At least not yet. It's better to hide in the shadows and be a hidden big shot, just lending a hand when the going gets tough. Chow Meng got out of the bathtub, cleaned up the water stains, put on his pajamas, and sent Chen Haping a private message. Brother Chen, I'm not in the community right now, my house is occupied by Wen Qingshan, I can't come this time. Then he waited quietly for the outcome of the incident. In less than 20 minutes, the mutual aid group began to kick people, clearing more than 10 at once. Chen Haping, everyone, I've reached an agreement with Zhang Tao, the people in our mutual aid group don't have to hand over supplies. We won't get involved in their shitty business either. Well, I'll be adding some more brothers in the future, all of them are my friends. If we stick together, no one will bully us anymore. Brother Chen, who is this Boss Chow? It seems like he didn't come just now. Yes, Boss Chow didn't seem to come. Although Chen Haping is righteous, he is not really stupid. By causing this commotion, apart from protecting the interests of his own people, he was also asking everyone to pledge their allegiance. After this incident, although no one actually fought, the cowards were weeded out. Unfortunately, the traitor was not weeded out. His name is Chow Meng, and he was the one who exposed Wen Qingxian in the big group. His home was taken over by Wen Qingxian and he lives elsewhere, so he didn't come. Chen Haping helped Chow Meng explain. It turned out to be Brother Chow. Where does Brother Chow live now? A guy named nicknamed Duck Feather asked. Chow Meng recognized the traitor at once. I'm at a relative's house, and I can't give you the address. Back here, when Qingshan's supplies collection operation was still ongoing. It didn't start off smoothly. Although the owners were afraid of the fierce security guards, they hid and shirked as much as they could. Until 3 owners appeared in the group one after the other to give their testimonies, and even bragged about the supplies they had received. For a time, many people who had originally suspected Wen Qingshan of having an ulterior motive changed their minds. Wangshan, look, I told you that this was such a big deal, how dare manager Wen lie to us? Now the truth is clear, isn't it? That idiot Xiao Meng, come out here, I promise I won't beat you to death. Mad, manager Wen is like a god, and you scum can defame him? Li Dandan, damn it, that Xiao is a piece of shit, the kind that is bad to the core and can't stand to see everyone else happy. Yes, there are some scumbags in this world who can't stand to see others happy. I know this Xiao Meng. This scumbag previously pursued our manager Wen, and was rejected by her, so he took revenge with a grudge. Scumbag. Is this kind of person worthy of being called a man? He is a disgrace to men. Yes, a goddess like manager Wen is only worthy of our Jiang Shao. Human nature is like this, praising the high and trampling the low. Now when Qingxian has someone in her hands, and she even has a gun, as well as a large amount of supplies that will soon be collected, so no matter how fierce and vicious she was before, there will be people flattering her. Although their hearts are beating now, they are already on the boat, and no matter if it is a pirate ship or not, they can only follow it. As for Xiao Meng, he was just a nobody with no power or influence. Stomping on him to curry favor with Wen Qingxian was the best choice. Scold away, brag away, soon you'll see just how vicious that woman is. Xiao Meng didn't really care about the news in the group. In fact, he only posted that to cause trouble for Wen Qingxian. To really get at the woman, he would have to rely on himself. Dinner time. Although there is no longer any distinction between day and night, Xiao Meng still strictly follows the good habits of eating 3 meals a day, going to bed and exercising every day, and watching small movies. Now, Xiao Meng makes meals for 4 or 5 days at a time. The big meal is on the table, and he starts to eat like crazy. Just as he starts to eat, when Qingshan's video comes over. What does this woman want now? Xiao Meng simply clicks on it. Dear, how have you been these few days? Is there still food at home? When Qingshuan's smug expression on her face was written all over her face. Just when she was about to finish her sentence, she saw Xiao Meng's silk pajamas. It was cold out, and he was definitely not cold wearing that. Suddenly, her mood did not improve. Husband? Hearing those 2 words, Xiao Meng's stomach cramped. What? Wen Qingxian, don't you find that disgusting? You really don't know how to appreciate things. Wen Qingxian smiled sweetly and said, I've only ever called you my husband, and even Jiang Tao hasn't had that privilege. Xiao Meng, I'll be damned, thank your whole family. When Qingxian glared at Xiao Meng through the screen in anger, what's wrong with you? You have no manners at all. I was prepared to let you continue to be my lapdog in the future, but you don't even cherish the opportunity one gave you. Puff. Xiao Meng just spit out the mouthful of iced sour plum drink he had just drunk. Damn it. This poisonous woman is simply too narcissistic. Come, husband, let me show you my spoils of the day. Ha, so much vegetable pulp, look what this is. 2 boxes of lychees. The camera pans back, and we see Wen Qingxian surrounded by a mountain of supplies. Chapter 30, Chapter 030, A New Height of Evil. Framing, the more you hate, the better my appetite. When Qingshan proudly displayed the food she had obtained by deception and robbery, just like a general after a victory. However, the voice calling Xiao Meng her husband was still sweet. Anyone who didn't know would think she loved Xiao Meng very much. My dear husband, let me tell you, I have so much stuff now that I can't even stack it all. I've already driven away our 2 previous neighbors, and now I've got a new shipment. It's really a pain in the neck. It seems that I'll have to drive away the people on the 15th and 14th floors too. What do you think? Are you angry that I haven't ruined my plan? Xiao Meng kind of realized it. Some people are just born bad. They're just bad to the core. They're evil to the core. No matter what the end times are, evil is evil. No matter where you are or what the circumstances are, some people's innate evil cannot be hidden. If you meet someone so clever in the end times, their ancestors' graves must have been blown up. He lied and robbed 5,000 people of their survival supplies in one go, and then turned around and drove his neighbors out into the freezing cold. This is truly a despicable person. After a while of showing off, when Qingxian returned to the house in her high heels and also took off her thick down jacket, just like Xiao Meng. However, her slightly trembling body showed that the house was not that warm. The camera then panned to the dining table. This time, when Xingxian had learned her lesson and was more domineering in her display. There were more than 20 dishes on the table. There was also a woman standing next to the table, who looked like a nanny, holding back her drool. "What do you think, honey? Do you want to eat? It smells delicious. If you want to eat, just say so. I always keep my word. As long as you're willing to continue being my lapdog. You son of a bitch, watch this, stupid bitch." Seeing that the time was right, Chao Meng handed the camera directly to his unpretentious, low-key and introverted doomsday feast. A whole roasted lamb, plus a bunch of hard dishes, big oysters, golden hairy crabs, sashimi bluefin tuna, sea cucumbers, and duck necks. Then there was a pot of triple delicacy soup, with no less than 20 varieties, but super generous portions. Then there were 2 large dog bowls and a cat bowl, which were also full of food. More than 20 cats and dogs of all sizes were happily tucking in. The big yellow old black had a shiny coat, like a calf, and was extraordinarily handsome. The small field dogs, small mastiffs, small German shepherds, and small calico cats may be small, but they are also eating plumply, and their fur is shining, very rich. There are also 2 hanging harriers, 5 ducklings, and 2 little turtles lying on the table. It's a whole zoo. Especially one damn little Silvergrad kitten, who actually gave himself a very human smile of showing off. Damn it! When Xingxuan's smile froze on her face. At a time like this, he's feeding so many cats and dogs a sumptuous meal, a meal more luxurious than his own. And he's eating so much of it. Especially that damned cat. My dear, I'm so relieved to see that you're doing so well. Goodbye. When Xingxian maintained the last vestige of a dignified smile as she hung up the phone. Then she sprang to her feet and slapped the domestic helper across the face. "You good for nothing, is this the sumptuous meal you've prepared? You dare to show off food that even beggars won't eat." When Xingxian's face twisted. She also wanted to eat big oolong, she also wanted to eat bluefin tuna, she also wanted to eat hairy crabs. The domestic helper covered her face and complained. She wanted to cook something better, but you need the ingredients. In the warm doomsday villa, Chao Meng put down the phone and his face looked equally bad. Things seemed to have deviated a bit from the track they should have been on. That bitch Wen Xingxian seems to be thriving the more she is punished. Is there no justice in the world? The thought that the bitch is living so comfortably makes Chao Meng feel uncomfortable all over, and the big meal in front of him doesn't smell good anymore. The scene of being boned and boiled in a previous life once again came to mind. So many supplies. It's time to do something about this T-frame, I can't let her continue to develop. Chao Meng secretly calculated in his heart. Resources. Steal her resources. This woman is very good at getting resources, so let's steal her. Also, the reason she is so arrogant is because of the power of the Jianghai group, so we have to find a way to get rid of Jiang Tao. However, Jiang Tao has food, guns, and people on his side. Especially the guns. Those things are so dangerous, if you get unlucky and get shot, you'll lose big time. You can't go head on, you have to find a way to use their strength against them and then strike secretly like an arrow in the dark. After dinner. Someone in the owner's group couldn't hold back any longer. "Manager when are we going to get the supplies? My little brother has fainted from hunger once already." "Yes, it's about time. My family also needs something to keep warm, do you have any gas canisters?" "Hey, pretty lady, you hurry up and get things done, tell them to hurry up, I can't stand it anymore, I'm so hungry. Hurry up and distribute the supplies." However, no one responded. "Everyone, don't worry, Manager one must be busy, there's so much to count." "Why don't I help, there's strength in numbers." "That's right, I'll help too, we're willing to serve our families for free." Still no one answered. Gradually, someone had already sensed something was wrong. However, no one dared to be the first to speak up. Queen One is decisive and can't be trifled with. If she gets jealous and plays tricks on us when distributing supplies, there will be nowhere to cry. So, the owners miraculously held their tongues all night. The next day, at 9 a.m. When Xingxian was the first to speak. "Sorry, everyone, I tricked you yesterday. Actually, what Chao Meng said yesterday was right. What official order? I made it all up. I'd like to thank you all here. It is only thanks to your generous contributions that I can sleep peacefully in the future and live happily in this dark, snowy place. What is this called? sacrificing millions of families to fulfill my own, leaving the seed of human civilization. Don't worry, I have taken note of each of your names. If the ice and snow melt in the future and the sun comes out again, I will erect a monument to your good deeds. I will engrave the names of those who contributed supplies yesterday on it so that future generations will remember you, huh? It was deadly silent. Chow Meng, who had just got up, also saw the message. Vani Ma, this woman is shameless. She's absolutely shameless. Even Chow Meng was impressed. She was shamelessly so righteous, just like those fraudsters in her past life, who had cheated people and then gone abroad to publicly mock and provoke them. Babies, I hear the whole world is looking for me. I'm here, come find me. No, little fairy, you must be joking with us, right? Big beautiful woman, what a sense of humor, I almost believed it. Manager Wen has an interesting soul, huh? He must be joking. Manager Wen is such a nice person, how could he lie to us? That's right, little fairy, my dream goddess, how could she lie? Don't believe it, or can't believe it. This is everyone's first reaction. Chapter 31 Chapter 031 Want to be the Queen of Doom? Dark Arrow 6 is in action. Many people realized something was wrong last night. However, they still didn't dare to think in that direction, and even subconsciously kept convincing themselves, Manager Wen is a good person, she wouldn't lie to us. She definitely wouldn't dare to rob the survival supplies of so many people at once. However, these people still didn't understand the audacity of a poisonous woman. This woman is the type of person who, if you give her a long enough stick, will bore through the earth. There is nothing she won't do in this world. Manager Wen, please say something. When will the supplies be distributed? I've fainted from hunger and then woke up again. If I keep on like this, I'm afraid I'll die. Ha, buddy, that's a good way to go. In the group, everyone was full of hope and tried to remain optimistic, friendly, and pleasing. In fact, many people were already trembling. But they still didn't want to believe it. They couldn't believe it. I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, wait 2 more days and see if I change my mind. When Qingxian sent a voice message directly, smiling sweetly. Her pleasant voice completely dashed the owner's last bit of hope. Silence reigned in the owner's group for a moment. A few seconds later, it boiled over. When Qingshan, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations, you bitch. Aren't you afraid of being childless? Is this something a human being can do? You animal. When Qingshan, are you still human? There are so many families and so many supplies, and you took them all for yourself. Aren't you afraid of starving to death? You've gone too far, I can't believe you, you bitch. Brutes, when Qingxian, Jiang Tao, aren't you afraid of going to hell if you do this? Is there no law anymore? Aren't you afraid of going to jail and getting beheaded? They've gone crazy. The owner's group has completely lost its mind. The goddess who appeared as a messenger of justice and brought light and hope to people in the darkness, coldness, and despair. In the blink of an eye, she is turned into a poisonous woman who eats people and spits out their bones. This woman is truly immoral and cruel. She gave people infinite hope, and then destroyed that hope with her own hands. Chow Meng looked at the constantly flashing messages on his phone and laughed to himself. Damn, these idiots. Chow Meng did not feel any sympathy for what had happened to these people. He had already warned them, even though he did not do it for their own good, but simply because he did not want Wen Qingshan to get off lightly. But these people still chose to believe him. Not only did they choose to believe Wen Qingxian, they even came to scold him in order to please her. This is fucking bullshit. Let's go find one together. I refuse to believe it. There are so many of us, and we're not afraid of a fucking property management company. Let's go. Without supplies, we're dead anyway. Let's do it. Yes, sooner or later we're all going to die. Might as well fight them, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Yes, the 3rd floor big brother is right, what the hell Jianhai group, I'm going to die anyway, what's the point of being afraid? The crowd was enraged. Ha, the more agitated people are, the louder they scream. Chow Meng let out a cold laugh as he watched the unfortunate people speak angrily. There are just too many smart people these days. How many of those shouting for blood in the group would actually dare to go? Most of them are just trying to encourage others to be the first to act. Encouraging others to stir up trouble, be pioneers, and hide behind them to reap the benefits. There are simply too many people like this. Why do Wen Qingxian and Jiang Tao dare to oppress a community of 5,000 to 6,000 residents with just 20 to 30 lackeys, a few small guns, and some sticks? It's not because these property owners are all divided, selfish, cowardly, and afraid of death, afraid that they will be the first to rush up and get shot. Without a pioneer or someone brave enough to take the lead, no matter how many people there are, they are just a bunch of pigs. No. Sometimes people are worse than pigs. It's a big job to clean up 5,000 pigs, but to clean up 5,000 people? It's like drinking water. However, this is an opportunity. As an opportunist, how could Chao Meng let this opportunity go? He picked up the compound bow that was on the table, wiped it carefully, and then stored it in his star blue ring. He got dressed, wrapped his face, and went straight out the door to Shulin community next door. Meanwhile, when Qingxian, dressed in a slim-fitting long skirt, was enjoying the lotus seed soup and dessert the maid had brought her while listening to the residents of the community curse. It felt great. She loved the way these people hated her to death but could do nothing about it. The more they cursed, the better she felt. As for those residents who were shouting that they wanted to cause trouble, sorry, they were just a bunch of weaklings. Shulin community. When Chao Meng arrived, the security guard post at the entrance to the community was already empty. From a distance, he could see that the vacant lot cleared out below Building 7 was full of owners dressed in thick clothes, each brandishing a stick, cleaver, mop, and shouting curses at the security guards blocking them downstairs. And more people were coming from all the buildings, both men and women. There are a lot of people, but unfortunately, they're a bunch of riffraff, useless. Chao Meng stood in the darkness, quietly watching the scene. The number of security guards on the opposite side was not large, but each one was well equipped, with riot shields, red-tasseled guns, homemade sabers, and watermelon knives. Of course, the most shocking were the two men standing on the stairs with handguns. The crowd grew larger and the curses louder, and the owners' courage was aroused. There were always two brave and headstrong people among the hundreds of owners gathered together, and under their leadership, the crowd pressed in step by step. "Stop, if you come any closer I'll shoot." Security Chief Wang Chang shouted, raising his gun towards the open space in front of him. Bang, bang. Two gunshots rang out, and the timid people were so scared that they immediately crawled to the ground. After the owners came to their senses, they all hesitated, and some began to retreat. Just when everyone was at a loss as to what to do, one of the owners at the front of the group yelled, "Damn it, what are you afraid of? There are so many of us, I don't believe he dares to shoot. How many bullets does he have? It's this late, are you going to back down and wait to die? Come with me, whoever dares to shoot will be killed. For the sake of our families, let's fight." After saying this, he brandished his baton and charged forward, yelling, "Get out of my way, I just want to get back my supplies, don't make me go crazy." Zhou Laowu? So it was this guy. Chao Meng also recognized the leader, who was a socialite named Zhou Longzhao and was nicknamed Brother Wu. In his previous life, this Zhou Laowu also gathered a group of people and became a bully in Shulin community. Unfortunately, this person ended up dying at the hands of his own younger brother, who ended up becoming Wen Qingshan's lackey. With this guy leading the team, there is a chance. Scattered sand is not to be feared, as long as someone dares to organize and take the lead, there is a chance. Chao Meng quietly took out a compound bow and a bag of alloy arrows from the star blue ring, slowly drew the bowstring and aimed at Captain Wang Chang. "Stop, don't make me do it." Wang Chang obviously still had some reservations about reconciling, as killing someone in public was not a good idea. Who knew if the sun would come out tomorrow? If he killed someone and order was restored, then he would be a fool. The situation is like a weak man facing a wolf. One shot away from killing someone. If a precedent is set, the people wearing earphones will go crazy, and things will spiral out of control. "Chao Meng, sorry, Captain Wang Chang, you should go offline now." Bang, bang. Just as Chao Meng was about to do it, gunshots suddenly rang out. 2 shots in a row. It wasn't Wang Chang who fired the gun. Ah! Ah! 2 screams. The first shot hit the belly of a male property owner standing next to Zhou Longzhao. The second shot hit the buttocks of a security guard. The 2 men screamed and fell to the ground. "Damn, Wen Qingxian, you're a real crack shot." Chao Meng was both shocked and speechless as he watched Wen Qingxian, standing behind the security guards with her small pistol. He was shocked that this woman was really crazy, and she had even shot someone herself. She was so decisive, and had the bearing of a powerful woman in society. What left him speechless was that the woman knew nothing about guns. One shot at the owner, and one shot at her own people's butt. With 2 shots, the whole audience fell silent. Even brother Zhou Longzhao was shocked. Da-da-da-da-da. When Qin Xian strode forward in high heels, wearing an expensive down jacket that kept her warm, and with an air of dominance, she looked down on the audience as if she were surveying ants, and then her gaze fell on Wang Chang. What's the point of talking to these trash? Kill anyone who doesn't obey. I gave you a gun, not to scare people. Yes, sister-in-law. Wang Chang was so scared that cold sweat was dripping down his face. I'll count to 3, if you don't disperse, I'll kill you. When Qin Xian said, raising her gun at Zhou Longzhao. 1. Zhou Longzhao stared at the woman in front of him, and in the cold weather, sweat was dripping down his face. Bitch, quite the socialite? Have you asked your father? Chao Meng turned his bow and decisively released the string. Whoosh! The ally arrow flew out of the dark night and pierced the neck of Captain Wang Chan directly. He didn't even scream before falling straight down. What kind of person is this? Oh no, there's a thorn. Whoosh! Another ally arrow followed, this time targeting Wen Qinxian. The woman took a startled step back and accidentally avoided the arrow, which then impaled itself in the shoulder of the security guard behind her. Ah! Kill! The first to react was Zhou Longzhao, the 5th brother. He saw the gun in Wen Xingxuan's hand and snatched it away with a single leap. The younger brothers behind him rushed towards the gun that Wang Chang had dropped on the ground. Kill! Kill the bitch! Charge! Bang! Bang! The sound of the gunshot and the screams of the people made a mess. However, there were still not many people who dared to go up against the security team's long swords and spears. After all, they were ordinary people, and many of them had already retreated in fear, while some others were holding weapons and watching on. The security team was obviously well trained and had good weapons and good coordination. Although Zhou Longzhao and his henchmen had seized the guns and easily killed 2 people, they had also been hit by the red-tasseled guns a few times and were bleeding profusely. Even so, they are completely useless. Chao Meng sneered in his heart. I'll give you a boost. 2 alloy arrows flew out, and the 2 security guards who were besieging Zhou Xiaolong fell to the ground screaming. Chapter 32 Chapter 032 The sad tea framing, the ruthless man taking over, the unlucky residents of the community. Bang bang. Zhou Longzhao fired 2 more shots, and 2 more security guards fell. Go ahead, you fucking cowards, right? If you don't do anything, when I grab the supplies, none of you will get any. Go, all of you. What are you afraid of? Follow Brother Wu. 1, 2, 3, 4. The thing about this kind of thing is that no one will rush in if no one else does, but once someone does, others will follow. People are amazing like that. They can be cowards when it comes to something, but when it comes to something else, they can be fierce as hell. With the help of Chao Meng's golden finger and the leadership of the big brother, Wu Gu, morale suddenly rose. Soon, the security guards were completely outclassed. Some people began to flee backwards. When Qinshan, I'll see how you play this time. Chao Meng put away the compound bow, patted the snow off his body, and turned to leave. There must be more drama to come. Although Jiang Tao is not very smart, he has a tough back and will definitely not easily take this loss. Chao Meng is going to go back and eat his fill first, then come back to watch the show and see if there's any chance to screw the family. In the corridor of the 7 buildings, when Qin Xian is running all the way, and the high heels she was using to put on airs have long been thrown somewhere because they are in the way. The tender little feet step on the cold stairs, and the feeling of that kind of sourness is so unbearable that she dares not experience it. The only thought is to run. Brothers, follow me, and first catch that bitch. Zhou Longzhao had been hit by 2 red-tasseled spears, but they were both on his left arm, and he had stopped the bleeding in an emergency. With a gun in his hand, Society Big Brother 5 naturally felt full of pride. He led his minions in a wild pursuit. When everyone rushed to the 16th floor and smashed open the door, they didn't find Wen Xingshan's trace. There was only a table with an abundant 8 dishes and 1 soup, and a maid who was trembling with fear. Damn it, there's no one here, keep looking for her. We must find that woman and take her hostage, otherwise we brothers will never be at peace. Zhou Longzhao is a social person and naturally knows the power of the Jianghai group. If he hadn't been starving today, he wouldn't have dared to confront Wen Qinxian head-on. Big brother, it's bad, those people are looting things. A young man rushed in, shouting. Zhou Longzhao flew into a rage when he heard this. Damn it. I risked My life to loot these supplies, and these gutless cowards dare to loot them too. Get out of here. Zhou Longzhao led 2 of his gunmen and rushed out. Bang! A shot killed a middle-aged man wearing glasses. For a moment, the whole place fell silent. Ah, husband! A woman screamed and threw herself onto the man's body. Zhou, brother Zhou, what do you mean by this? A man carrying a bag of rice asked, trembling with fear. What do you mean? Zhou Longzhao grinned evilly. What do you think I mean? No, brother Zhou, when we were fighting just now, we also contributed. I even slashed a security guard with a knife. Look, there's still blood on the knife. A young man said angrily, holding up the knife in his hand. Good. Zhou Jiaolong roared, listen up, all of you. We looted all these supplies, and now I will distribute them. Those of you who were with me just now and have blood on your knives or weapons, come forward. With a swish, 27 people came out all at once, including 2 women. Zhou Longzhao glanced at these people. Very good, from now on, you are my brothers on Fridays. As long as I have something to eat, you will have a bite. As for the others, get the hell out of here. Why should you get it all? These supplies originally belonged to us, why should you get them all? That's right. These supplies were collected from each household, and we helped out just now. Yes, brother Zhou, we are all friends, so please give me some of these supplies. Brother Zhou, I will work for you, and I will hit whoever you tell me to hit. Brother Zhou, please take me on. There were many clever kids in the crowd, and when they saw that Zhou Longzhao was about to take all the supplies for himself, they quickly changed their strategy. If you can't beat them, join them. Shut up. Zhou Longzhao shouted, interrupting the din. I don't want any losers under my command. Brothers, get ready to fight. On the count of 3, anyone who hesitates will be killed. Yes, boss. 1. In fact, there was no need to count to 3. As soon as Zhou Longzhao had uttered a single word, the crowd dispersed with reluctance and resentment. This included the woman whose husband had died, who left with tears in her eyes, dragging her husband's corpse behind her. Brother, what do we do next? After a bloody battle and seeing a large amount of supplies, the little Karamis were still in a state of excitement. Wound first bandage, Lao Jiu you take the gun, take 5 brothers downstairs to the first floor vigilance, do not let Wen Qingxian that bitch ran. The others, divided into 3 groups, searched every house for me, and they must find Wen Qingxian for me. With 27 small Kalashnikovs that had seen blood in his hands, plus the original 5 brothers, there were more than 30 people and 3 small guns. Brother Zhou's courage suddenly grew. Yes, brother. Lao Jiu took the small gun, picked 5 fierce brothers, and picked up a box of instant noodles on the way, and went downstairs in an aggressive manner. The rest of the people, with the tacit approval of Zhou Longzhao, happily took a few packs of noodles and went to search for people. After giving his subordinates their orders, Zhou Longzhao couldn't wait to return to the house with his pistol in hand. He plopped down at the dining table and started enjoying the feast on the table. Damn, this is delicious, really delicious, this bitch really knows how to enjoy herself. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell them to find some pretty women. It's been so dry for so many days, it's so hot. It really is true that when you're full, you think about lust. When Xiao Meng returned to the villa, the Shulin residential community owners group had already exploded. Zhou Longzhao, those supplies were contributed by all of us homeowners, and so many people are still hungry. How can you be so selfish? Brother Wu, please, let me join your team. Zhou Longzhao, just you wait, if we can't get you, the Zhanhai group will. Brother Wu, please, be kind, my daughter is only 3 years old. You have so many supplies, can't you just give us the vulnerable groups a little bit? Yes, my son is only 1 year old. My mother is 80 years old. Brother Zhou, please be kind and give me some food. I can be your little brother, I'll do whatever you tell me to. Brother Wu, I want to do whatever you want. Attached to the text message was an artistic photo of a barely beautiful woman wearing black silk. Brother Wu, there are so many supplies, just take the majority and that's enough for you to eat. The disaster will pass sooner or later. Think about it, if everyone starves to death because you monopolize the supplies, the authorities will definitely not let you off in the future. Just share a little with us, and we'll remember you. Okay. Chapter 33, Chapter 033, Taking Advantage of the Chaos to Loot Twice, the 6th brother makes you doubt life. And ask the residents of the community for the area of psychological shadow. Looking at the flashing message on the screen, Xiaomeng just found it funny. Threats and flattery were completely useless with someone like Zhou Longzhao. The only thing that would work, I'm afraid, is a beautiful woman. His two backstabbing tricks helped Zhou Longzhao get the gun and defeat Wen Xingxuan's security team, which was like opening up his two meridians. The domineering villain has gone online early. After seeing blood and killing someone, what else is he afraid of doing? Eat quickly, and then go watch the show. Put down your phone, wipe your cheeks, lift your back teeth, and tuck in. What? Can't find it? An hour later, the three teams in charge of the search returned. As a result, not a single hair of Wen Qingxian was found. Xiaojiu, who was on guard downstairs, also did not find Wen Qingxian. Zhou Longzhao's face suddenly changed. How could she not be found? Did she fly away? Are you sure you searched every household? We searched everywhere, including empty houses that didn't open the door and were uninhabited. We pried open and searched carefully, and indeed there was nothing. Brother, shall we bring someone to search again? One of the men looked at Zhou Longzhao carefully. Brother Zhou, who was already a fearsome man with a sword, had become even more ferocious. Zhou Longzhao shook his head. No need, there's no time. If they don't catch Wen Qingxian, it'll all be for nothing. Zhou Longzhao was now full and calm. He was a member of society, and naturally knew what kind of character the Jiang family was. Before, he was crazy with hunger, and with so many owners gathering, and everyone talking at once, the atmosphere was charged, and he did it on a whim. Originally, he wanted to kidnap Wen Qingxian and negotiate with Jiang Tao. But now, Wen Qingxian has escaped, and he has no bargaining chip. There is one more thing. When he attacked the security team today, there was a mysterious archer who shot arrows in secret. The opponent was obviously trying to stir up trouble. Indeed, those two arrows completely changed the course of events and helped him defeat the security team. Originally, he was about to retreat. Someone is using me as a pawn. No, I can't stay here any longer. At this moment, Zhou Longzhao felt like a thorn in his back. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, he said, "Let Lao Jiu come back. Brothers, go to the warehouse and get things. Take as much meat as you can, as much as you can carry, and let's get out of here quickly." Leave? The younger brothers were stunned. They had just looted the things and moved into such a warm house, and they had not yet had time to enjoy it before they had to run away? Big brother, you're just here to tease, aren't you? Nonsense, if we don't leave now, when the Jianghai group people come, none of us will be able to leave. Hurry, now is not the time to confront Jiang Tao. What the hell is going on? When Xiaomeng returned to Shulin community, he saw Zhou Longzhao leading more than 30 underlings, each carrying a full load, grunting their way out of the community. Xiaomeng was speechless. Fine, I created the opportunity for you, and you just ran away carrying a few pieces of meat? This Zhou Longzhao is really fucking stupid. I was hoping to see a big battle, but now I won't get to see it. However, Xiaomeng laughed, and since the person was gone, the supplies could. Immediately, Xiaomeng checked his mask and goggles, and strode in. The 14th, 15th and 16th floors, 12 apartments, except for Xiaomeng's old home, the other 13 apartments have all become Wen Xingxian's small warehouses. The supplies have been placed in categories and the doors have been broken open by Zhou Longzhao's men, which has saved Xiaomeng a lot of effort. Collect, collect, mercilessly collect. Wen Xingxian, I let you show off with me, I rob you of everything, I take away as much as you get, I'll make you mad. Ha ha ha. In less than 5 minutes, all supplies on 3 floors were collected. At the end, Xiaomeng still wasn't satisfied and visited his old house again, taking all the supplies, furniture, tables, chairs, stools, pots, pans, even the bathtub. Wen Xingxian is a woman who knows how to enjoy herself, and she even got 2 diesel generators. After a big cleanup, Xiaomeng quietly left the scene of the crime. Meanwhile, a candle was lit in the dim living room on the 9th floor of Building 6. A woman holding a young child looked nervously and excitedly at Wen Qingxian, who was sitting on the sofa sending messages. Just now, when Wen Qingxian panicked and fled, this woman took the initiative to open the door and call her in, and she also risked her life by hiding her in the false wall of the bedroom. She did this, of course, not out of any kindness, but to fight for a future for herself and the child in her arms. In the face of the apocalypse, everyone is thinking about themselves. The woman had not eaten for 2 days and could not hold out much longer, but she knew that Wen Qingxian was Jiang Tao's woman, and she had heard about the strength of the Jianghai group and knew what they did. So, she took a chance. She risked her life to help in the snow, hoping that Wen Qingxian would, in the future, give her a way out for helping her. Sister Huang, don't worry. Zhang Tao will come with people to finish off those people later. You can take as much food from the warehouse as you can carry. As long as you can carry it away, it's yours. Wen Qingxian said, and suddenly let out a scream, scaring the woman across from her. Manager Wen, are you okay? The woman asked cautiously. I'm fine. Wen Qingxian frowned, trembling as she pulled her little foot, wrapped in a wool slipper, out to have a look. The foot was bloody and mangled. It turned out that just now, in order to escape for her life, she had taken off her shoes and run on the floor that was dozens of degrees below zero, tearing off the skin of her feet. She didn't know it hurt before, but now that the temperature was rising, it started to hurt. What a magical night! When Zhang Tao led a group of men and women to rush to the community like fierce demons, Zhou Longzhao and his minions had long since disappeared. What made him and Wen Qingxian even more furious was that all the supplies that they had so ruthlessly seized from thousands of households were gone, not a single thing left. The doors and windows were wide open, and the wind whistled through the empty house, leaving Wen Qingxian, Zhang Tao, and their group of minions disheveled in the wind. How could this be? My supplies, my rice, my meat. Wen Qingxian was completely dumbfounded. This stark scene was all too familiar. In just over 3 hours, the foundation she had built for herself had been reduced to ashes. Zhou Longzhao, I'm not finished with you. Chen Heping, I want you to die. She roared like a madwoman. Ha? Zhang Tao was taken aback and asked, Qingxian, is there something to do with Chen Heping in this? Of course there is. When Qingxian clenched her fists, her beautiful high-class face twisted as if she wanted to eat someone, and Zhang Tao was scared. It was him who stabbed her in the back. If he hadn't killed Wang Chang with an arrow and ambushed me with an arrow, how would Zhou Longzhao have the guts to fight us? Shame. During the previous fight, her sister-in-law had a full grasp of her temperament and scared Zhou Longzhao back with 2 shots. That was her shining moment. At that moment, she felt like she had become a real queen. But the glory didn't last long, and a few cold arrows sent her back to her former self. What's even more detestable is that she was so scared when she saw Wang Chang die in front of her. As for why she suspects Chen Heping, that's even simpler. Because the last time the two sides confronted each other, Chen Heping and his brothers had 6 or 7 compound bows in their hands. Chapter 34 Chapter 034 Night Hunter frightened to death, Brother Friday. Well, Chen Heping, I didn't come to move you, but you actually dared to move me first. Good. Zhang Tao was furious when he heard this. Qingxian, who do you think we should do first? Is it the Chens or the Zhous? When Qingxian gritted her teeth and said, First, let someone find Zhou Longzhao and kill the bastard for me. If he doesn't die, the pariahs in the community will all follow suit in the future. Zhang Tao deeply agreed, yes, this kid must die. As for Chen Heping, let someone find out about him first. The most important thing now is to get the stolen supplies back. So many supplies. When Xingxuan's heart was bleeding. Good. Zhang Tao saw that when Xingxuan's nose was running from the cold, and he felt heartbroken. Qingxian, now that we've lost all the supplies here, why don't you move with me to Jiangyan community? It's also our stronghold, and I've reserved a house for you. Following Wen Xingxuan's suggestion, Zhang Tao had the group's 8 community properties, following the example of Xiaolin community, carry out a large-scale looting of those communities, sweeping up a large amount of supplies. Now his pockets are bulging. You want me to move to Jiangyan community? Wen Xingxuan's face immediately turned cold, and her tone carried a hint of contempt. I'm in this situation, and you still don't dare let me live in your house? Zhang Tao is a famous rich second generation in Linhai City. His family lives in a luxurious manner, which is much better than Shulin community. Zhang Tao's father, Jiang Long, is also a character. As soon as the end of the world came, the old guy immediately took action, quickly collecting supplies, gathering brothers, and recruiting soldiers to turn the Jiang Manor into a fortress. In addition, he also found several doctors from Xihua Hospital to be stationed at home, with high-end medical equipment and everything. Jiang's manor is like a paradise to Wen Qingxian, and she dreams of becoming the hostess. Unfortunately, this wish is currently impossible to fulfill. Because Zhang Tao actually has a fiancée. She, Queen Wen, is merely a would-be mistress. How can this arrogant woman tolerate this? Zhang Tao explained with a troubled face, Well, Qingxian, you should know the situation in our family. If I take you back now, my father will be able to break my legs. Lu Yan's father, Lu Nang, is a capable subordinate of my father. He is a veteran of our Jianghai group and in charge of the most important security company under the group. More than half of the people we can fight are under his command. Jiang Tao's words referred to Lu Yan, Jiang Tao's fiancée. When Xingxuan's face, which was already black and blue, became even uglier when she heard this. So, are you prepared to let me be your mistress for the rest of my life? How could that be? Jiang Tao was in a panic and quickly raised his hand and swore. Xingxian, if I think like that, my ancestors are not human, and I will give birth to a son with no anus. Don't worry, Lu Nang is just a tool of our Jiang family. Sooner or later, we will get rid of him, and you will be the mistress of our Jiang family. Okay, I believe you, you are the best, you can definitely do it. When Xingxian was indeed overjoyed, patted his chest, and continued. I'm not going to Jiang'an community, I'm going to stay here and fight these bastards. Hurry up and tell your men to gather all the supplies in Shulin community, in Building 6. And transfer some of your men here too, this will be our base and our home from now on. I'll go over there when you've killed Lu Nang. Okay, I'll go right now. Jiang Tao was now completely under Wen Xingxuan's control, and did whatever she said. Xiao Meng, who had made a fortune, returned to the villa district humming a little tune. As soon as he entered the district, he noticed many fresh footprints in the snow. Holy shit, so many people? Could it be that Zhou Longzhao is that clever? A thought flashed through Xiao Meng's mind. He looked intently and saw a few flashlights flashing in front of villa number 3. He quietly approached, hiding under a cedar tree bent by the snow, and peered out. Sure enough, it was Zhou Longzhao, the big smart guy, and his group of minions. Damn, these animals definitely cannot be allowed to gain a foothold in the villa community. As the saying goes, a rabbit doesn't eat grass near its nest, and of course it is even more important not to let other rabbits eat the grass near its nest. If these animals are allowed to mess around in the community, how can one lie in wait for the end of the world? Xiao Meng quietly took out an alloy bow and aimed at the target. In front of Villa 3, Zhou Longzhao was smoking and stamping his feet to keep warm in the snow. 5 or 6 of his brothers were each holding a crowbar and trying to force open the entrance door to the villa. Inside the villa, the sound of a woman screaming and calling for help could faintly be heard. Ha, big brother, this little bitch is screaming so beautifully. Yes, I can't help it either. You were right, big brother, they say that the women who live here are all beautiful and fair-skinned, I'm definitely going to enjoy myself later. P. Old 3, you want to fart and eat it? That's our big brother's woman. All the women in this community belong to big brother, ha. Zhou Longzhao heard this and laughed proudly. Don't worry, brothers, we'll all get a share later, let's all have fun together, ha. Swish. The penetrating alloy arrow passed through Zhou Longzhao's ear and hit the head of a little karame next to him, just like piercing a watermelon. The man fell to the ground without even making a sound. This arrow was a mistake. Watch out. Zhou Longzhao reacted extremely quickly, dodged behind the shadow wall in a flash, and then yelled. Extinguish the flashlight, quickly. At the same time, he fired 2 shots in the general direction from which the arrow had come. It has to be said that Zhou Longzhao is indeed a character, and his first reaction was also correct. In a world where you can't see your hand in front of your face, there is no natural light, even the snow is pitch black, and without light you can't see people, so the opponent can't find their target. In an instant, the area in front of Villa 3 was dark and silent. Only the woman in the room was still screaming. Very clever, you think that's enough? Xiao Meng took off the thermal infrared night vision device he had paid a lot of money for from his space ring. Suddenly, a series of long, human-shaped red dots appeared in front of his eyes. Thermal night vision goggles, also known as thermal imagers. As long as they are alive, people and animals with body heat cannot hide from them. This is the Doomsday artifact. Now, Zhou Longzhao and his little karamids are just like people covering their ears and stealing a coin in front of Xiao Meng, crouching and nervously looking around. Come on, children, accept the judgment of the arrow of justice. First, he changed position, then drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Whoosh. Ah. Whoosh. Ah. Screams sounded one after the other. The powerful compound bow was basically lethal, and anyone hit would be killed or injured. What should we do, fifth brother? Quick, hide in the corner, hurry. Zhou Longzhao was shocked by the screams so close to him, and while he was telling his younger brother to hide, he yelled outside. Chen Happing, Chen, stop, I give up. Don't shoot anymore. In the meantime, the little karamids left in the open ground had also found cover and hid, regardless of whether it really blocked the shooter's firing window. Ostrich, minding your head but not your ingot, I'll give you a blast. Chow Meng aimed at the butt of a little karami. Whoosh! And an arrow into the soul. Ah! The sound made Chow Meng's body stand up with goosebumps. Chapter 35 Chapter 035 Blood Money Slaughter the man who takes the blame. Chen Happing. Brother Chen, I give up. Just tell us what to do, and we'll do it. Zhou Longzhao hid behind the screen wall and shouted. Brother Chen, I'm sorry to make you take the blame again. Chow Meng laughed to himself. Our brother Chen has the potential to be the man who takes the blame. Holding his bow and arrow, he leaned against the trunk of a large cedar tree. His clothes were polar-style cold-weather clothing, keeping him very warm. You don't want to hide? Fine, hide then. Let's see who can outlast the other. It's not like it'll get light soon. Behind the cover, it was dark, cold, and he could hear the screams of his brothers who were still alive. Fear. Under these circumstances, no matter how socially adept Zhou Longzhao was, he was also extremely frightened. The other side's tactics are really ruthless. Brother Chen, what's going on? Say something. Chen Happing, aren't you known as the best in martial arts? Hiding your head and showing your tail doesn't make you a hero. Come out and I'll fight you one-on-one. Silence. There's no sound at all. It's minus 85 degrees Celsius. Although I'm wearing a down jacket, the cold air is still whistling inside. After waiting a while, Zhou Longzhao finally couldn't hold back any longer. Everyone, listen to me. If we keep going like this, we're all going to die. We have to get out of here. Lao Jiao and Lao Qi are in the front with the riot shields. Everyone else follows, rushing out. Remember to go as fast as you can, use every ounce of strength you have, and run. If anyone dares to back down, I'll kill them first. I'll count to 3. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Flashlights on, charge. Ah, charge. The flashlights come on. Lao Qi and Lao Jiao were in the front, holding the riot shields they had stolen from Wen Qingshan's security team. 18 little Karas rushed out like crazy. Running. At full speed, they all sprinted like they were in a 100-meter dash. Zhou Longzhao was in the middle of the group, surrounded by people on both sides. This time, Chow Meng did not intervene. His goal was not to kill everyone. Keeping Zhou Longzhao alive would cause some trouble for the woman Wen Qingshan. Soon, Brother Wu rushed out of the village community with his men. After making sure that the people were far away, Chow Meng shot 2 arrows at the 2 seriously injured little karamis lying on the ground, giving them a quick death, before carrying the compound bow and walking over. On the ground, there were 4 bodies left. Chow Meng first retrieved the alloy arrows that he had shot earlier, and then conveniently stored all the supplies that Zhou Longzhao and the others had carried out from Wen Qingshan in the Star Blue Ring. In this way, all the supplies that Wen Qingshan had taken by force from thousands of households were transferred to Chow Meng. Creak. Chow Meng was about to leave when the entrance door of the villa opened a crack. Big brother, thank you. A soft female voice came. Chow Meng ignored it and turned to leave. Big brother, wait. Said, directly opening the front door. Chow Meng turned around and saw a woman wrapped in a down jacket, looking like a snowball. Half of her face was exposed, and it was so cold that it turned blue, making it hard to see her features. Big brother, do you have any food? Give me some, I'm willing to pay a high price, I haven't eaten for 2 days. The woman looked at Chow Meng pleadingly. High price? Ha ha. Chow Meng sneered, turned around and left. Money is worthless in the apocalypse. Wait, big brother, give me something to eat, I'll do anything, I'm so hungry. Don't worry, I'm very clean and I'm not bad looking. Said the woman, decisively pulling off her scarf, revealing a rather pretty, melon-shaped face. Chow Meng was taken aback. You're that celebrity, Fan, what's your name? Fan Xianer. The woman's eyes lit up at the sound of Chow Meng recognizing her, and she deliberately struck a provocative pose. Fan Xianer was very confident in her own celebrity appeal. I don't know her. After saying that, Chow Meng turned around and walked away. Star or not, forget it. Although Chow Meng's surname is Chow, he still prefers pink. Forget the black lychees. Don't go, big brother, just give me 2 packs of instant noodles. Please. The star was crying with anxiety, but unfortunately the cold-hearted guy acted like he hadn't heard a word, walking further and further away. The owner is back, the owner is back. As soon as Chow Meng walked in the door, the 2 parrots hanging in the doorway flapped their wings and chirped joyfully. Back in the warm big villa, Chow Meng let out a sigh of relief, took off his thick clothes, and went straight to the bathroom on the second floor, where the clingy cat Xiaowu followed him directly. Lying in the warm bathtub, he turned on his phone. The owners of Shuling community had all gone crazy. This day had been like a nightmare. The situation in Shuling community had been changing rapidly. First, when Xingxian had deceived and robbed everyone, taking away most of the supplies. Then the residents had become enraged and demanded justice. Under the leadership of Zhou Longzhao, a socialite and the mysterious shooter, they had defeated Queen 1. Who would have thought that Zhou Longzhao would turn his back on them, taking all the supplies for himself and even killing someone? As a result, he fled with a group of small karamis within 2 hours, not even having the guts to confront Jiang Dazhou head-on. In total, 17 or 18 people died in the Shuling community, including security guards and property owners, and many more were injured, some seriously. However, they did not get any supplies. Now, the rumor is that the supplies Wen Xingxian stole were taken away, and the culprit was Chen Heping. Brother Chen, please, I know you are a righteous person. Our family hasn't eaten for 2 days, and my wife has fainted from hunger twice. Please give me some food. Yes, Brother Chen, we are counting on you. Brother Chen, is your mutual aid group still recruiting? I want to join you. Brother Chen, please be kind. My baby boy is only 2 years old and is almost starving to death. Chen Heping, whose face was as black as a coal head, lived in Building 18, Shulin community. This is a fucking disaster. That bitch Wen Xingxian is so devious. I didn't participate in any of this today. Facing so many owners asking for help, Chen Heping didn't know that he had been tricked by that bitch Wen Xingxian. Wen Xingxuan's group nickname had been changed to Queen 1. Chen Heping, I know it was you who led your people to move the supplies, so don't try to argue. Haven't you always advertised yourself as a chivalrous person with a warm heart? So you just stood by and watched everyone starve and freeze? How can you be so selfish and shameless? At this point, the ban on Chen Heping's speech was also lifted. Chen Heping took out his phone and almost vomited blood in anger. I'll say it again, this has nothing to do with me. Neither I nor my brothers went out today. Wen Xingxian, everyone knows exactly who you are now. Do you think people will still believe what you say? You cheated everyone out of supplies and now you want to blame it on me? You're living in a dream world. As soon as Chen Heping finished speaking, one of the owners jumped out. Chen Heping, you're talking nonsense. I saw you take your men to Building 7 and carry back a lot of things. Yes, your apprentice lives next door to me. I saw him carry the supplies 3 or 4 times. I asked him for some rice to cook porridge for the kids, but he wouldn't give it to him. Everyone knows about Chen Erbio, right? I saw that too. And me, I saw it from the window. Chapter 36 Chapter 036 Getting a gun. Chini is asking for help. It's you dogs of the Jiang family again. Chen Heping, the owner who jumped out to plant evidence, knows that they are all informants bribed by the Jiang family. They like to back the Jiang family up and oppose themselves when there is something going on. Chen Heping, you dogs, don't think that one will remember your good deeds just because you were talking nonsense and framing me. Don't even dream about it. On the 16th floor of Building 7, Chao Meng's lair, Wen Xingxian has started to live in luxury again after Jiang Tao, the dog-licking Jiang Tao, delivered supplies from elsewhere. She has asked the new maid, Sister Huang, to cook 8 dishes and a soup, and is sitting in front of the dining table, contentedly, with her bandaged feet dangling, listening to Chen Heping's angry rant on the phone. Humph. You're the one, aren't you? Don't pretend to be a hero with me. That hidden alloy arrow has already betrayed your identity completely. Queen 1, okay, Chen Heping, stop pretending. You and Zhou Longzhao are in the same gang. Do you think everyone is an idiot? You shot the alloy arrow, Zhou Longzhao led the attack, and you were responsible for quietly moving the supplies, right? You're so sneaky. The righteous hero Chen Heping? One played the white face, the other the black, and they played everyone for fools. Well played. Now Wen Xingxian was almost certain. Chen Heping had orchestrated today's events. 2 groups of people, one in front of the other. A perfectly reasonable conjecture. Otherwise, how could you explain the disappearance of so many supplies? Wen Xingxuan's words caused the group to erupt even more. Cursing. And pleading. Greetings to Chen Heping's ancestors. There were also those who wanted to hang out with Boss Chen. They all came out of the woodwork. In a mess. Chen Heping felt like he had been set up. This is bullshit, man. Building 18, Chen Heping's lair. No, no. Chen Heping suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered someone. Alloy Arrow. Xiao Meng, my little brother. Yes, it's him. Xiao Meng must be the one who did it. Xiao Meng told me that he had a grudge against Wen Qingxian, and that Wen Qingxian had even robbed him of his home. It makes sense that he would do it. As for the supplies, they were either moved by that bastard Zhou Longzhao. But the greater possibility is still Wen Qingxian. She must be trying to shift the blame onto me and tarnish my reputation. After all, there were so many things that Zhou Longzhao and those people simply couldn't move in such a hurry. This poisonous woman is really vicious. If she is allowed to continue wreaking havoc, the community will not know how many more people will die. Moreover, she has now set her sights on me. This, Brother Chen has been tricked by me again. Xiao Meng didn't know what to say as he looked at the flashing messages in the group. However, Xiao Meng did not regret today's actions. Because without today's action, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Wen Kingswan and Chen Heping met. What's more, he wouldn't stand by and watch Chen get taken down by Wen Kingswan. At that moment, Chen Heping's phone came in. Hey, little brother, you shot those arrows today, didn't you? Chen Heping is a straightforward person, and he came right to the point. Xiao Meng laughed. Well, I did. I guessed it was you, huh? Chen Heping gave a hearty laugh. Not bad, well done. I went out today, otherwise I would have shot that bitch twice. Damn it. But little brother, I have to warn you, you can't take such risks next time. That guy Jiang Tao brought a lot of people today, and there were even some long spears. Thanks for the reminder, brother. Xiao Meng laughed and said. I've caused you trouble today. It's no trouble. We'll have to face it sooner or later. You know, this woman has long been unhappy with the two of us, and she's definitely trying to think of a way to get rid of us. Chen Heping's laughter revealed a hint of relief. If one day she gets rid of my brother, you can avenge me, haha. After a few idle chats, the two men hung up. This Chen Heping is really. Xiao Meng laughed and hung up the phone. If it had been someone else, and they had guessed that it was him who had done something to Wen Qingshui, they would have immediately told him. But Chen Heping did not do so. Guns, yes, it's time to get a couple of guns. Alloy arrows are more powerful than handguns at medium distances, and they are powerful enough. However, handguns are still needed for close-range combat. At long distances, they are no match for rifles or machine guns. Most importantly, the firepower density is too poor. Even if you change the arrow and draw the bow as skillfully as possible, it's still not as fast as someone else firing at the snap of a finger. After taking a shower, eating a big meal, and receiving a phone call from dear Xiaoran to check in, Xiao Meng cleaned up the garbage for the animals before falling into a deep sleep. Day 9 of the end. At 9 a.m., Xiao Meng woke up on time, had breakfast, and was just about to go out to get guns as planned when Qini's video arrived. Qini was still in the air raid shelter, not wearing much, and her eyes were red. Qini, what's wrong? Xiao Meng's heart tightened. Qini asked with a quivering voice, Xiao Meng, my father suddenly developed a high fever and is now unconscious. Do you have any medicine over there? Xiao Meng hurriedly said, don't worry, what medicine do you need? Let me see if I have it. Antipyretics, ibuprofen, and antibiotics, Qini said nervously. Xiao Meng let out a breath of relief. As it happens, I still have 2 boxes at home, I'll bring them to you, just wait. After hanging up the phone and putting on his cold weather clothes, Xiao Meng left the house. After walking all the way out of the residential area, Xiao Meng took out a snowmobile from his star sapphire ring and headed in the direction where Wen Qingxian lived. Right now, the roads outside are covered in snow. A meter of snow is too heavy to trudge through on foot, and it would take too long. It's different with a snowmobile. It's like an electric sled, fast enough. In the dark world, the blinding lights of the snowmobile stood out, like a ray of light in life, attracting the attention of many residents on the street. In less than 10 minutes, the snowmobile appeared in front of Qini's courtyard. Qini was in a hurry and was waiting there early in her polar cold weather clothing. Xiao Meng, hurry, follow me. Without having time to admire Xiao Meng's snowmobile, Qini took Xiao Meng's hand and ran towards the side yard. In the side yard was a rockery half hidden by snow. Qini was very careful not to damage the snow around the rockery, and instead dug a snow tunnel. The two of them then entered the air raid shelter where Qini's family was hiding, crouching low. There was a small stove burning in the air raid shelter, with special air vents, so the temperature was not very high, but it was kept above zero. Sheen's father was in a very bad condition. His face was red from the heat, and he was already babbling. Sheen's mother was anxious as ants on a hot pan. Xiaoming quickly took out the medicine he had put in his bag in advance and handed it to Qin. After giving his father ibuprofen, Sheen's father's condition finally stabilized a bit, and the mother and daughter finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 37 Chapter 037 Looting the Armory. The exclusive big killer of the sixth child, the Vulcan Cannon. Xiaoming, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to Yi's father. Sheen's mother said with gratitude. Xiaoming politely said, Auntie, you're welcome. Sheen, Yi and I are friends, and it's only right to help each other. Sheen's mother smiled slightly and didn't say much. She was a shrewd person, so how could she not see what kind of relationship her daughter had with Xiaoming? Not to mention that her daughter is cautious with everyone, afraid that others will know that her family has food, but she is not at all guarded with Xiaoming. She cares about him every day with a phone call or video chat, and when something happens, she is the first person he thinks of. Anyone with eyes can see it. Xiaoming, you are living alone right now, right? Why don't you move in with us? It will be more lively with more people, and we can look out for each other. Anyway, we eat a lot here, so we are not afraid of going hungry. Thanks, Auntie, but I can't leave my place for the time being. Xiaoming politely declined with a smile. Although there was a beautiful woman by his side, his parents were also there. Although Xiaoming was very impatient, he could only bear it. After dinner, Xiaoming bid farewell to Qin Yi's reluctant gaze. Before leaving, Sheen's mother was very considerate and gave Xiaoming a big bag of dumplings, and told him to come again if he ran out. Fuck, it's frozen. When he came out of the Qin family's air raid shelter, the snowmobile had frozen and could not be started. The low temperature of -85 degrees was still a test for fuel-powered machinery. There was no choice but to put the frozen snowmobile in the space ring and take out a new one, and set off towards the outskirts of the city. The outskirts of the city were deathly quiet. The snowmobile's lights swept over the highway, which was normally full of traffic, but there was only pure white snow, and a few cars buried by the heavy snow. Xiaoming rode the snowmobile all the way, with the cold wind whistling past his ears. An hour later, Xiaoming arrived at the destination of his trip. An arsenal of a coastal city's garrison. There was originally a company stationed here, specifically responsible for guarding the arsenal. After the snowstorm hit, the battalion received an emergency order to evacuate. However, because the evacuation was so urgent, some weapons were not taken away in time. In his previous life, this batch of weapons was obtained by the boss behind the Jianghai group. Since he has been reborn once, naturally Xiaoming cannot stand by and watch the other party get what they want. Soon, Xiaoming found out about the existence of the weapons arsenal. The design of this weapons arsenal is very secretive. It is a cave built into the mountain, and the entrance to the cave is just behind the military garage. Put the snowmobile into the star blue ring, take out the miner's lamp and crowbar, and pry open the garage curtain. The garage is empty, and behind it is the door to the armory. This time, it took Xiaoming a lot of effort to pry open the armory door. The miner's lamp shines through, and the cave is very large military vehicles can be driven directly into it. Following the passage extends down, are 10 large storage rooms, 9 of which have open doors and are empty inside. Wielding the crowbar, he opens them in no time. With a flashlight, he scanned the scene and saw wooden crates of various sizes, stacked in a mountain of different categories. The nameplate on top of the crate read, 03 rifle, submachine gun, squad machine gun, sniper rifle, night vision device, general purpose ammunition, sniper rifle ammunition. Holy cow, so many. We're rich, we're rich. There must be hundreds of crates, and there must be thousands of guns. It's barely enough to equip a regiment. And there are all these bullets, you can't make them all. Hey, Gatling guns and Vulcan cannons, I'll be damned, there's this too. On a shelf in one corner, Xiaoming found 2 Gatling machine guns with rotating barrels, and they were even modified handheld versions. With it, as long as you have enough strength and stamina, you can instantly transform into a human-shaped harvester. The bullets it fires are a metal storm. This thing also has another name, Vulcan Cannon. This thing is practically tailor-made for me. I love it. Gatling guns are usually mounted on metal brackets. When firing, you must first secure the gun rack and set up the gun before you can fire. Otherwise, the weight of the gun alone, as well as the recoil from continuous firing, is simply too much for the average person to handle. But there are also extremely strong people, strong and powerful like oxen, who can make this typical heavy machine gun into a light machine gun. After a period of training in martial arts, Chow Meng's physique is now excellent, even better than those of world-class athletes. Without hesitation, he slung a Gatling gun over his shoulder, pried open the ammunition box, and hung the metal ammo bag. Ha, come on. Woohoo! The barrel, spinning at high speed, spits out a terrifying flame, and the bullets are fired out like a waterfall. In just 7 or 8 seconds, a long strip of ammunition is consumed. On the other side, dust and stone chips flew in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a deep crater had been carved into the hard cave wall. Chow Meng's feet were covered in hot shell casings. Awesome! This is a man's weapon. Thrilling! After getting his fill, Chow Meng reluctantly stored the 2 Vulcan cannons in the star sapphire ring. He felt a bit of remorse. Too bad, no Landshield 3000 and 10,000 round cannon. This damned lack of firepower phobia is like a woman with open arms, never satisfied. Then he collected the mountains of rifles, submachine guns, and matching bullets. 20 high-precision sniper rifles, not bad, a profit. The high-precision sniper rifle, also known as the 270,000 sniper rifle, as the name suggests, costs 270,000. The cost of one is equivalent to dozens of ordinary rifles. This is a high-precision firearm with a long range and high accuracy. It also comes with a special sniper bullet that costs 50 yuan each. With a scope attached, you can hit a small target with one shot as long as you know the basic principles involved. This is perfect for hacking. Why not go back and shoot at Jiang Tao's important pendant? An evil thought flashed through his mind. This trip has been worth a lot. Not only did he have a weapon in his hands, but he had also intercepted a potential future enemy. When Chow Meng returned to the villa, it was already past 8 p.m. Meow. As soon as he entered the door, the silver-coated cat Xiaowu pounced from the back of the sofa and hung onto Chow Meng's neck with its arms. Ha, Xiaowu, you missed me, didn't you? Meow. The other 4 kittens also rushed over, rubbing against Chow Meng's trouser legs to keep warm. Woof woof. The 2 families of Big Yellow and Old Black also ran over from the living room. In an instant, Chow Meng was surrounded by cats and dogs that were all purring and begging for food. Okay, dinner will be served soon. I know you're not thinking about me, you're thinking about food. Chow Meng took Xiaowu off his body, took off his thick snowproof winter clothes, and changed into some fresh clothes. After dinner, and after receiving a call from Lu Xiaoran to let him know that she was safe, Chow Meng threw himself directly onto the soft sofa, turned on the TV, and entered the 9th day of the apocalypse. In the Big Dragon country, there were still 4 channels that insisted on going online. And, barring any unexpected circumstances, these 4 channels would continue to do so. The basic network connectivity in these 4 TV channels were the last glimmers of hope that the authorities had left for the people in these extremely difficult circumstances. Chapter 38. Chapter 038. A wealthy lifestyle exposed by a poisonous woman, offering a box of noodles as a reward for Chow Meng's head. The TV program was about the Inuit people's life in the polar region, and someone was explaining on the spot the process of making an Inuit igloo and the details that needed attention. It was a very practical program. Igloos and snow caves, under certain circumstances, actually have much better insulation than many houses with poor insulation. Such a program is not attractive to Chow Meng. He is familiar with building igloos better than anyone else, and he doesn't need one now that he is living in a warm and big house. When he turns on his phone, the message center is full of messages from a large group of owners in Shuling community. The residents of this community have had a run of bad luck. They have encountered the poisonous woman Wen Qingxian, who has taken all the supplies they have stocked up at home and the supplies they have fetched in the snow and wind by deception and robbery. Moreover, the whereabouts of the supplies has now become a matter of dispute. Wen Qingxian and Shen Heping each stick to their own version of events. This has made the already difficult situation of the owners even worse. In just one day, 7 or 8 people in the community died. If it weren't for Wen Qingxuan's meddling, these people would not have died so quickly. The group is full of cursing, wailing, and flattery. Chow Meng feels that this woman Wen Qingxian must be mentally twisted and perverted. Whenever someone swears at her, she posts a photo of herself eating a big meal in the group chat, with all kinds of dishes being served one after the other. The more she does this, the more the owners swear at her. But this woman just enjoys it. Now, she has directly taken over the role of the group host. Babies, today's big meal is about to start, do you want to eat? Look, what is this? It's hairy crabs. What is this? It's a fragrant roast suckling pig. What do you think? You're drooling already. Don't worry, let's see what I have here. A 5 treasure stew. If the cooking is off, serve it to the guards as a snack. Red braised pork, it's fatty but not greasy, yum. And a glass of 1982 Mao Tai. Oh, I forgot, Mao Tai doesn't come in 1982, so I'll have a Coca-Cola instead. On such a hot day, nothing beats a Coke. Oh yeah, and Sprite. How about it, do you want to eat? Aren't you dying to scold me? Go ahead, the more you scold, the tastier it will be. Ha? Begging me? I'm not a Buddha. What's it got to do with me if your daughter starves to death at the age of 3? Ha, look at your pitiful faces, I'll throw the chicken bones downstairs later, come and grab them. The group went crazy. Curses were heard everywhere. When Xingshan's ancestors were all counted and greeted. However, this woman didn't care at all. Yes, you're right, 17th building, you cursed well, you cursed to your heart's content, generations of prostitutes, generations of slaves, this is good. It's really cool to see you hate me to death, but there's nothing you can do about it, giggling. Continue, you continue, I just love it when you do this. Chow Meng held a glass of red wine in his hand, quietly watching Wen Xingshan's performance, without any internal waves. Revel in the moment. You're having so much fun now, but tomorrow you'll be miserable. I love it when you fall from the clouds. Linhai City will never tolerate such a cocky existence. Especially not you, Wen Xingshan. In front of the screen, Wen Xingshan elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. Okay, at the end of the show, I'll give you a wave of benefits. In view of the fact that you've been cursing me for working so hard, I'll give you a chance to feed and clothe yourselves. Then, a photo of Chow Meng, Boss Chow, appeared in the group chat. Queen Wen, this person is called Chow Meng, and he has a grudge against me. Now I am offering a reward of a box of instant noodles, plus 10 sausages, for information leading to Chow Meng's whereabouts and address. Anyone who knows where he is living, message me in private. As soon as Wen Xingshan's reward information was posted, the owners group exploded. Chow Meng, I remember this is the same Chow Meng who warned us not to fall for it before. We can't betray him. Just do you dare trust the promise of this bitch Wen Xingshan? Even if we find him, he may not give it to you. Come on, you on the 5th floor, don't pretend to be a good person. If you knew where Chow Meng was, you would have gone to report it secretly a long time ago. I know exactly what kind of person you are. The response in the group was mediocre. But Chow Meng knew that this was only the surface, and many people were probably already trying to find their own place. Under extreme cold, human nature cannot withstand the test. At this time, Queen Wen spoke again. Do you know why I want this Chow? It's not just because he and I have a grudge, but because this person has a lot of supplies at home, and the day before yesterday he even gave me a live broadcast of a whole cow roast. He has a dozen pets at home, all fat and healthy. In case the owners don't believe it, the woman even posted 2 videos, which she secretly recorded. In the videos, Chow Meng's golden roast whole cow is still there, along with a bunch of small animals. There is also audio testimony from the 2 of them, and it is clear that neither was filmed before the end of the world. This is the clincher. The group exploded. We are starving here, and you are eating and drinking meat and fish, not to mention bringing so many pets to eat with you. Is this something a human being could do? In Shulin community, in Chow Meng's high-rise residence, there are guns, food, and supplies. Especially after having had 2 show-off confrontations with Chow Meng and being ruthlessly crushed, this woman has also invested in her own home. Double-layered insulated glass has been installed, 2 diesel generators are placed next door to act as a power distribution room, and a small electric stove and humidifier are on in the room. She had managed to keep the room temperature at over 20 degrees Celsius. At the moment, the poisonous woman, Tijan, was wearing a purple nightdress and lazily lying on the sofa, while a pretty woman was massaging her feet. Top technician, great technical skills. Enjoy. Now, the entire building was occupied by Wen Xingshan, and the 7 unlucky owners had all been forcibly evicted by this woman. The 7 buildings have become her doomsday base. In order to avoid being robbed again, this woman has transferred more than half of the security guards from the 9 communities under the Jiangshi property and moved most of the supplies there. It is not an exaggeration to say that this building is impregnable. It's so comfortable, I hope this doomsday never ends. Wen Xingshan raised her slender legs and placed them on the shoulders of the female technician. The woman looked humble and didn't seem to be unhappy at all. Chow Meng, I told you that I would make you regret it and that I would make you wish you were dead. This is just the beginning. After finishing speaking, she hung up the video call directly. She wanted to see Chow Meng hate herself right now, but she could not do anything about it. This bastard, time and time again, made her lose face and ruined her plans. Hey, honey. Chow Meng laughed. No, you should call me daddy. Honey, you don't look so good, did you catch a cold? When Qin Xian looked worried, and anyone who didn't know her would think she really loved Chow Meng. Chow Meng was taken aback. My complexion is bad again? Then you were shocked when Qin Xian giggled. Did you see the message I just sent in the group? Chow Meng laughed. I saw it, it's very vicious, just like you. Chapter 39 Chapter 039 Yelling matches hot pot better. Luxury eating and broadcasting is so annoying. Where is she vicious? She just wants to see you, she misses you. How about this, you tell her the address and she'll come find you? When Qin Xian said with a smirk. Chow Meng said seriously, no, I'll find you. When Qin Xian was surprised and said, find me? So you're agreeing to be my dog? Chow Meng, I'll be your father. When Qin Xian, daddy. Get lost. Chow Meng was so angry. This son of a bitch. The ancients were right, a shameless person is invincible. Has this woman awakened the Iron Mask God technique? The video hung up. In the group, Chow Meng had been tagged by many people. Many others sent him private messages. Wang Shen ate Boss Chow, neighbors, family members. You never thought there would be such shameless, selfish, and vicious people in the world. In this cold weather, so many people in the community have died of cold. And look at the life this bastard leads. It's so cold outside, but he's wearing silk pajamas and eating a whole roasted cow. The most outrageous thing is that he also keeps so many cats and dogs. Dogs and cats eating barbecue and beef stewed with potatoes. Is this something a human being could do? If these supplies were given to everyone, how many people could be saved? This scumbag would rather waste food feeding his dogs and cats than share it with everyone. How selfish and cold-blooded is that? I call on everyone to stand up and expose this scum, and let's split his supplies. He's gone mad. Everyone in the group is mad. Why? Why are we starving and freezing here while he lives like a king? And feeds his dogs and cats such good food? Are people not as good as dogs in his eyes? This animal. These people had become accustomed to when Qin Shan flaunting his wealth, and even though they were angry and swore, it was just a way to vent their grievances. As for taking action, they didn't have the guts. They can only submit to the wicked, and can only watch the other party flaunt their power. But it's different with Chow Meng. Chow Meng has no power and no gun, so why should they be afraid? But it's different with Wang Shen, who is Jiang Tao's stooge. Most property owners come with a pleading attitude at first. Wang Yan to Boss Chow, we are from the same building, we have met before, you should remember, now I have been driven out by Wen Qingswan, I don't even have a place to live, can you be kind and take me in? Li Mei to Boss Chow Meng, help me, my son is only 7 years old, his father went out to find food and froze to death. Please have mercy on us, I know you are a good person, saving a life is like building a 7-story pagoda. Yes, Chow Meng reminded us before, he must be a good person, he will definitely help everyone. Boss Chow, why don't we elect you as the head of the community, and in the future, all of us will follow you. Chow Meng, my name is Wang Tao, I have a black belt in Taekwondo, I'll hang out with you, as long as you give me something to eat. When Qin Xian, if that woman dares to make things difficult for you, I'll be the first to kill her. Chow Meng, you watched as so many neighbors starved to death, but you used precious food to feed your dog. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Retribution is a given. Once the snowstorm is over and the sun comes out, the authorities will definitely not let you off. Chow Meng, I advise you to hand over the supplies and do more to contribute. Perhaps in the future, the authorities will give you an award for being one of the 10 most touching young people in Linhai. That is, someone who, in the face of the apocalypse, disregards past grievances and helps others. The authorities will definitely not begrudge the reward. The public will not forget your pleas for help, your flattery, your moral blackmail, and your use of the authorities to get your way. The bottom line is that you are trying every means to get food from Chow Meng. Of course, this is only the public messages in the group. There are more private messages. By Jing, Chow Meng, I will never forget you, and you should know me too. I am a teacher at Shulin Primary School, and my husband and I have broken up. Why don't I go with you? Let me live in your house. I can do anything and there's a nice photo of their life. Li Bing, Chow, let's make a deal. I now know where you live. If you give me 3 boxes of instant noodles and a beef leg, I'll keep your secret. Otherwise, just wait for Wen Xingxian to come and get you. Li Wei, Xiaomeng, I know you're a good person. My son is starving. My son is very cute, please save him. In the future, I'll let him worship you, or if you have other needs, that's fine too. Plus life photo. Wang's richest man's father, Xiaomeng, 100,000 yuan per caddy of beef, will you do it? You have to know that the snowstorm may not end anytime soon. Soon, Xiaomeng's phone was flooded with private messages. There were so many private messages that some people even sent video invitations directly. Threats, blackmail, moral coercion, money, beautiful women, they used almost every trick in the book. There were a lot of women posting nude photos of themselves. Some of them were really pretty. In particular, Bai Jing, as she was called, was very attractive. In fact, Xiaomeng had been jealous of her a long time ago. But that was a long time ago. Xiaomeng had no mercy for these people. In his previous life, when he was in trouble, no one helped him except Chen Heping and his sister. Not only did they not help, but many of them even added insult to injury. On several occasions, the supplies that he had finally managed to find were taken away by these people. In extreme cases, some even went so far as to try to harm him and eat his flesh. Xiaomeng believes in repaying kindness and revenge, but as for those who have neither kindness nor revenge, let them be. Everyone, don't waste your breath. If you want to survive, you have to rely on yourself. I'm not your father, so why should I help you? In a word, just blast the pot. Xiaomeng, are you still human? You're a beast. You'd rather feed meat to the dogs than save people. Are you doing the right thing? The dog is your father. Damn you, don't let me find you. Shit, why am I still hungry? It seems that cursing and hot pot wine go well together. In the face of the abuse, Xiaomeng feels hungry again. So, he resolutely starts the pot, and it's time for the old jar of pickled vegetables and beef hot pot. The beef tripe and chicken blood that comes with it fills the table with all kinds of vegetables. He starts a group live broadcast. Ha, everyone, scold away. The more you scold, the more delicious it tastes. By the way, I should mention that many of you really aren't as good as a dog in my opinion. Comparing you to a dog is insulting the dog. Damn it, I didn't want to deal with you, but you're really pushing it, aren't you? A mouthful of meat, a mouthful of wine, the oxtail shabu shabu for 7 seconds is just right. The chicken blood is just boiled, eaten hot. And morel mushrooms. Tut tut. Beautiful. Chapter 40 Chapter 040 Pack up the tea and frame the assassination of Jiang Tao. Hey, have I fallen? How have I become the same as that bitch Wen Qingshan? The more people scold you, the more you feel good? No, it's not the same. How could I be the same as that bitch? I'm taking revenge passively, and this woman is really braided too. At least, I didn't actively rob these idiots. While eating, Xiaomeng opened those private messages with videos and pictures that were suspected to be sent by women. Well, really, I'm going for it. Most of them are plain in appearance and figure, and I don't know where these people get the courage from, they must be starving. There are a few pretty ones, and they are also very outgoing, it's just that their dance steps are a bit rusty. The one who came out on top is Bai Jing. The number 1S in Shuling community is no ordinary person. This woman is a bit of a test for men. Unfortunately, she's blacked out. Some of these men left a strong impression on Xiaomeng, and many of them have families. Even from a filming perspective, it seems likely that many of them were personally involved. As for what these men were thinking, only they themselves would know. The longer the end of the world lasts, the more people's moral standards fall. As the ancients said, when the granary is full, one knows about propriety. When you're about to starve to death, there's no such thing as propriety. The food show is over. Xiaomeng practiced qigong for a while, took a nice bath, threw himself onto the soft bed, and went to sleep. He had things to do tomorrow. When Xingxian had already made her move, offering a reward of a box of instant noodles and 10 ham sausages, Xiaomeng couldn't guarantee that his place wouldn't be found. Besides, this poisonous woman was having too good a time, which made Xiaomeng very unhappy. So, let's do it. Let her fall from heaven to hell. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, many residents of the community were still barely able to hold on, but the residents of Shulin community were in trouble because they had encountered the poisonous woman Wen Xingxuan. If it weren't for Wen Xingxuan's plundering, many families would not have run out of food and supplies at this time. After breakfast, Xiaomeng went to Shulin community. Building 6. and Building 7, which Wen Xingxuan occupied, faced each other across the street, with a distance of more than 100 meters between the buildings. Moreover, there is a good sniping spot in reality, which is the 17th floor where Chen Heping smashed the windows and doors, one floor higher than the opposite side, and also Jiang Tao's property. Because when Qingshan even moved the furniture and other things to Chao Meng's house, this place has also become idle, and Jiang Tao has not redecorated it either. He took out the high-precision sniper rifle, installed the scope, and aimed it at the brightly lit 16th floor on the opposite side. The residents have learned their lesson from the cold and dark days of the end of the world. The curtains are drawn so tightly that even if there are candles in the house or even people with their own power supplies, they cannot be seen from the outside, and they have all started to hide. Only when Xingxuan's house is brightly lit, which is extremely eye-catching. She is showing off. Aiming according to the gun. The double-glazed windows on the opposite side are frozen by the low temperature, so you can only see the general shape of the people. In front of the dining table, two people are sitting opposite each other. It looks like they are having breakfast. There is also a person standing to serve, so it must be the maid. Who? Chao Meng hesitated for a moment, unable to tell the gender of the two people sitting opposite. Whoever you are, just do it. Whether it's Jiang Tao or Wen Xingxian, it's a good thing if they die. Adjusting his breathing, making it as calm as possible, he then decisively pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew across the street. To the other side. Wen Xingxian was wearing a purple long dress, and she looked at Jiang Tao sitting in front of her with a sour expression on her face. Young Master Jiang, why did you come today? Your little fiancée didn't give you a hard time. Jiang Tao said wordlessly, forget about that bitch, damn it, just mentioning her makes me angry. What, people don't look down on you? Wen Xingxian sneered. Jiang Tao angrily said, humph, that little bitch, isn't it just because she has a lot of people under her father's command that my father dares not move her? Every day, he acts like he's better than me in front of my face. He looks at me with the same look as he would at a piece of shit. Sooner or later, I'm going to. Boom. The double-layered insulated glass shattered, and Zhang's head was like a watermelon, with his scalp lifted and his brain and blood splattering. Ah! When Xingxian screamed, and she was so scared that she fell to the ground. Assassin! Oh no! Young master! Boom! Another shot. However, this shot missed and missed. When Xingxian rolled and hid to the side, and when she turned her head, she saw Zhang Daishao lying on the ground, half of his head missing, blood and brain matter spilling all over the floor, and the skull bone was nowhere to be seen. What should she do? When Xingxian was completely panicked. She wasn't sad about Jiang Tao's death, she was worried. Because Jiang Tao was her backing for bullying others, without Jiang Tao's support and spoiling, what right did she have to order the security team? What right did she have to enjoy so many delicious foods and live in such a warm house? This shot took away her greatest support. It also took away her future. Moreover, with Jiang Tao's death, would his father Jiang Long retaliate against her? Jiang Long only had one son, and he died because of her. No, hurry, the murderer is right across the street, in Building 7. Hurry and seal off Building 7, don't let a single mosquito out, hurry. When Xingxian is good, but she's also quick-witted. If she gets the murderer, her crime will be less serious, and maybe. What a pity! Chao Meng saw the glass shatter across the street. He missed his target. After firing another shot, he quickly put the high-precision sniper rifle into the star blue ring and retreated without hesitation. The Jiang group's men and horses responded quickly. After receiving Wen Xingxuan's order, a large number of men and horses rushed out of Building 7 with long and short guns and flashlights. At the same time, someone went to block the entrance to the community. Unfortunately, their actions were still a step too slow. Chao Meng had already left Shulin community at high speed. After leaving the community, Chao Meng did not choose to return to his residence, but instead ambushed across the street from the community. Jiang Long has lost his son, so he won't let it go, right? Maybe the old bastard will come over here himself. And fuck him up. The old bastard is arrogant as hell, and Linhai City won't allow such a cocky presence. The opportunity is right in front of us. We owe it to ourselves to pull off a heist. Chao Meng found a good position on the second floor of a shop that was about 600 meters from the entrance to the residential area. This time, it's not a sniper rifle. It's a Vulcan. In a long-distance battle, heavy machine guns are a one-sided crushing of rifles and pistols. At this distance, it is already beyond the effective range of an ordinary assault rifle, and there is a wall for cover. Hold on. Big brother Zhang Long, get ready to face the metal storm. Holding the handle of the rotating barrel Vulcan cannon, and looking at the long belt of ammunition stacked nearby, Xiao Meng's face broke into a devilish smile. I look forward to it. I wonder how many times Big Brother can survive. Time passed by, minute after minute. Shulin community. The murderer was not caught. When Xingxian immediately ordered everyone to go out and conduct a thorough search of the 6th floor across the street.